We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here for the 100th edition of the Australian Junior Athletic Championships in Brisbane. A stellar afternoon here. We've had a morning of competitions. We've had some heats, we've had some finals. We've really had everything going from field to track to everything in between. There's parents, there's coaches, there's everybody you could imagine down here at the Queensland Sport and Aquatic Centre. It's going to be an absolute cracker of a 4 days. You're joined here Mitch Dyer, and joining me in the commentary booth as well is none other than Nick Walls. So between the two of us, I'm sure we're going to blow the speakers off this joint as I'm trying to get a trace on Walls. Are you somewhere down there? Nick, have I got you somewhere, mate? And what are we looking forward to here?
Oh, Mitch, it's going to be a really busy afternoon. You know it's the Junior Championships, or the Chemist Warehouse Australian Junior Athletics Championships, when the longest line is for merchandise. I've got myself a cap already. I'm excited. This afternoon, we're going to see some junior shot put. We're going to see javelin and discus, and the triple jumps are exciting me. It's an event that women are really booming now in Australia, and that impetus has been started up here in Queensland, so our junior triple jumps. Then I'm going to come up and join you a bit later. We've got some 3K finals. We've got some 4x100 relays where state pride is on the line. It's a 4-day carnival. It's action-packed. But day one, it's going to be heating up here very quickly, Mitch.
Well, speaking of heating up, Nick, how is the temperature down there, mate? You've got the long sleeves on and the hat, so obviously that sun combo is being a little bit deadly. What are the conditions like down there?
It's I'm here to be sun smart, mate. It's very it's blustery. We had some earlier heats of the young juniors in the 14s and 15s race this morning, the 800 heats, and they found it was not a good spot to be at the front of the fields early. So they were looking for a bit of a shelter. It's a slight tailwind down the main straight at the moment. With the heat, yeah, it's rising. It's mid to high 20s. It's perfect Queensland weather. I've deliberately stood here to show how many people there are up here. Mitch, you mentioned appropriately. I can see you amongst the hundreds of families and friends up there watching today, these Australian Junior Athletics Championships. But I think conditions are perfect, really. A junior athlete, they're here, they're at Nationals, many of them for their first time. We're debuting our under-13 age group here, which is quite exciting. We awarded our first medals earlier today in the 800 metres for both the boys and the girls. But the action's just going to heat up as we get going through the day. And, of course, there's an under-18 team to select here as well for those Youth Commonwealth Games.
Yeah, there certainly is. So only 17 or 16 are going to be selected for that team. So some may run the qualifiers, throw the qualifiers, or whatever it is, but they'll have to wait up for that selector's discretion. Now the 18s sort of get underway over the next few days, so none this afternoon. But Nick, is there anyone or anything in particular of the list that you've named there, because I know you're an avid track and field fan, that has got you most excited, or are you just happy for the afternoon?
Oh, look, the 100-metre finals later, I just saw Amaya Mearns, under 16 there, go 11.84 in her heat. She looks terrific. She's one that I'm really excited for the future. And then as the weekend progresses, we'll give a lot more of interest. But some of those athletes that are actually under 17 who've gone up to the under 18 age group to try and make that team of 17 athletes, that's what our quota allows for those Youth Commonwealth Games. I think that's quite exciting because they put some pressure on them. They've put themselves out there. So we'll check out some of them as they come throughout these championships. But Mitch, I'm going to go and make myself find the best field event coming up. So I'm going to leave you to call the action early here on the track. And we'll touch base shortly.
Oh, you did too good, Wallsy. Thank you very much for that. So Nick Wall's going to be roaming around there for the next hour or so, I would say. And geez, he's excited about it. There's nothing he loves more than being near an athletics track, Nick Wall. So I'm certain there's going to be plenty of energy coming around the commentary box here. The 400 prelims, they're going to end off day number one. From under 13s to under 16s, it is always one of the star events of these championships. As we mentioned, it's the 100th edition of the Australian Junior Championships, thanks to Chemist Warehouse. The terrific meet here 2 weeks ago for the under-20s in the Opens. You'll actually see some of these athletes competed in those under-20 and Open events in an attempt to try and take home a higher age group medal. It'll be interesting to see how they fare in their own age groups out here this afternoon. But on the track in a moment is going to be our women's heptathlon. And this is one of the hardest events you can do on the athletics track. I mean, by the time you get to the end of day one, surely the last thing you're thinking about is going ahead on day two. So getting through these hurdles will be crucial for our women out there. So women's 100-metre hurdles heptathlon event behind the blocks now. We will call that very momentarily, so don't go anywhere. The hurdles coming up. So you see on the screen here, shot put underway. It's hard to miss those red South Australian silks. And plenty, as we've mentioned, the crowd here is enormous. Much bigger than what we saw only a matter of weeks ago for the under-20s and the Opens. And so plenty of parents, grandparents, uncles, aunties, whoever you could imagine to come down to an athletics track. I can guarantee you're at the Queensland Sports and Aquatic Centre. Good 26 degrees, as we mentioned, just a bit of a wind. But what's a wind for an athlete, right? So bear with us for a moment. We will have this start list for you, but it may fall to Tom O'Shaughnessy, who's been doing plenty of the in-ground announcing here this morning. Just await confirmation of this event. So behind it is our women's heptathlon.
Who's that from, Robbie?
5 or 6 competitors there. It's heavily dominated by the Queensland Maroon. So for all those watching on wherever you are around Australia, this stream will be running till the end of the day. So you usually get a good amount of 6 or so hours of airtime here on the live stream. A hard-working crew, which you'll see on your screen now. Women at the top of the straight. Go through their final motions.
Under 17, heptathlon in the first event with 100-metre hurdles. And lane number 2 for Tasmania, Charlie Ross. Lane number 3 for Queensland, Hemmings Vincent. Lane number 4 for Queensland, Ava Stevens. Lane number 5, New South Wales, Amelia Hopkins. Lane number 6 for Queensland, Nick Williams. In lane number 7 from Western Australia, Brianna Di Giuseppe. That's heat number 1 of the women's under 17 heptathlon.
So away, further on the outside there from Western Australia will be G. Giuseppe. Williams on the inside from Queensland. Getting into the running now is also going to be Stevens. So it's Stevens of Queensland starting to get right up on the inside shoulder there of the Western Australian. The two will hit it cleanly. Oh, it's Queensland. Great racing there from Ava Stevens. 14.84 unofficially on the clock. So we see Charlie Ross of Tasmania now come through. Slight hit of hurdle number 4 there. That's heat number 1 of 2 here in the women's under 17 heptathlon. So you see on the replay here, it was Rihanna Di Giuseppe. I apologise if I've said that last name incorrectly. Just, I think, might have edged out Ava Stevens of Queensland. But hard to tell from up here, but 14.84 unofficially. There's some fast hurdling, that's for sure. So heat number 2 of 2 here. Obviously, with this heptathlon, it's all down to points. So there's no finals, there's no anything like that. It is all, however fast you run, is how many points you're awarded with. One of the most brutal events on the athletics track. Our men's decathlon out there as well at the moment. They're the ones in the shot put ring, throwing it around everywhere. So women's heptathlon under 17, 100-metre hurdles is what we're focusing on here. And after that will be our women's under 18. We'll wait for them to come up on the screen here. But a cracking race. Two Tasmanians in this event. So as they make their way through their final strides, a little earlier we were heading into the elevator and there was a mum with a son who was a hurdler. I said, how nervous do you really get when the hurdles come on? She said, I'm not allowed to talk about it. My son doesn't like it when I mention how nervous I get around the hurdles. So I'm sure parents or friends of parents or friends of anybody competing in the hurdles across these next few days will be sitting there with their heart in their throat. But if you're going to watch any hurdles, you might as well make it the best juniors in Australia. So this weekend we'll cap off the final event of the Chemist Warehouse Summer Series, and what a series we had, from Maury Plant to Sydney to Brisbane to the Opens, under 20s now to the juniors. It's been an absolutely sensational summer of Australian athletics. So have a look here at the start list for heat number 2 of 2 in the women's under 17 100-metre hurdles in the Heptathlon event. Louise Lavelle of New South Wales out of lane number 2. Elizabeth Lee out of Queensland, lane number 3. Tasmania's Isabel Wing, lane number 4. New South Wales, Lily Stewart, lane number 5. Annika Jensen of Queensland in lane number 6. And Tara Hollyoak from New South Wales out there in lane number 7. So we'll get an update at the end of the day where they're sitting on points. As I mentioned, that's the most crucial part of the heptathlon. So 6 women will go here in heat number 2. And everybody in the heptathlon has a pet event. And you work it out pretty quickly depending on how far ahead they are from the rest of the pack. So it'll be interesting to see in here where the hurdles is anybody's event of choice. Middle of the track, potentially Isabella Wing, Lily Stewart of New South Wales. Could be 2 to look out for. And it's Lee and Jensen on the outside of them. But heat 2 of 2 here in the women's under 17 100-metre hurdles in the heptathlon about to get underway. Away on the outside there, Hollyoak the best to jump now, starting to get into the running. Isabella Wing of Tasmania. So Wing now gliding over on her outside shoulder is Stewart. So it's Wing and Stewart now, 2 sets of hurdles remaining. Wing's got it. Oh, she's over cleanly. Watch the clock. 14.56. On the outside there, Lily Stewart in second. We'll wait and see how many points get accumulated there, but 14.56, about 0.3 of a second faster than heat number 1. And Tasmania's Isabella Wing takes it out. So looks super strong, the Tasmanian there in heat number 2. Will be a good accumulation of points for her. As we see the white flag go up there in the shot put. High jump underway as well. Everywhere you turn, there's an event here on this athletics track. It's got to be hard for some of these coaches and parents to get around here, you would think. And look, if you are at the athletics track and you are looking for something to do, Puma and TLA are on site as this year's official Chemist Warehouse Australian Junior Athletics Championship merchandise with a huge range available. There's a Puma van at the main entrance of the stadium, so go get your hands on this year's kit. They've got everything you could possibly want in merchandising. Hoodies, singlets, towels, everything's available. Hats, we've obviously seen there. Nick Wall got one on his head at the moment, and as he makes his way around the sunshine of Brisbane, we might even see if we can get a hold of, I won't say young Nicholas, because funnily enough, Nick actually used to call me as a junior. So he's been in the Cape for a long time. We'll wait and see where he's at here. But Nick Wall, I believe, he's down at the shot put.
Yeah, the action's really heating up. We've got the under 17, 18 boys down here, Mitch. And a name that jumped off the page to me, Javelin Philippou. Yep, the brother of Matthias Philippou, top 10 draft pick from St Kilda. He's only a tall, lean boy, but in the under-17s, he got up to 13-11 in the first round to take the lead momentarily, but it's just been extended out to 13-20. And in the under-18 category at the moment, you've got Rowan Clues of New South Wales, who leads that age group. So you've got the 17s and 18 boys combined here. And one of those names to watch here, Javelin Philippou, Not a bad footballer himself, he tells me, but at the moment he's coming second, just 10 centimetres off the lead in the under-17 shot put.
Busy weekend for the Philippou family. Probably got to go back to South Australia for the gather round as well. Mateus will be playing at home, so saw him down there earlier. Javelin, he's a big looming figure. If you're a Saints fan, I'd almost be very excited by what the young man can do. So we make our way down here now as Nick Wall might enter himself into the shot put next year after that sort of strength and motion we saw down there. We've only got 5 of them on the track here. ACT's Hannah Lettich out of lane number 4. It's Jasmine Crawley of the Western Australia, lane number 5. Also from WA, Ella Batten in lane number 6. Number 7, Victoria's Isabella Hollins. And in lane number 8 from South Australia, it's Talia Leinert. So these will be your women contesting here in heat number 1 of 2 in the under 18 100-metre hurdles in the heptathlon. Ones to watch, Batten, Crawley and Hollins will go through the 3 middle lanes. Heat number 2 of 2. Solway, best to jump there was Hollins on the outside. Getting into it will be Leinart at the South Australian. So now just coming right up on the shoulder there of Hollins is Leinart. Just extends away with 2 sets of hurdles to go. Leinart, one more. Clear, no, just clipped. On the inside was Crawley, 15.18, the unofficial time. So near perfect there for Isabella, or Talia Leinart. Be wait and see on the line there. 15.21 unofficially, heat 1 of 2 in the women's under-18 heptathlon 100 hurdles. So you see here, I gave her the commentator's curse. Had one more, just so smooth and just clips it there with the heel. And look at the dip here. Oof. So might have been the Western Australian in Batten, who did well to keep herself up there, actually, Ella Batten. So wait on those official times, but Talia Leinart was very close. And Nick, I believe this may be Mateus's brother in the ring.
It is. Javan's entering the ring now in the shot put. He's looking to extend, as we said, on that 13-11 from round 2. But as we talk about, it shouldn't affect the shot putters too much, but this wind is going in circles here. Our amazing Athletics Australia officials down here just lost their paperwork here at the shot put, and it picked up and it blew towards me, then it blew away from me. So it gives you a good indication that it's really swirling, playing tricks. No wonder those hurdlers in that last flight were struggling a little bit to keep their 3 strides in. So the wind shouldn't affect the shot put, but certainly going to be a factor on the track. Javan doesn't extend on his round 2 performance there with just 12.60, so he's got some work to do. But the wind might be playing a bit of havoc, though, with these heptathletes at the moment, Mitch.
Yeah, it's good, keen eye there, Nick. A good hurdler in his much younger days. So that's great insight into that final flight of hurdles. We saw that there from Leinart. Just couldn't quite get the stride pattern right. Was really overextending to get over in that last flight. So unfortunately clipped it with the heel. Still managed a pretty reasonable time. As we look at heat number 2 now, from South Australia, lane number 3 will be Grace Stevens. Lane number 4, Saskia Ryan from New Zealand. Lane number 5 from Queensland, it's Madison Witt. And lane number 6, also from Queensland, it's Bettina Dole. In lane number 7 from Victoria, it's Ashley Carty. And in lane number 8 from Western Australia, it is Madison Esquivel. So, Bettina Doyle, just want to make sure I get that name right. On the outside of Madison Witt, the 2 Queenslanders in the middle of the track. So we're looking to impress at home. And Saskia Ryan from New Zealand in that green and black kit out of lane number 2, or lane number 4, but it should be second on the right of your screen. We'll see how they pick up here. Just a touch over 14, fastest time at the moment in the under 18 women's. So get behind the blocks. Fast away now on the outside was Cardi, and Esquivel starts to get into the running from Western Australia. So the Western Australian now starting to go through it. Ryan not far away. The New Zealander on the outside there is Witt, but it's Esquivel now. One more set of hurdles. She's clear and she's home. 15.27. Saskia Ryan there on the inside in second place, and Madison Witt, the Queenslander, in third. But taking it out there was Madison Esquivel of Western Australia. And we'll wait on points, as we mentioned. Touch slower, I think, than that first heat, but over cleanly, which is the most important part. So Esquivel, and I apologise to any family or friends or coaches or anybody that knows Madison if I've mispronounced that. But very impressive over those final flights of hurdles, which we heard from Nick Wall can be a little bit difficult once that wind starts to pick up. So next event on the track for us will be the men's under 13 3,000 metre race walk. And it's important to note at these championships that whoever gets this gold medal, whoever gets this fastest time, obviously, will be the one with a record for the meet. As we now have a look at Nick Wall over the shoulder of the officials. What's happening down there at the shot put, Nick?
That's Joshua Osborne. At the moment, it's in second place. He's just fouled there, so he remains in second place at the moment in the 17 shot put in the decathlon there. So that's 13.21. So there's under 17 decathlon shot put, 13.21. So there's only one throw left here for these 17s. Obviously, this is very early in the decathlon, day 1 of 2 days of 10 events. So the boys here all worried about their points, making sure they get these points racked up for these decathlons. Across 2 days of arduous competition, as we see Chemist there from South Australia. The South Australians really well represented these multi-events. I mean, really impressed with the numbers they've got here. Mitch?
So the South Australians down there putting on a show for Nick Wall, which we love. So plenty of field events still going on. We've got a high jump going on at the top of the straight as well. As we see the results now, going to come up for our under 18 heptathlon. So feast your eyes on this for our under 18 women after that hurdle event. So look at the points here. It's Ella Batten, 814 points. Just got the inside there of Lynert, who, as we said, just hit that final flight of hurdles with her heel. So she's going to lose a point there to Batten, but very tough running nonetheless. It's Isabella Hollins, 790, 15.40. Hannah Leach was right behind her there from the nation's capital. So they'll be right around similar time to that heat number 2. We're going to see it here, 8:08 to 15.26, so just outside what we saw in the first. But Madison Esquivel, I should say, 8:08. Saskia Ryan, 750 points. Madison Witt, 733 points. Grace Stevens, 631. Ashley Cardi, 449. And Bettina Doyle, 329 there. So there are your points racking up in the women's 100-metre hurdles in the heptathlon event. And as Nick mentioned down there at the shot put, and I've mentioned a few times, it is all about the performance, all about the points here for these athletes. Day 1 of 2 for both the heptathlon and the decathlon. And so next up on the track, as we mentioned, it's our men's under 13 3,000 metre race walk. Plenty of talent sprawled across here. Angus Shuttlesworth, the Victorian. You'll have a real challenge here from Lockie Moore from Queensland. Only 7 seconds separate them, but the man out in front, the one to watch from New South Wales, is Callum Martin. Could be a chance to go under that 16-minute barrier here in the under 13 event, the New South Welshman. So represented across 3 states. We'll read out the full list as they make their way out onto the track. Not quite out there yet. As we mentioned, it's 26, 27 degrees here in Brisbane, so perfect conditions if you're coming from some of our southern states. I know recently Victoria has gone through a bit of a cold snap. I'm sure this is a beautiful adjustment during school holidays, so plenty of parents, families, everybody involved will be up here in Brizzy at the moment, making the most of it. As we'll take a quick break here on the track, and when we come back, it'll be our men's under 13 3,000 metre race walk.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
Welcome back here to the 100th edition of the Track and Field Championships of Australia, Athletic Championships of Australia, brought to you by Chemist Warehouse. Final stop in their summer series, and Nick Wall, he's the most active person at the moment on the athletics track. He's found his way down to the pole vault. Wallsy, what have you got for us down there, mate?
We had three vaulters left at 285. We've just had our bronze medalist decided there, and that was our South Australian there going bronze. So that was Ava Barton. That leaves us with two jumpers left in this competition at the moment. And I just heard from the applause behind me, Ziana Holloway has just got over 310. And now it's the Queenslander who's going to try to replicate and match that, and that's Sienna Clare. So Sienna Clare's in the runway now. The bar's at 310. If she can get over this, she'll actually still be behind Ziana Holloway, the ACT athlete, on countback. So the bar's going to have to keep going. We're looking for something up 320, 330 potentially. And that's a miss at the first attempt there for the Queenslander as the bar continues to rise at the pole vault here at the Chemist Warehouse Australian Junior Athletics Championships, Mitch.
Thank you very much, Nick. How are those sunglasses on Nick Wall? Tell you what, they take up 90% of his face by Wallsy there. So he'll be down watching that pole vault closely. It's the Queenslander trying to keep herself in the competition enough to possibly take a run at that gold medal. At the moment, it's belonging to the Victorian on the first attempt. So our men's under 13 3,000 metre race walk is making their way out onto the track. They'll go through their warm-up quickly. As Nick mentioned, we've got plenty on this afternoon. Under 15 and 16 minute women's 3,000 metre championships will be a highlight. That's later this afternoon. And before that, we'll have the 100 metre finals. We saw plenty of talent out on display here this morning across the men's and women's. And we'll have Nick Wall up here, who is a sprinting aficionado, to help call those ones home. Start at 2 o'clock, so they're just over an hour away if you are here for the 100 metres. They're about an hour away before they get started, so don't go anywhere. There's plenty of athletics on display. And the thing to know about race walking in Australia, it's one of our most consistent medal-winning events at major championships. Obviously, in recent years, goes the way of Jared Talent, Jane Saville before that, Dane Bird-Smith. Plenty of names in the modern day who have done incredibly well. Jemima Montag and Declan Tingay taking up the baton at the moment for the walking community. So this is the next generation of walking stars out on that back straight. And plenty of depth and plenty of talent in our walking at the moment, as shown by this 8-man field in the under 13 event. We're about to get a names up here, a start list available. The first ever under 13 3,000 metre race walk event at these major championships. It's the first time we've introduced the under 13s here as a part of the championships. We'll see it here out of station number 1 from New South Wales. It's Michael Matheson. Station number 2, also from New South Wales, one to watch, Callum Martin. Station number 3 from South Australia, it's Orlando Granton. Station number 4 from Victoria, it's Angus Shuttlesworth. Station number 5 from Western Australia. Well, how about this? 2 Orlandos. Orlando Follington. That wouldn't happen all too often. Station number 6 from Queensland, Lockie Moore. Station number 7 from Queensland as well, it's Hunter Sibanala. And in station number 8 from New South Wales, it's Tyler Cousins. So watch out for the Orlando 1-2 punch. It's very interesting. Can't think it'd have to be just about the first time ever in athletics there's been 2 Orlandos in an Australian final. But they are behind the line now here. This men's under 13 and men's under 14 event. Station number 9 from New South Wales, Reece Chandler. Number 10 from WA is Kieran Smith. Number 11 from New South Wales is Alexander Brindle. Number 12 from Victoria, Jamie Havilika. Number 13 from Queensland, Eli Mealans. And number 14 from Victoria, Bo McKinnon. So 15:45, the fastest time here from Kieran Smith of Western Australia. 15:58 belongs to Alexander Brindell of New South Wales. So watch out for a few of these, because those two times are right around that Callum Martin marker of 16:02. A bit behind there is Angus Shuttlesworth and Lockie Moore. So about to get underway. Men's under 13 and under 14 3,000 metre race walking championship of Australia. We are underway here, and we'll pick them up as they go along. 7.5 laps ahead of our young men out here, under 13 and under 14 combined. So it's watching out for the hip numbers. They're going to be the biggest battle for anybody watching along at home. So to keep in mind, there's only 2 men currently under that 16-minute marker. So that's race walking. Put this into perspective, under 4-minute Ks. So think about, and this is always a common expression used in distance running to get people to understand how fast these guys are moving. Think about when you did your park run last for 5K, what you got. Well, for 3K of it, these blokes are going under 16 minutes at the moment. So quickest to jump out there is Kieran Smith of Western Australia, who does have the fastest seed time of 15:45. Unsurprising, Callum Martin of New South Wales is going to go with him, and on the outside, you wouldn't believe it, but I believe it's Alexander Brindell. So these three, Brandel, 15:58 to his name. He's one of the two that's gone under the 16-minute marker. So these three will try and gap the field pretty quickly. Our Victorians are tucked in behind them. And I dare say it may be Jamie Halisha. And one more from there could be Angus Shuttlesworth. But we'll get a good read on them as they make their way around the athletics track. And looking to stamp his authority on the field here in the under-14 event is Kieran Smith of Western Australia. So the young man will gap this field. He's got a good 5 metres. Brandel of New South Wales behind him there. And on the inside of him will be Callum Martin in the under-13 men's event. So broken up into packs here at the moment. The only one clear by himself with some room out in front will be Kieran Smith of Western Australia. So Smith walking like he wants to leave nothing to chance here at the moment. Try and stay under that 4-minute K pace. His personal best would suggest it's well within the realm of possibility. Can't miss him in those fluorescent yellow shoes as he makes his way around here through the first 500 metres. Plenty of walking ahead of him. But Kieran Smith leading it out. So it's Kieran Smith of Western Australia. Behind there will be Callum Martin in the under-13 event from New South Wales. Just on the inside is Brandel as well, also from New South Wales in that under-14 event. Getting moving is Elisha, and so too Shuttlesworth. So those will be your top 5 making their way around the athletics track, and Nick Wall's down at the pole vault with the gold medalist currently in the pole vault event about to jump.
You're right, Mitch. I've got Ziana Holloway on the runway now. She's already won the gold medal. Now she's pushed the bar up to a PB here of 3:20. She's in, she's PB'd. So she's taken the gold. She's now stretched her PB from 3:12 to 3:20, the ACT athlete. So Ziana Holloway here just keeps raising the bar. The gold medal are in her grasp, and she gets to choose the height, and she gets 5 minutes to jump each time here. So we're going to see some great PB shape here, and great to see the ACT pick up their first gold medal of the championships here at the Australian Junior Athletics Championships.
So Holloway, what a position to be in. Have the gold medal and just keep raising your personal best from there. So first gold for the nation's capital on the back straight at the moment, and still jumping is Holloway. So on the track now, still moving cleanly is Kieran Smith of Western Australia. Behind him there in the under-13 event is Callum Martin. The two Victorians now coming over the top. Salacia and Shuttlesworth. So one in the under-14, one in the under-13, but most likely very familiar to one another, these two. So Kieran Smith of Western Australia. It started with 5 metres. It quickly became 15, and even quicker than that, it's become nearly 50. So the Western Australia will be left to do it on his own here in the under-14 men's event. Under-13 event currently led out by Callum Martin of New South Wales. 16:02, his personal best. Try and get a read on just how fast these young men are going. They're over that 4-minute K pace, so it might not be something of time, more so something of medals. Alicia there behind him. Shuttlesworth tucked in behind there. So these are your gold and silver medalists currently under 13 and under 14 event. It's Bradle for the under 14s behind there, and Tyler Cousins of New South Wales currently with the bronze in the under 13 event. But all the action at the front of the field. And it's clear cut that Kieran Smith didn't want to leave anything to chance here in the 3,000 metre walk. He wanted to get out there and assert his authority as quickly as possible. Doing it over the top of Callum Martin at the moment, the two Victorians. Couldn't put a piece of paper between them at the moment. Happy to just sit on one another and work together. The drink station up the back straight will just become more and more appealing over the final 5 laps of this event. Already seen 1 or 2 go out there and quench the thirst. Might see a couple more here. This will be one of the harder technical aspects of the race walk, to keep your form and also go grab yourself some water. Big thanks to our officials out there on the back straight. But Kieran Smith isn't interested in water. He's only interested in gold medals. And puts his head down, Kieran Smith continues to walk away. Looking really comfortable there is Callum Martin in the under 13 event from New South Wales. Be very close to his time, Callum Martin. He's a 16:02 operator. So have to pick up a little bit of speed to get a personal best at the moment. But walking with a sense of authority is Callum Martin in the under 13 event. So Kieran Smith still leading it out from Western Australia. Martin behind him there. Making the rounds on the shoulder is Shuttlesworth in the under 13 event, the white cap. And on the inside of him along the rail is Alicia of Victoria. So these two now get a little bit of separation, the most they've had in any part of this event, with 4 laps to go. Smith now around the bend. Murray, this last lap has really started to peg back that distance in 2 different events, but doesn't matter. Just interested in getting to that line first. Coming down now, Tyler Cousins of New South Wales. And so too Brindle behind him there. The Queenslander now, Lockie Moore. The first one in the maroon to come through here. Down this home straight at the moment is Orlando Grantham. But up the back straight, it's Smith. Still leaning it out there in the under 14 event, but coming right up on the shoulder and might not be interested in waiting around either. He might just go straight on past. It's Callum Martin. So Callum Martin. He's taken a lot of distance over the final lap here. So they'll come down with 3 to go as they make their way around this bend. It's Martin who's done a bulk of the work to get up there. Bit of separation now comes the way of Angus Shuttlesworth as well, the Victorian. Gets away from Halacia. Again, 2 competitors in 2 different events. Just trying to get down there as quickly as possible. So these 2 men now, it's a changing of the guard. So the under 13 competitor, Callum Martin, wasn't happy to just sit behind. Said, no, I'll take it out from here for a little while. So Martin now goes to the front and does some work. Kieran Smith can benefit from sitting off the back. That is if he can hold on, because Callum Martin's taking no prisoners here with 3 laps to go. So the young man from New South Wales just puts his foot on the gas and starts to ask a few questions. Seems as nobody has the answers for him at the moment. Shuttlesworth now about to come down to the start-finish line. Alicia behind. So gold, silver in the under 13 and under 14 event have gone through this start-finish line. Down this home straight, Tyler Cousins of New South Wales in that bronze position for the men's under 13. And currently, believe sitting in that bronze position for the men's under 14 will be Brendel of New South Wales as well. But as we see it here up this back straight, it's Callum Martin from New South Wales. So mention he's a 16:02 walker. They went out in that 4:23 pace. Just says, that's pedestrian for me. I might even try and ramp it up over the back end of it. Asked Smith to come with him, just couldn't quite respond, and now he's gapped him out. So 400 metres ago, he was 10 metres behind. He finds himself 20 metres in front, the New South Welshman. His main competition now just comes around that bend. And that'll be Angus Shuttlesworth, 16:33 to his name. Behind him there, Halacia of Victoria. As we mentioned, gold, silver, gold, silver. And it's the under-13s. Showing the under-14s how it's done at the moment. Quick warning there from our officials. So, obviously, once they cross the line, we'll wait and get all the judges' rulings before we claim our national champion. But at the moment, along this home straight, it's Callum Martin of New South Wales. Kieran Smith just getting the head wobbles going. Wants to pick up a little bit of pace here if he can. Martin still in front. Smith behind. Looking really strong from Victoria is Shuttlesworth. He's dropped off Halacia. And his next objective is to get onto Kieran Smith if it's at all possible. It's a hard task at hand for the young Victorian. Seems ambitious. Halacia behind him there. Tyler Cousins of New South Wales. He rounds the bend. So the rest of the field sorts itself out here. So it's an interesting battle at the front of the field. Obviously, we mentioned two different age groups. It seems almost as though the battle of pride to know you were the first one to cross the line, the most important thing between these two at the moment. So it's Martin still leading out Smith. We've learned anything over this 3,000 metre event, things can change in the blink of an eye. Shuttlesworth not far away. Halacia starting to get into his walking as well. So it hasn't been fully dropped off there. You don't want the invisible elastic band to snap. No time for drinks now, just all business over the closing stages of this 3,000 metre race walk for the under-13s and under-14s. Callum Martin has no quit about him, this young man. Up from New South Wales. Should have plenty of supporters in the crowd. The Smith now rounds at 2. Continually, not a lot separating the two at the front of the field. Shuttlesworth, Halacia, still in that position. They haven't changed over the 3,000 metre event. But it's Martin. Head down. Smith. Looking so smooth is the young man from Western Australia. So here we go now. Smith just turning on the jets a little bit there. Another warning at the front of the field. Has a look, stops the watch down there to Shuttlesworth. Gets his lap times. Behind him there, Halacia. So at the front, it's Martin. Slowed up a little bit here. Kieran Smith now. Only a matter of 5 to 10 metres behind the New South Welshman. So Martin and Smith. It's been a formidable duo throughout this 3,000 metre event. And they're going to go do battle to the line. So the leader of the under-13 and under-14 3,000 metre race walking championship of Australia, well, they now get eye to eye. So they've been separated for most of this 3,000 metre event. But 200 metres to go, they'll go toe for toe. So it's Kieran Smith leaving absolutely nothing to chance the Western Australian. He was the hunted, became the hunter, and he's caught his prey at the front of the race here. So Smith leading out from Martin. 200 metres to go now for Shuttlesworth. Behind him there, Halacia as well. So the two Victorians will do battle too, but coming into the home straight, it's Kieran Smith. He's been so strong out here, the young man. Looked very smooth indeed as Smith. So Kieran Smith behind him there, Callum Martin. It's always been between these two. Kieran Smith takes a look left, a look right. He puts his head down and he will be the first to go across the line. Kieran Smith of Western Australia, Callum Martin of New South Wales. And look at this barnstorming finish down the home straight. It's the Victorian, Alicia. He's done well here. Behind him there, Shuttleworth, been brave. He's silver medalist unofficially here. We'll wait for the judges to make their rulings. So we now wait for our bronze medalists to come down to the line. But Kieran Smith, Callum Martin went at it across the 7.5 lap event. So now see our New South Wales athletes come here with 100 metres to go. And they'll end their national championship campaign. So coming down, Tyler Cousins. Just getting up on the shoulder there of Brindle of New South Wales. So the two New South Welshmen, under 13 and under 14, bronze medalists unofficially here. They'll come down and finish out their championships. Great performance of walking all the way through the line. There's Queensland's Lockie Moore. Been a great effort from the young man. He'll come down and greet the line. So unofficially sits in that 4th position. Does more. In the men's under 13 event. So the rest of our competitors continue to make their way around the track. So we have to wait for the judges, obviously. There are a few warnings and a few cautions thrown out there. And if that's your first time watching the race walk, you've got to have one foot on the ground at all times and a straight leg underneath you as you walk. So there's certainly plenty of warnings and cautions that get thrown out. It's not until after the event, a lot of the time, that they work it out and see who's got too many, who's legal, who's disqualified. So we hope for the athlete's sake that everybody gets through unscathed. As we see our women's javelin out there. Ooh, big throw in the women's javelin. So up next after this on the track will be the women's under 17 400 metre para event. Javelin out there in the middle of the track. So coming down now to finish it off, Orlando Follington of Western Australia. Behind him there, Reece Chandler of New South Wales. The Javelin women continue to go through their warm-ups. Good walk there from Michael Matheson. Getting the bell now, Hunter Siebenailer. So two Queenslanders still out on the track, finishing off their campaign here in the men's under 13 and under 14 3,000 metre race walking championship of Australia. Going through the warm-ups at the moment. See our women's javelin in the infield. Looks like our pole vault event has maybe just finished up there. See that they've taken the bar down. So the gold medal was already decided, you'll remember. It was almost just about how high could our competitor from the nation's capital jump. Just interested to see just how far she got. And plenty of celebrations down here. So this is the best part of the juniors, really. Just how much the parents, the coaches, the officials, everybody involved here really gets around it. These are the future champions of the sport. Whether or not they choose to go on, they're champions now. It's great to see. It's coming down here for the final time. It's our Queenslander in Lockie Moore. Sorry, Eli. Malin's down there, so Malin's gets it. Finishes off his campaign. It's Queensland's Eli Malins. Should be a PB for him as well, off the seed time. And Hunter Sabanela now to finish it off in the men's under 13 3,000 metre race walk. A bit of an injection of pace here for the young Queenslander. So he'll finish off his championships. He's going to be just around his seed time here, which could be his personal best. So 20:50 on the paper ahead of me. Is 20:40 on the clock now. So Sabanela, he might just go under. I think he will. Well done. Men's under 13 3,000 metre race walk is done. Sensational racing across the board. The women's 400 metre para event, as I mentioned, up next on the track. Javelin's still going through. It's Ryan out there, the Victorian. The unorthodox arm drop. Well, I shouldn't call it unorthodox. Kelsey Lee Barber, you see, two-time world champion. A star at the event. Mackenzie Little, though, it was that took out the Open Championship only a few weeks ago here in Brisbane. So still going through here in the warm-ups. Nick Wall looking like he doesn't want to get anywhere near where these javelins are going at the moment. And I don't blame him. It's always a scary event, the javelin. But just so hard technically. And as a distance runner back in the day, myself, I know what you're thinking. Mitchell, how would you know what goes on in the javelin technically? A big shout out to my sister Chelsea if she's watching or listening. Used to be a former national champion at the javelin. Saw all the work that goes into it. So Nick Waldo now he's heard me spruik up about the javelin. He says, Mitch, can you just stop talking, Mitch, please? Let me take over here. Nick, what are you seeing down there?
Well, I'm not seeing the next Chelsea Dyer yet, but I think she's still the Girls Sport Victoria record holder, Year 12 javelin, which is pretty impressive. What I am seeing, though, is some interesting warm-ups, and the best throwers at the moment, I don't know whether it's the wind or not, but the left-arm throwers. The left-arm throwers at the moment are doing a great job out here in the warm-up for this women's javelin. It might be the swirly conditions, because it's actually a nightmare. I just was talking to the pole vaulters, and they ran, as you can tell, into the down the back straight, so with the direction of the track, which is obviously a tailwind for the back straight and a headwind for the front. But then when they got to those main heights there, and when we saw our gold medalists decided, it had become a headwind. So you can't pick it down here. I think it's going to play tricks with them all day. Our triple jumpers at the moment, maybe a bit more protection down the front straight as they're warming up at the moment. They have a bit more protection from the wind. But our javelin throwers, maybe it's going to be a left armer's paradise out there today, Mitch.
Well, it's interesting that. I wonder why the left arm is so much more benefited than the right. But, I mean, if you're a lefty right now and you're throwing the javelin, I'm sure you're having a great old time. So, you're right. The triple jumpers have a little bit more coverage down here. They're obviously right underneath the grandstand. So, you're left out to bare there in the javelin. You just got to take the elements for what they are. So, if they were already frustrating the pole vaulters, I'm not surprised that the javelin throwers are having a tough time. And if Chelsea does still have the record, that is very impressive. So, congratulations, Chelsea. You're always the athlete of the family. She's still got it. So, anyway, enough about the Dyer family. Let's get onto the start list here of the women's under 17 para 400 metres. And this is the National Championship of Australia. So have a read of it here. Obviously, this is a para event, so we do wait for everything to be accumulated after, the points, the percentages and everything like that. But out of lane number 1 from Queensland, it's Matilda Campling. Lane number 2 from Queensland, it's Mia Kurtzes. Lane number 3 from New South Wales, it is Charlize Colwell. Lane number 4 from Tasmania, it's Alice Smiley. Lane number 5 from New South Wales, it's Layla Sharp. Lane number 6 from Victoria, it's Kira Wright. Lane at number 7 from Western Australia, it's Reese Fryer. In lane number 8 from New South Wales, it's Abby Pete. And in lane number 9 from New South Wales, it's Coco Espy. So these will be your women contesting here in the under 17 400 metre para championship of Australia. Some great athletes in here. Wants to mention Layla Sharp, Kira Wright as well. And Mia Kurtzes. She's only 13 years of age, this young Mia Kurtzes from Queensland. So it'll be fantastic to watch her get out there. The rest are around a similar age bracket. Matilda Campling, just a year older there than Kurtzes. So around that 14 years of age in the under-17 event. So our para-athletes, again, just an element of Australian athletics that has been so successful over a long period of time and a recent period of time. They had a fantastic Olympic Games in Tokyo. So many gold medals and records were taken there. Obviously, the Opens will head to Paris in a few months' time, in July, in fact, for the World Para Championships there. We saw plenty of them on display 2 weeks ago. And as I mentioned, if you are new to the para events, who you see cross the line first doesn't indicate that they've won the national title. It may end up being that way, but based on points and percentages and different categories in the para events is how it's accumulated. So you'll see some out here will be in the wheelchair event, others will have other disabilities, and that's all accumulated at the end of the race as we scan across this field of elite women who will tackle the one-lapper. A lot of people argue one of the hardest events on the athletics track, the 400. Well, I mean, 400-metre runners will tell you that without asking. They'll actually just come up and introduce themselves and tell you that the 400 is the hardest event on the track. We're about to see it here. Now, women's under-17 400-metre championship para event of Australia being announced here at the athletics track. So these championships, 100th edition of the Australian Athletic Championships by Chemist Warehouse. Also proudly supported by the Queensland Government through tourism events, Brisbane City Council, Economic Development Agency, everything you could imagine. It's been organised here in Brisbane. So where else would you want to be? Plenty of people cashing in on those school holidays up here. Saw plenty of number plates, certainly not from Queensland. Saw some Victorian, South Australian, New South Wales. So done the Family Lampoon's holiday road vacation up to Queensland, I'm sure. Outside of these nationals, there'll be plenty of stories. But the one we're most interested in riding here is the women's under-17 para 400-metre championship of Australia. So we're away and racing here in the women's under-17 400-metre para championship of Australia. Keep your eyes peeled across the track. It's Layla Sharp of New South Wales, the first one to pick up the stagger. On the outside of her was Wright, and on the inside, Smiley. So these three will be the first ones to make their way up around the first 100 metres. Going well on the outside there as well is Pete, and so too Kurtzes on the inside from Queensland. So 200 metres into this under-17 event, out in front, it's Layla Sharp of New South Wales, looking so strong on the inside, starting to get moving now. Also is Colwell, and a little bit further inside from that is Campling. So 150 metres now separates the athletes from the finish line. The first one to get around there will still be Layla Sharp of New South Wales, looking really strong, a 66.7 to her name. So as she makes her way around the bend here, the next one to come into it is Colwell. Inside from Queensland will be Campling, and so too from Tasmania is Smiley. So 50 metres to go now separates Layla Sharp from the finish line in the under-17 event. Keep in mind 66.7 is her time to beat. So Sharp puts the head down, 65-66, just over. For the New South Wales athlete, Campling there comes down to the line strongly. So too does Smiley. Inside there is Colwell. So we now see Pryor and Pete on the outside there. It's Kira Wright too. As Coco Espy now makes her way down this home straight from New South Wales. So Espy, a 144 to her name here. Looking really strong in the under-17 para 400. And watch the clock here. It's under the 140 marker, so well done to Espy. And now it's Mia Kurtzes of Queensland with just about 140 metres to go there for the Queenslander. So plenty of handshakes down here at the finish line, some tired and sore bodies. But it's Mia Kurtzes of Queensland now, rounding it around at 2:42, her best time. 13 years of age here, Kurtzes. Makes it down with 100 metres to go. So 2:05 on the clock here for the Queenslander. Make plenty of noise for this under-17 400-metre para championship of Australia. Starts to get moving now, does Kurtzes. Starting to pump towards the finish line here. So Mia Kurtzes of Queensland, the under-17 event. Only 13 years of age here, the Queenslander. Will come down. 2:42 is the time next to her name. She will smash it out of the park here this afternoon. Mia Kurtzes of Queensland. 2:36 unofficially. And we'll wait for our judges to accumulate the points for the under-17 400-metre para championship of Australia. So, cracking racing there. I always find it really important to mention the fact that it does go to points at the end of this. Obviously, there's a variety of different categories inside the para events. Now, judges do a really good job of being able to calculate those percentages and figure out who the medalists are. A tough job to do, and they do it so well. So, up next, we saw the best of our men's under 14 and 13 3,000-metre walkers. Now it's time for our women. So they're going to go off together, the 13s and 14s. You can see the 13s on your screen here. Station number 1 from Queensland, it's Lily Barnett. Station number 2, also from Queensland, is Zoe Renton. Number 3 from Queensland is Lani Elwood. Number 4 from New South Wales is Gemma Dixon. Number 5 from New South Wales, Erin Cassilis. Number 6 is Tori D'Alessio of Western Australia. Number 7, Kiara Waterman of Queensland. Number 8, Havana Ali of Victoria. Ella Unez of Victoria, also out of 9. And New South Wales is Nikki Hurden is number 10. We see that pop up on the screen there. Did well to read that one very quickly. I hope the school teachers were impressed by that. Hey, we got it under 14 now. At a station number 11, it's about to pop up on your screen. I'm going to beat it to the punch. It's Ella Cosgrave of Queensland. Number 12 is Pippa Anderson of Queensland. Gillian Ryan of the nation's capital in number 13. Wonder Watch 1602 to her name. Macy Devine of Tasmania, number 14. Number 15 is going to be Alea Pike from Western Australia. Emma Hoskins, number 16 from New South Wales. Lily Horn of New South Wales, 1621, another one to watch here. Out of number 17, Sophie Polkinghorn. This is the one to watch from New South Wales. 14-1-1 next to her name, so watch out for that. Number 18 on the hip, New South Wales. Matilda Reach, number 19 from South Australia. Michaela McDonald, number 20 from Queensland. And Bethany Moore Kirkland, also of Queensland, and number 21. You can see them, they're spread out. So you'll see on the outside shoulder here, some of these women will be forced to walk all the way around 100 metres wide, and they'll have the cut in, I'm assuming. They don't have the cones out there, but they've left it up to them to be able to figure out, apparently. So our women's under 13, women's under 14. Now, the seat times they had in the last event, I don't know if they were quite right, because a lot of these men absolutely pantsed it. So unless they've been training very hard since their state championships, which could be the case, we'll have to wait and see how fast they can get out here. But the women's under 14 and under 13 championship of Australia, 3,000-metre race walking event, behind the line. And plenty in attendance here this afternoon. So I hope you're enjoying the spectacle wherever you're watching from around Australia. Big thanks to 7SEN, everybody involved here in getting this stream up and about. It was great to see athletics on the main show. So they'll actually go back to the one line now. So set them up on that outside line, but go on, no, we'll just whack you all in there in one spot. So watch out for a manic start because it's elbows out here. I know people think that athletics is a gentleman's and ladies' sport, but I'll tell you what, when you're on that start line and you've got 18 people around you, it's elbows out, every woman for themselves. So this under 13, under 14, 3,000-metre race walk event. These here are the future stars, the next Jemima Montags, next Beck Hendersons of Australia, right here on this start-finish line. Can you believe it? I can't. About to get underway. So we're off. 7.5 laps of race walking. And much like we saw in the men's, nobody will waste any time in getting out there and showing that they're the force to be reckoned with. So a few with similar times in this field, and they'll probably try and make their way to the front as quickly as possible and try and get towards the inside of lane number 1. You want to be walking any further than you need to in conditions like this. So our women make their way around. So we'll get a good look at who it is at the front of this field early. It's a Victorian on the outside there in the under-13 event. It's Uzan leading it out. Just on the inside there, who we mentioned was the inform athlete of the field, with Sophie Polkinghorn. Coming up next here is Gemma Dixon of New South Wales. Behind her, not too far away, Waterman, and the pack of walkers from there. So the group will sort themselves out early. But it's Ella Uzan of Victoria and Sophie Polkinghorn of New South Wales. They'll lead out either event. Uzan of the under-13, Polkinghorn of the under-14. And I have a feeling it'll be a ding-dong battle at the front of this race for a while in this 7.5 lap event. So watch the two out the front. They won't spot themselves too much room. They'll be looking to keep this as challenging as humanly possible, as the rest of the field gets a little bit of space now. So maybe the experience here of Polkinghorn showing, just does not want to give up that inside spot at all. Try and force Uzan ride as long as possible. They are in different events. Uzan leading the under-13 event and Polkinghorn leading the under-14. But as we saw in our men's event, doesn't matter about the age group, it just matters who gets to the line first. So watch these two now. Polkinghorn on the inside, Uzan on the outside. Get a good reader of the rest of this field now that they've started to spread themselves out just a little bit here. And they make their way down this home straight. So the first two not messing about. Keen to gap themselves as quickly as possible and have done just that. It's a 50-metre gap back to the rest of the field. We'll get a good look at them now. But out in front, it's Ella Uzan and Sophie Polkinghorn. So coming around there now is Gillian Ryan of the ACT. On the inside shoulder of her is Gemma Dixon. So Ryan and Dixon are going to be the ones to make up the chase here. But out in front, as we expected, it's Uzan and Polkinghorn, who are just going through the motions at the moment out in front of the field. So watch these two. So we mentioned anybody who wins an under-13 gold essentially sets a meet record here, given this is their first time of invitation. And for any of you who are getting sick of my voice and commentating this, well, guess what? They've got Nick Wall right here with me. So out in front, it is Uzan still leading it, and Polkinghorn not far away either. 14.11 for Polkinghorn, 13.45 for Uzan. So these two, the class competitors of the field, and they're really showing themselves here at the moment. So that 50-metre gap now starting to stretch out, 70, 80. Still leading behind there is Gillian Ryan of the ACT. So the rest of the field makes their way around the bend. But leading it out here, leading nothing to doubt, Ella Uzan, Sophie Polkinghorn. Polkinghorn just refusing to give up that inside rail. Uzan with the faster time, splits the watch. That'll be on Strava later tonight. You can guarantee that in any distance event. Uzan, Polkinghorn, a little way away here. Behind there nicely is Gillian Ryan. And now, we're not over the PA. I'll introduce Nick Wall up in the commentary box. Good to have you up here, Nick.
It's It's a bit cooler up here.
I was about to say that.
The long sleeve was good to keep the sun off me, but a little bit warm down there in the amazing Puma Australian Junior Athletics Championships long sleeve. Interesting down there, Mitch. Under 13s, first time we've had this event. And look at the field. The numbers are huge.
Yeah,
but 10 walkers here.
Field.
10 athletes, 21 in total. I'm not sure they're going to be close to those personal best seed times today because it is, as I said, I've talked about the wind down there, but it's just so much more blustery than you could believe. It's the pole vault coaches. You can see Steve Kane on the back straight there in those lovely fluorescent yellow colours trying to get the pole vault warmed up. They can't work out which way it's going. So the flags have changed. It blew the scoreboard over a minute ago.
Jeepers.
It's real surprising.
It's a hard one to read. I mean, that's a frustrating thing in field events, isn't it? Gauging that wind. But one place that's not an issue at the moment is the race walk. And Uzen went out and got a drink, saw a moment, said, yep, I'll rehydrate and load up for the back end of this 3,000 metre event. So Uzen, well, has not spent a second on the inside of lane number 1. That's been all Polkinghorne of New South Wales. And they'll come around some of our athletes here. So these two on a mission at the moment. New South Wales and Victoria.
It's probably a competition we feel like we're going to see a lot this weekend, isn't it? The two blues going head to head. At the moment, every time they go in those lap runners, the New South Wales athletes just make sure she gets that rail on the inside there and does a really good job of it. Interesting you talk about the drink station there, Mitch. If you go all the way out to that drink station, it's out in lane 6. So you got to make a little bit of extra. You got to make a little bit of extra ground out there to get to it.
That's pretty wide out, isn't it? Lane number 6. That's leaving them a fair bit of room. As we see here, mentioned it a few times now, Uzen just looking like she wants to edge forward just a little bit, maybe to get to that rail, but Polkinghorne says no. No time for you on the inside of the track. So Polkinghorne keeping Uzen out. Again, these are the two gold medalists in the 13s and 14s events respectively. So what they're racing at the moment is being the first, not even each other necessarily in this event. It's ACT competitor Gillian Ryan in second position there for the under 14s. We'll get a read on the rest of the field as they make their way through. You'll see on your screens the Javelin going ahead as well. So plenty happening out here, plenty of support. The atmosphere here is quite loud. So many parents and coaches and officials and everybody like that getting on board.
And the small states, Mitch, they're doing a great job, particularly out in the field, South Australia, Tasmania. I know there used to be a small states award at the All Schools Championships, but here, I tell you what, they're batting well above their population numbers and putting on a great contest for us. So
Tasmanian junior athletics just seems to be going strength to strength, doesn't it?
Susan Andrews went back to the home state a few years ago and has done some amazing things down there, certainly with the distance runners. But it seems to have fed through now with athletes across the board there from Tasmania, really putting their best foot forward. As we see our walkers come down the home straight again, Mitch, it's just ticked over 8 minutes. There's going to be 3 laps to go. And I tell you what, their PBs are not too far away from within reach here at the moment, because with these two going shoulder to shoulder, it's going to be a very absolute ding-dong battle over the last 1,200 metres.
Certainly will be. Polkinghorne, we've mentioned, just had prime real estate on the rail there. It's Uzen on the outside, so the personal best is certainly under threat here for these two, and had the benefit of being able to walk with each other, which is so important. Get that rhythm, get the cadence, be able to find yourself in a comfortable position or as best you can. As Polkinghorne now, who just maybe wants to make a little bit of a move around this bend, knows that she's got the inside and can force a little bit of the hand there from Uzen, but it's a very, very momentary push forward. Is Uzen quick to respond here?
Polkinghorne's got right now got 1,100 metres left, and the way Uzen's been walking, she's got about 1,109 metres left, as she just sits a little bit wider on Polkinghorne that whole way. There you go. It's been shoulder to shoulder perfectly as the great man Tim O'Shaughnessy walks past here in the commentary box. Distance coach extraordinary to the stars. His dulcet tones of his son here on the PA all week. It's been terrific to hear up the top there. But the walk, though, it's going to be 1K to go. We're going to tick over 9 minutes 20 with 1K to go. So you do the maths. I'm going to say they are in PB shape here, Mitch.
They will be. They're right around that PB shape from quick maths.
Just under 14 minutes. So definitely PB shape for Polkinghorne. Uzen might be just outside hers.
Yeah, so Polkinghorne just over that 14-minute marker, I believe, at 14:02 to her name. So
14:11.
Right around it. There you go, 14:11. So I gave her too much time there. So Polkinghorne on the inside. Done it beautifully. You couldn't have got a better tactical race here than what we've seen from Polkinghorne in the under-14 event. Uzen being forced to work. But as we mentioned, she's the fastest in the field. So if there was anybody who's going to be prepared to work, it would have been her. And the Victorian just hasn't been shaken. There's something to be said about that as well. When you do get forced wide in a long-distance event, particularly walking, where it's a little bit harder because you've got to focus on your form, you've got to focus on technique, you've got to focus on not getting cautions and everything like that. To be able to navigate your way around these back markers as well is ultra impressive from these two. So walking well above their years at the moment. And Uzun, maybe just a little bit poking horn every time I say that, though.
She really wanted to split there, didn't she? But she spent a bit of time making sure that she got the split on that lap.
Quick on the watch.
So maybe she had a plan. 800 to go. Maybe Uzun said, that's my time. So she hit the watch. She picked it up. She hasn't let Polkinghorne go yet. And as we sit with 750 metres remaining, these two, it's been an amazing battle for our walkers.
Oh, it's been great. And it's always interesting in the walk because you think, am I going to have a sprint finish, or do you risk getting your form out of whack? Do you have to think about how many sort of cards you might have had around the course? There's a lot of thought process goes into this final 700 metres. And as we say that, Uzun just has not given up an inch to Polkinghorne there.
The good thing about this one, Mitch, is these two girls are racing for times here. Yes, some pride on the line, but there are 2 gold medals. There's one for each of them. A bit like we saw in the boys' race earlier. The front 2 race walkers were in 2 different age groups. We saw the 14 boys finally come over the top there. The West Australian finished over the top there for the victory. Here, though, it's going to be a blue win. It's going to be a New South Wales or a Victorian win as they have 600 metres remaining.
Kieran Smith was ultra impressive. He got caught as well, Smith, and then managed to come back in the final 110 metres and come out over the top. So you're right, it's all about time here between these two. There's 2 gold medals up for grabs, and they've both got them at the moment. So Polkinghorne keeping out Uzun. It's a story as old as time at the moment. Polkinghorne on the inside, Uzun on the outside. Neither spotting each other an inch of room. Any moment that there is that somebody gets a metre forward, they get pegged a metre back. So 500 metres to go, second last time down this home straight. Polkinghorne and Uzun. At some point over the final 450 metres, there will be a move. It's a matter of who will make it.
Well, I'm going to call it now, Mitch, without a doubt here. It's going to be a close battle at the finish. I'm going to call it. It won't be far. It won't be a long win here.
I don't think anybody's going to be able to separate of any significance.
Have I really gone out on a limb there with that prediction?
No.
There we are. Uzun looks at the watch for the last time. 400 metres to go, 12:20. She says, how close can I get to that sub-14? I think it's going to be a battle as Polkinghorne makes the decisive move around the lap Queensland athletes for the first time and puts 2 or 3 metres on Uzun. So it's the under-14 athlete, the New South Wales athlete in Polkinghorne. Sophie Polkinghorne, 3 metres now it is. Ella Uzun from Victoria. Now it's gone to 5 metres with 300 metres remaining as the clock gets a little bit closer to 13 minutes. And again, those lap runners now helping put a bit of space here for Polkinghorne as Uzun comes back one more time, Mitch.
So Polkinghorne wanted to try and get rid of the Victorian early into this final lap, but she just bided her time now, gritted her teeth, and it might be Uzun's time to make a move. So Polkinghorne continues her way on the inside of the track there. Uzun on the outside, just about done it all on the outer perimeter of lane number 1. The hardest way to do it, but wouldn't have had it any other way, the Victorian. Polkinghorne goes once more. 3 metre gap has quickly become a 20 centimetre one, and they'll be in very familiar territory to one another at the moment here. The New South Wales athlete of Polkinghorne keeping out the Victorian of Uzun. As we've mentioned, they're both probably going home gold medalists pending what the judges have to say, but they've been battling it out nonetheless across these 7.5 laps. So Polkinghorne now just going to use the Queenslanders ahead of her. Forces Uzun a little bit wider here. The Victorian isn't done with yet though. Right on the outside shoulder here of Polkinghorne. So let it all the way here, Polkinghorne. She's leading out the women's under 14 event. The winner of the under 13s is Uzun, but it's pride thereafter here between the two. So the New South Welshman on the inside, Polkinghorne. Uzun lifts on the outside. Polkinghorne not done with yet. She said, I've had the inside for a reason, and this is it.
Oh, she's missed her PB by just tenths of a second, but it's a gold medal there. Sophie Polkinghorne, well done. Take a bow. Ellie Uzun as well, what a win. 2 gold medals. As we now come down the home straight for some of our other medalists. It's going to be interesting to see here, Mitch. We've lost track of some of our minor medalists here, but the race is on. There's still 4 medals to hand out here in these under 13 and 14 events.
So watch down here. They might even start to move out into lane number 2, depending who they're coming around. It was the nation's capital, Gillian Ryan, who was sitting there in second place in the under 14 event. She'll come into the home straight now. So Gillian Ryan, A 16:02 was attached to her name as a seed time, so well and truly under that if it is a personal best. So Gillian Ryan will come down here. Sensational walking from the young athlete from the ACT. And she'll claim that silver medal in the under-14 event here in the 3,000 metre race walk. So Gillian Ryan takes it, moves out into lane number 2. Sensational walking there. We'll get a good read on the rest of the competitors as they make their way down here and sort out the medals. Obviously all impending judges' discretion at the end of the race. This could be our silver medalist coming down here now for the under-13 event. We'll have a watch here and get that hit number as they come down. Could very well be Gemma Dixon of New South Wales. So Dixon in the blue, New South Wales athlete. That'll be a silver medalist for the under-13 event. So Dixon now salutes. She'll finish off her walking there. 16:52 was attached to her name before this. Now not long after the sub 16-minute marker. So at the top of the straight, looks like two might do battle here. We'll get a read on what's happening. As one starting to lift from behind now. So these two leaving nothing to chance. It is going to be Tori D'Asilio of Western Australia. She'll hold off a fast finishing Cassilis of New South Wales. So well done to the Western Australian under-13. Bronze medal. We saw Ella Cosgrave of Queensland as well finish off there. The Queenslander, the medal position, we believe. So the rest of our competitors come down now. Havana Ali of Victoria, just outside her personal best time for the Victorian. Plenty of athletes still out on the track here in the women's under-13 and under-14 3,000 metre race walk event.
Well called, Mitch. You certainly managed to add excitement for the full 7.5 laps there of that race walk, with plenty still going here looking for PBs. So as these walkers continue to finish off here, we've got plenty of javelin action on the infield. It's Robinson of South Australia there with her first throw. The next one to finish there, our Queenslander. Great to see the crowd still getting behind these race walkers. As you can tell now, the action really heading up here at Cusack this afternoon. Pole vault on the back straight. The javelin just firing up. Triple jump progressing. As our race walkers continue to finish in really tough conditions here to walk 3,000 metres for under 13 and 14 women. So O'Day, the next thrower here in the Javelin, the West Australian. She's put a good one out there. That's over the 35 metre mark. So in the warm-up, some of these ladies were throwing up around that 40 metre mark. We'll wait for it. Now, a signage board has blown over there again. So we've lost our official measurement. We've got Condon down the front straight here also in the triple jump. Queenslander. That left arm Victorian lets one go in the Javelin. Not her best attempt there. She'll go back. Try to work out what that wind is doing. As we get a white flag for Condon down the front straight in the triple jump. It's going to be just under the 11 metre mark. As Redden, the South Australian, the next to throw in the Javelin. So next final up is going to be our para under 17 men, 400 metres, so the one lap. A range of classifications are going to be coming up in that next race. That'll be followed then by a real exciting group of 100-metre finals. We've seen the tough endurance aspect of the race walks. It'll be the sprints next up. As Unama from South Australia now on the triple jump. Condon's last jump there was 10.75 in the second round. Anuma comes down now. So she's clean on the board, Anuma. Looks across there. It's going to be somewhere around that same mark, just under 11 metres. As the Victorian lets go in the Javelin. Our race walk is just finishing up now, that last 200 metres. It's been tough conditions for some of these girls. The Queenslanders, the locals, the last couple are to finish now. The crowd still getting behind them here, appropriately supporting them right through to the finish. Now it's Chance, the West Australian on the triple jump runway. Ooh, just closer to 40 metres now for the New South Wales jab thrower there, probably about 37, 38 metres as Chance goes back to the triple jump. So didn't quite hit the board there. It's going to be just over 10 metres for Chance, the West Australian. So 400 metres is going to be on the screen now. This is your start list for the men's 400 metre power under 17 event. Leopold Reeve, T37 athlete from Victoria. Cooper Rob Jackson, T38 from New South Wales. Archie Dixon of the ACT, another T38 athlete. Bailey Thompson, T64 athlete there from New South Wales. Adnan Dawichi for our T20 from New South Wales. Kai Davenport, Victoria, in lane 7, T20 athlete. And the Queenslander Hayden White, T38 in lane 8. So it'll be 7 starters. We saw the ladies go around before. We're still waiting for those final official results through after that classification. So you've got a whole range of classes here. Terrific to see the growth of para events in our recent years. These championships now so appropriately recognise the depth of talent here in Australia. Many of these young men undoubtedly inspired by the plethora of Australian track and field Paralympic stars that we've had in recent times, whatever classification it might have been. I was in Stall over the weekend, the Great Easter weekend. Saw the great Chad Paris up there. He was doing a bit of this job actually, a bit of work behind the microphone, doing a wonderful job. But he himself, of course, really set the world alight with the work he's doing as a para athlete. Of course, Canberra-based now with Maddie B, but spends all that great time with Irina Dovoskina. Of course, Seb's up there as well, another great Polish expat doing great things for para sport in Australia. So just getting the final block set out here. So a range here of T20, so our ID athletes in lane 6 and 7. Got our T64 there in lane 5. You'll see the heavy brace on that athlete there on the right leg. So leg affected athlete there, lower right leg. Then you've got the 37-38 athlete, often cerebral palsy or some form of muscular dysfunction there, those athletes. So various ranges. Obviously the 38 slightly less affected than our 37s. So ones to watch here, probably Cooper Rob Jackson here, the T38 athlete. He's the only one here that's gone on in sub 60 before. His main challenger might be the Queenslander here, Hayden White. Now that's just for line honours, of course. These boys are also going to be waiting for their classification rankings to come up and scaled against their specific classification. So hush goes over the crowd. It is a big crowd. Mitch has mentioned it's been growing. So they stand up. They're asked to stand up again. So the officials just checking. We've had the wind we talked about. Now creating some nightmares on the front straight. We've just lost one of our Athletics International signs, is blown onto the home straight. So again, Reeve, Rob Jackson, Dixon, Thompson, Dawichi, Davenport and White will wait. And they'll be back in the starters' hands. So from the inside, you've got Reeve, Rob Jackson, Dixon, Thompson, Dawich, Davenport and White. Cooper Rob Jackson is the New South Wales athlete. He's got the fastest seed time, and unsurprisingly, he's gone out the quickest of them, and he's going to be chasing out wide the Victorian there in Davenport, who's moving along very nicely at the moment. So Davenport, the Victorian, giving something for Cooper Rob Jackson to chase. So it's a T30 athlete there, T38 athlete there in Cooper Rob Jackson of New South Wales. He'll go through the 200 metres just in front at the moment of the ACT's Archie Dixon, and the Victorian with a good start out wide in Kai Davenport. He's now going to be joined in by that ACT athlete we mentioned there in Dixon. But coming down the front straight, Cooper Rob Jackson, the T38 athlete. He's the man from New South Wales. He's the one they're trying to catch. The race behind at the moment for line honours is going to be very willing. The Queenslander wide out wide's coming home late, but out in front, there's no doubt about who's going to be crossing the line in front. Cooper Rob Jackson, the T38 athlete from New South Wales, runs a personal best 58.87. The ACT athlete next through is Dixon with a terrific run. Hayden White wound up really well to come home strongly. Looked like the two Victorians through next there in Reeve and also Davenport. And rounding out that field, we've got both Bailey Thompson of New South Wales, and now we've missed that one there as well. It looks to be Adnam Darwich of New South Wales. But no doubt about our winner there. First across the line. We'll wait for the classification results. That's Cooper Rob Jackson, the T38 athlete from New South Wales, as Adnam Darwich of New South Wales rounds out the field in the men's under 17 400 metres para. So Mitch, great run there, personal best. Cooper Rob Jackson ran really well, 58.85, hadn't been under 59 seconds before, and just tipped underneath it.
He certainly ran like a man who's been under 59 seconds before, left nothing to chance through the first 200 metres particularly, and then just set up his bend so comfortably there. So the New South Welshman will be very pleased with that effort, you'd think.
Yeah, look, I was just saying before you got back up here, the depth of our para athletes now has just grown astronomically. So obviously it's pretty easy now, since those London Paralympics, where there's equal fame and equal recognition for all these athletes. And these guys here have got role models. I talked about Chad Perris, one at Stawell, who I spent some time with, but whether it's Evan O'Hanlon on the female side, you've had Isis Holt do amazing things. And it's not just the medal winners, it's now the depth of performance in Australia. Queensland's got a great array of them. Tarita Blake's doing amazing things both on and off the track here as a advocate for parasport. And it's gone from the days of it being unusual and it being about their disability to being about their ability, and to be about their ability. Yeah,
absolutely. So, Madison DeRazio as well is one that comes to mind. You know, absolute superstar. Jared Clifford, you could go on and on. So we'll have a break here as we approach the 100-metre finals. Nick Wall is very excited. He'll probably go get himself a dozen drink coffee, whatever it is that gets him up. But don't go anywhere. 100-metre finals right after this.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
So, Mitch, you mentioned the hundreds aren't far away, but meanwhile, the Javelin, we're starting to get a few 40-metre, over 40-metre throws here, which is terrific.
They're starting to really hurl that thing out there in the middle of the track.
I called the left-arm throwers before maybe having an advantage, but the wind's just done all sorts of things to that.
Oh, the wind is very inconsistent in here. Once it gets into, I was hearing from Matt Lynch a few weeks ago, who spends, well, just about has a room here at Cusack, but he was saying that once that wind gets in, it's got a mind of its own. You can never predict where it's going to go or what it's going to do. So Javelin throwers are really up against the elements out there in the middle of the track. High jump's still going away as well. I was saying this, and Nick, I don't know whether you caught much of the opens or my part of the opens for that matter, but high jump has quickly become one of my favourite spectacles. And my favourite athlete in Australia
is jumping Joel Baden.
No, it's Air Baden.
Oh, Air Baden. I knew you'd go with that.
It is Air Baden.
And you've been pretty fortunate. You've been there now a couple of times on the infield to see him clear those huge heights.
Well, I was going to say, and he's had such a stellar year as well, the likes of Joel Baden. So I've been very privileged to some world-class high jumping, but I just love the way they go about it technically as well. And as a taller guy, I really wish I had the hops,
well, I
don't have any of it.
Being a slightly different vintage to you, as you've mentioned multiple times today, thank you.
Yeah.
I grew up with Tim Forsyth as a teenager winning a bronze medal at the Barcelona Olympics.
There you go.
So, and he was the original Air Baden.
And how important... Wait, there's only one Air Baden.
He was the flying Forsyth.
That's a great... Was that actually what he was called?
No, I just made that up.
Oh,
but he was in an era we had flying Forsyth, and it was probably the last time that we had men and women jumping at that same standard. Yeah. We had Timmy Forsyth jumping 2 metres 36, which interestingly Joel Baden had a crack at recently, that Australian record.
2:37.
Yeah, so tried to break the record. Yeah. And we had Alison Inverarity then at 1:98, which has now been beaten incredibly by 2 female athletes.
Yeah, which is absolutely stellar. So we're in another vintage of high jumping in Australia. But right in front of us here, we could talk about that for hours. It's the men's under-14 100-metre national championship of Australia. This, I reckon, these younger age groups of the sprints finals are really where you see some muscles flexed all over social media, because these kids are the fastest that you'll see across the country. And here we are, Mitch. So it's an under-14 men's final, and the names are on your screen right now. You've got Kulan Parry of New South Wales in lane 2, Alexander Bissell of New South Wales in 3, Vince Figliano, the Queenslander, in 4, Marlon Andrews, Queensland, in 5, Jaden Torosky. Now, he's the one to watch here. The New South Welshman, the only man to go sub-12 in the heats. He's in lane 6. Dylan Manley of Queensland in 7. Max Yang, Queensland, in 8. And Ryan McNamara, New South Wales, in 9. I'm going to call this a State of Origin battle, because we've got 4 Queenslanders, 4 New South Wales athletes. No one else managed to crack this field. This is the battle of the best. I reckon Roger Fabry, the rugby league coach of the Stars, will be excited about the speed here of these New South Wales and Queensland athletes. Well, I'd say so. Todorowski, the one to watch there. You mentioned the only man to go under that 12-second marker, 11.83 as well. So didn't just dip under it. He absolutely cannonballed his way under the 12-second marker. He's going to be right in the middle of the track. He's Todorowski, sandwiched between the Queensland talent. So watch out for him. It's going to be a cracking men's under-14 100-metre championship of Australia.
So the fastest 13-year-old men in Australia get going. Todorowski unsurprisingly out quickly. Manly on his outside, the Queenslander. Todorowski's going to be clock watching. Behind him, though, it could be the Queenslanders in second, third and fourth. Todorowski 11.65. Puts the hand up. Waves to the crowd. Dylan Manley was second. Marlon Andrews third. We could have seen some others go sub-12 there. That's how quick Jaden Todorowski was, Mitch. We said he was impressive in the heats. He went 11.83. He's just gone 11.65. Who knows which way the wind's blowing? But your winner, no doubt about it, Jaden Todorowski, New South Wales, takes the victory in the State of Origin battle for New South Welshmen and 4 Queenslanders on the track.
It wasn't even a percentage of time he wasn't in front in that race, Todorowski. He got out like a bullet out of a gun and just extended away from there. So Jaden Todorowski, there's a name to watch for the future. Takes a look up into the crowd. Thumbs up to mum, dad, coach, whoever's watching. Jaden Todorowski, job done. Tick the box for the New South Welshman.
Yeah, very well done. And as you mentioned, Dylan Manley, Marlon Andrews gave him a good battle. They were fighting out for the silver and bronze there. We'll wait for officially to hear who took those minor medals as we go back down to momentarily down to the triple jump. Mitch, it's Condon again, 10.75. She was in round 2. We'll see what she can do here in the third round of the women's triple jump.
So even triple jumping, Nick, I feel like is making a really good resurgence in Australian athletics. I got caught up in the men's competition in the Opens, and it was just class.
The women as well. Stacey Tarima started the women's triple jump project. Stacey, yeah, Jai's brother, Stacey Tarima. It's the women's triple jump project. He wants to get women back on. We've never had an Olympic triple jumper, female, which is an incredible statistic. So
you're kidding?
No, so that's an event, and our national record. It's probably our weakest national record of all of our women's field events.
That's an amazing statistic.
Women in Australia have really picked up traditionally the technical events like the hammer throw and the pole vault when they came in later. Triple jump's just not one that we've really grasped. We've had some talent rise towards the top. Injuries, obviously, an event that takes a lot out of them.
But you think about the depth that we have in long jumping, though, and particularly now at the moment, obviously Brooke Bushkull leading it out, but we have so many women behind them there. You'd think that, maybe one of them would transition across that triple jump. I know it's a different discipline.
Different type of event, yeah.
I'm not disrespecting the triple jump at all, but I just mean in terms of once you've got that jumping pattern down, there's only elements that you have to add from there. I mean, we might have somebody drop in here who's starting to transition events from that long jump in Naranang maybe over the next few days, but could be possible. It's watching another triple jump event go. It's our women's under 14 100-metre championship of Australia on the line now, and this is as close. You blink your eyes, you're going to miss the times here. So I'll read them out to you as the names come up. Lane number 2, Angelica Batty from New South Wales. Lane number 3 from New South Wales, Caitlin Proberts. Lane number 4 from South Australia, Marley Walters. Lane number 5, New South Wales, Taylor Bryant. Lane number 6 from Western Australia, Amelia Reid. Lane number 7 from New South Wales, Sophie Dimitrov. New South Wales again, lane number 8, Ruth Ijika. And lane number 9 from New South Wales, it's Talia Tabone. And would you believe it, it's about 0.29 of a second separate these women through the heats. So bear with me on this call. In the middle of it, the fastest though, the Western Australian, Amelia Reid. So watch out for Reid on the outside, Dimitriov and Bryan on the inside. So Reid of Western Australia jumps well, starts to get into her running. Ajika on the outside from New South Wales starting to come at her. It's Reid from Western Australia though, starts to put the chest out. Watch the clock because she's your national champion. 12.28 from the Western Australian, unofficially. And it always belonged to Amelia Reid. She will be the national champion for the women's under 14 100 metres.
Marley Walters, I reckon, has got up there for second, Mitch. The South Australian, and it's been very close out wide between the New South Wales athletes, but I think Sophie Dimitrov might have just got it. She came home late. It was a tight battle in third. But look, great run there. No doubt about our winner, the flying West Australian, Amelia Reid.
So Reid's start, ultra impressive. It was a 12.39 through the heats. Try 12.27 unofficially for the final, so just got faster. A good gold there for Western Australia. Amelia Reid. These are the names to watch out for over the coming years, and Amelia Reid stamps her authority on the sprinting. So you see on the runway, we just had a good conversation about the triple jump. It's Miles of Queensland now staring down the barrel. Been quite a few, you mentioned the Queensland jumping, quite a few Queensland triple jumpers taking their turn down here.
As we said, the role model being set at the moment by Kyla Cuba in the open ranks. She's the one set, the trend setter at the moment in Queensland triple jumping for the ladies. as the official puts up the white flag, and that white flag seems to just be blowing now across. So for these 100-metre runners or the triple jumpers, you see them, it looks like it's coming from their left shoulder across. So shouldn't have effect on the finish times. Hopefully it doesn't blow them across their lanes here, Mitch, down the front straight. As it's the under 15 women preparing now to wander back to behind their blocks. It's a class field we have.
Well, it's a stellar field, this one. And again, like we just saw in the under 14s, blink your eyes and you separate 1 through 8. So these women will be ready to go here. Back-to-back women's 100s. In fact, back-to-back got coming up because the women's under 16 right after it as well. So the under 15 event, Wolsey, is going to be an absolute cracker here.
So our field here, we'll shortly get our start list to your screens. It's Alyssa McDonald of Queensland in lane 2. Aisha Shave of ACT in 3. Maya Tabor, New South Wales in 4. Matilda Harrison, New South Wales in 5. Ariella Sprague, Victoria in 6. Charlie Allen, the Queenslander in 7. West Australian Kate Philpott in 8. And Charlie Vincent of Queensland in 9. They're your starters here.
Well, I'm going to show my
in the
bias.
women's under 1,500 metres.
And I'm going to say Sprague takes it.
Sprague's the all-schools champion here. Allen, the defending under 14 champion from last year, Mitch. So good start. It was Charlie Allen with a flying start, the Queenslander. Sprague's got some work to do. The other Queenslander, Charlie Vincent, out wide. Vincent's in the mix, but it's the New South Wales athlete in Tabor. Tabor comes through the middle. 12.21 in the heat. She's gone 12.47 there to take the victory. Fantastic run there. It was a bullet-type start from Charlie Allen, the Queenslander. Vincent was right in it the whole way, but Naya Tabor of New South Wales, she's taken the victory. Her middle section from 30 metres to 60 metres was flying. Sprague just started leaning a little bit far forward. The medals is going to be decided. Oh, just Tabor from Vincent. And then the other New South Wales athlete, Matilda Harrison, I reckon, has got up for the bronze.
Great last 10 metres from Matilda Harrison, wasn't it? Just got over the top of Sprague.
It was. At one stage there, we had Allen and Sprague. I thought the two of them were going to take the gold and silver for Cornella. But Maya Tabor never panicked, came through, and they've upset the reigning all-schools champion and the winner from last year. And that's a maiden 100-metre title for Maya Tabor of New South Wales.
So Maya Tabor takes it out there in the women's under 15 100-metre championship. Up next is the women's under 16 100 metres. We'll wait for them to go through their warm-ups. Triple jump still going on, javelin still going on, high jump still going on, and pole vault also on that back straight. So plenty of athletics around. We'll take a look here at the final results of that race and have a look at the separation there.
I'm happy I called. I was a bit worried when I saw the replay for a minute there, Mitch.
Good from here.
Maya Tabor, Charlie
nailed
Vincent.
that one.
Vincent was to be out there running in lane 9 and to run second there is fantastic. Matilda Harrison. Sprague and Allen, they're class athletes. They'll come back better for that. The all-schools champion Sprague from Adelaide in December.
It was just Sprague's start. She just seemed to not slip out of the blocks. But
I think it also wasn't made not look as good because Allen was just so fast.
Yeah, she was very quick.
And she's always like that. She's a quick starter. But it's all about Tabor, our new national champion.
So new national champion crown there. And I'll tell you what, there are some fast women in this next one.
Well, Mitch, I'm going to leave you call this one, but Amaya Mearns is the one here I'm looking at, and Leroy O'Brien, the WA athlete's obviously pretty interesting. I'm also going to let you pronounce.
I think you've left me with, you know, quite possibly the hardest name in the weekend of athletics you'll see. So bear with me here at lane number 2 from South Australia. It's Osahiram Akimanoan, I'm going to go with.
Yeah, Akimanoan.
Yep, Akimanoan. Lane number 3 from Victoria, Grace Crow. Lane number 4 from Queensland, it's Hubel Philp. In lane number 5 from Queensland, it's Amaya Mearns. Lane number 6 from Western Australia, it's Leo O'Brien. Lane number 7 from New South Wales, it's Taman Lampert. Lane number 8 from Queensland, it's Lucy Dyson. And rounding it out in lane number 9, the Victorian Charlie Sullivan. And plenty of class in this field, Nick.
Yeah, you see here you've got Leo O'Brien, the gold medalist in this event last year. But you've also got Amaya Mearns, who won the All-Schools in Adelaide, Mitch. So Amaya Mearns, gold at the All Schools, and Leah O'Brien, the under-15 champion from last year. This is a really good lineup. Amaya Mearns was very strong in the heat, but so was Leah O'Brien. They both went sub 11.90.
So Mearns in the centre of the track. 4 from the outside. O'Brien, 4 from the inside. Mearns. Wrap your head around that one. So away, Mearns got the best one to the jump on the outside. Sullivan now, it's Mearns on the inside of her is Philp. So Philp leading it out. Mearns on the shoulder now. Philp still got it. One more O'Brien. Philp O'Brien, watch it.
O'Brien.
Jeez, I think Leah O'Brien's got it.
She's come late. She's come with 10 metres to spare. What a start by Philip. She was flying out. Philip there. Great start. Put the pressure on the field. Queensland teammate Mearns couldn't quite get to her, but O'Brien never panicked.
So Philp, ultra impressive through that first 60, 70 metres, but it was O'Brien who just got into the running. That final drive phase there, just gets over the top 5 minutes to go, and the dip there. 11.82 unofficially on the clock as well. So absolutely blistering from the Western Australian. Can't believe it almost. Have a look at her down there at the finish line. She's in shock that she managed to steal that one off Philp.
Should be proud of that one. She was
tough.
Composed. She was composed, what it was, Mitch. That second half of the race, you know, she's got the experience, though. She's the gold medalist last year. Halfway down the straight, she's gone, I might be in a chance for bronze here, but no, she recovered.
There's something to be said about, though, being the one getting hunted and still performing.
And interestingly there, it was Thubel Philp, who actually was the bronze medalist last year, who's pushed it up to silver.
There you go.
So she'll be happy with that.
So nearly snatched the gold there, did the Queenslander, but over the top was the Western Australian and just showed the class over the final 10 metres of that event. So up next, it's our men's under 15 100. And plenty of names in this one as well to keep an eye out for. We'll read them out as the list comes on the field.
This could be the results come to our screen now, Mitch. And Leah O'Brien, we called it correctly, 11.82. Philip, 11.86.
312.
Mearns, 11.96. As expected, they are that sort of athlete. And then Ackerman Ahonen, what a name, 12.22 there in 4th. Lamprey, we're going to see that name over the hurdles a fair bit this weekend. Her sister Jasmine is going to be looking for that under 18 youth Commonwealth Games team as well. 12.23, talented hurdling family. So, wow, Leah O'Brien, WA, getting the job done. We've already talked about it today, and they keep getting it done.
So a great win there for O'Brien. You see our men behind the blocks here. It's the under 15 100 metre championship of Australia, a full field. Lanes 2 to 9 occupied.
So Leonardo Serame of Queensland will be in lane 2. Lachlan Burns of New South Wales in 3. Jack Proudfoot of New South Wales in 4. Vincent Faulkner, Queensland in 5. Cooper Branca Tisano of Victoria in 6. Zolk Haider of Victoria in 7. Matthew Milias of Victoria in 8. And Paul Iogagi of WA in 9.
Hard one to call in.
Here you've got the Victorian Hayter here, who won this title last year in the under 14 title. Also goes around the 200 and the 400. Proudford was the silver medalist, and Branca Tisano was the bronze medalist in this last year. And Milas was actually 4th in this last year, the 400 metre man. And interestingly, Cooper went on to win gold at the All Schools in Adelaide. So they all know how to get on the podium.
It's going to be a tough one here. Good luck calling it. We'll leave that in the faithful hands of Nick Wall, under 15 100 metre championship of Australia on deck.
Proudford with a good start. Hayter now, the Victorian, gets going through 30 metres. So Hayter, the Victorian. Proudford coming at him. Can Hayter go back to back? Proudford's going to float the line, but Hayter's going to take the national title. Proudford comes through in 2nd. That's the same order as last year. Branca Tisiano, I reckon's got up for 3rd. It might be the same 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Gold, silver and bronze as the 2022 version of the championships when they're under 14, Mitch.
Well, Hayter, he certainly had his work cut out for him in the final 15 metres there. It was Jack Proudfoot leaving nothing to chance to New South Welshman on the inside. So as we watch the replay here in front of us, Zulk Hayter just really had to go to those arms late, and it is, it's close. I think Proudfoot, and I think you're right, Brent Castellano.
Milius, the other Victorian, is going to be very close in a photo finish there for 3rd. It's going to be very close with him and Cooper. It's going to be really tight there for that third bronze medal spot. But the same order, a little bit slower than last year. Interesting for Zolkada, which says the wind is doing some funny things down here. They went 11.71 last year. It was 11.80 there on the clock. But Zolkada, the Victorian, the man who goes over the 1, the 2 and the 4, 11.80 unofficial there. Proud for... Now results come to the screen, Mitch. I hope I've called this correctly because I've told the crowd here what's happened.
Well, that's on you, Nicholas.
Oh, I've got it. I've called it. Oh, it was Lachlan Burns. Well, apologies. It was Lachlan Burns in second. I've called the wrong name right through. It was the fast Lachlan Burns of New South Wales. So Zolkada 11.81, Burns 11.85, Branka Tassiano of Victoria 11.87, Matthew Milias 11.90, and Proudford, New South Wales in 11.95. So we've called the wrong New South Welshman down there. Apologies to you, both Lachlan and also Jack. But no doubt about it, winner, well, Zolkada of Victoria.
Takes it out again. Be very pleased, the young Victorian.
So Lachlan Burns backs up the silver from the All Schools with silver at the Australian Under-15 Junior Championships.
So Nick's kicking himself here that he's got that one wrong. I reckon, to be fair, I think I saw it the exact same way. So it's hard to see sometimes from up here, but our men's under-16 100 metres is up next. Have a look at the start list ahead of you here. Andreas Hampel of New South Wales out of lane number 2. William Hurt, Victoria, lane number 3. Wal Albino, New South Wales, lane number 4. Jonathan Cassiano from Queensland, lane number 5. Oliver Facer of New South Wales in lane number 6. Kalichi Ekwamadu of South Australia, I apologise, in lane number 7. Angus Dine in lane number 8 from Queensland, and Max Marshall in lane number 9 from New South Wales. Ekwamadu, the man to watch, 11.03. So we'll try and get underneath that 11-second marker, quite possibly for the very first time. As we'll see. Ekwamadu. Go at it here. So we're away, face to the best to jump. Cassiano on the inside of him, getting into the running. Here comes Ekwamadu, the South Australian though. So here he comes now from the city of Churches. He becomes the champion. 11.12 for Ekwamadu. Throw a blanket over silver and bronze for the moment. We'll wait for the official results. But one thing's for sure, the under-16 100 metre championship of Australia is going to South Australia. And Ekwamadu takes it home here.
There's the 2 New South Wales athletes there. Mitch are going to be fighting out. So it looks like lane 9.
Got flying Max Marshall, didn't he?
Yeah, and it'll be the other New South Wales athlete just on the inside there.
So Facer.
So they'll be the minor medals there, silver and bronze.
So he had a bit of work to do, didn't he, Ekwamadu? He left it probably till 50 metres to go, till he really got into his running out of that drive phase, and does enough to become the champion. Probably would have wanted a faster time, 11.12, still impressive, but he's an 11-second calibre.
I think he'll take the national title at the moment. As I said, the wind, who knows what it's doing, so you'll be happy with a national title to your name and the gold medal. And the South Australians get another one.
Well, that's what it's all about, medals at the end of the day.
So Conlon here in the triple jump on the front straight. I think we've moved our way into the 4th round here.
See the Javelin still going on in the internal as well. So just so much athletics on here at the moment. Might have a brief pause in the track scheduling, so bear with us as we work out through the tree of paper we have ahead of us to see just in fact what we do have. But one thing's for sure, the nation's fastest juniors come and gone. Still some more hundreds later in the week. See the under-18s, certainly ones of note, as they're the ones fighting it out for that Youth Commonwealth Games selection. Only 17 will be selected, so while some might bear the time and may have that ahead of them. It'll be up to selectors' discretion to be able to find yourself on that trip for most, if not all, their first major trip on an Australian team. So we'll have to wait and see how that unfolds. As our javelin throw continues in the middle of the track.
So, Mitch, there's a bit of action to come ahead. What are you most looking forward to? Is it probably the
3,000s for me, yeah. Always of interest, under 15 and 16 men's and women. Obviously, okay, well, as I have a look at these start lists in front of me now, Nick, in our women's under 15 3,000, 30 competitors.
Mate, I'm going to ask you to make sure you call every single one of them through the line.
That is the biggest list of 3,000 metre competitors I have ever seen in my lifetime. So I know I said in the walk earlier that with 18 it'll be manic at the start. Well, try this one. 30 women.
It'll have the split start, obviously.
You have to. You could not. There wouldn't be enough room for them on the one line, surely.
Maybe they'll have a split time start. Maybe one of the groups will start a minute before the other group.
Yeah,
and catch them.
Just catch up. It'll make for an interesting race. And
look, now that the hundreds are done, though, I'm getting excited now for the relays to come tonight.
Yeah.
I've seen some great team managers out the back there getting their teams ready. You've got the main high performance man in Queensland, the local Matt Lynch, who's done great work with relay teams for a long time. And now the adopted Victorian, Tom Gamble, heading up the Victorian team, former Queenslander, good mate of Matt Lynch's, of course. They're going to go head-to-head in bragging rights for relay honours.
It's good to have Big Kenny as a part of Victoria. He's obviously a great asset to the Athletics Victoria team.
I saw he's stolen a Queenslander this week too, doing some massage.
Really?
I saw a very famous man down there, a 5-time Australian champion over 200 metres. Mitch, I'm going to test your trivia here. Queenslander, big man, 5 times. Surname is Hartman.
Yeah, it's about to literally say Hartman. He's right on the tip of my tongue.
He's there in a Victorian polo, so I'll take that.
Well, that's a great asset for Victoria. As we look at the results here.
We're talking about fast men. Here we go.
Look at that.
15-year-old.
Separation there.
11,
so joint
11.
bronze.
Well, wait to see if that's actually, if they can't separate it, Facer and Cassiano.
So if we're going off the results here,
Equimadu
joint bronze, but we'll obviously wait for that.
It does go down to thousands upstairs.
Yeah, so it could be separated here. You'd be unfortunate, but Facer and Cassiano currently sharing it. It's Equimadu, though, 11-11, so it got rounded down slightly. Maxi Marshall of New South Wales comes in with that silver, but really impressive, I said, from Equimadu over those final stages. Just took a little bit to get into his running, but
so
found it there.
And Albino there was the silver medalist at the All Schools. Marshall was the silver medalist last year in that event. So there's
staying consistent.
Still not the gold for them, but they're consistently in those finals, which is what's important. And the main thing, Mitch, we talk about these Australian Junior Athletics Championships is always about retention. We want to make sure these athletes are still here. It was 2 weeks ago this year, or a week and a half ago, the Open Championships. We want to see them returning. That's the most important thing we can have in this sport is junior athletes holding through and seeing out their careers, doing it right through the end of school and then making decisions. We know that this is the foundation sport for every other sport, and it's so important that we get more athletes like the young Queenslander who's just got over the pole vault in the back straight there, who's celebrating with a lot of excitement, that we keep them involved.
Absolutely, it's important to stay in it, and we'll just confirm quickly that is a shared bronze medal, so it couldn't even be separated on the thousandths of seconds, which is ultra impressive. So they've been confirmed as a shared bronze, and so as Nick said, it's really important to keep these young athletes in the sport. Obviously, the older you get, the more opportunities open up, and of course it's hard to compete against some of the majors, but hopefully they continue to have the love for the sport and develop from there. Hey, I'm going to leave Nick Wall up here to call these. Well, you wanted to task me with the 30 names, Nick. You've registered yourself. We have a bit of a break on the track as it is anyway. It's about, I believe, 30-odd minutes until our next track event. We'll wait for confirmation on that. But as we do, we will take a break here at the 100th edition of the Australian Junior Athletic Championships here in Brisbane, all brought to you by Chemist Warehouse. Don't go anywhere. Plenty of action after this.
it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse. We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
So Mitch is going to wander downstairs and give us some field updates. There's a bit of a half-hour delay here on the truck, but we've got Williams here at the moment in the high jump. $155, I believe the bar's at. There are 2 pits going, so the pit closest to us, it's on their 3rd attempt. I haven't got an update on the far side. That's unfortunately a miss there. DJ's doing good things up here in Queensland. The crowd getting aroused to a bit of Queen. Stevens with a miss there as well at 155. So we'll go back to the pole vault in the back straight. You can see what the wet wind is doing. See the flags flying around. It's our ACT competitor. Unfortunately, that's a miss there. So, the 100 metres. Some impressive finals there. The medals shared between WA, Queensland, New South Wales and South Australia. Great to see everywhere, all the states involved. So it's a series of misses, unfortunately, here in the high jump. I'm wondering whether that wind is a factor. It certainly would be a little bit off-putting as it swirls around. For those who haven't been here before, to the Great Cusack facility, it's a massive stadium, huge stadium. The wind, when it gets in here, sort of swirls around, so it's quite high. So a little bit protected on the front straight on those horizontal jumps. But certainly you're out in the elements once you're out there in the high jump and the pole vault. So Stevens goes back again. Will attempt, I believe, a 3rd attempt, and it won't be a clearance this time. So a couple of messages come in here. Happy for feedback as we go in the afternoon. I don't know what events are coming up on the schedule. Well, 3,000 metres for both men and women 15s and 16s coming up. The 200-metre hurdles finals for under 15 men and women. Our heptathletes, female heptathletes, move to the shot put. That's only an hour away. Our decathletes, under 17 and 18, so our 10-event men, not far away in the high jump. Because at the moment, that's the heptathlon under 17 and 18 women's that we've been watching with the bar at 155. We have men's pole vault under 16 just get started at 4 o'clock. Our youngest javelin throwers will get going later on this afternoon. Unfortunately, that's exit of the competition there for Stevens of Queensland. Rind from, I reckon that's the Kiwi there, Tararunga. Getting herself set for the high jump in heptathlon. So Mitch is making his way down to the high jump for us to give us some exact updates there. As he said, with the bar is at 155, but we're waiting to see how those heptathletes are travelling. New Zealand on your screen now. It's a nice first time clearance. So Rind, the Kiwi, nice colours, that club colours there. We go back to the pole vault in the back straight. The youngest of our Victorians up and over. Now the Tasmanian wing on the runway in the high jump. Just clipped there with the calves. Didn't quite finish that jump. Got the main centre of mass over the bar without a problem. Just couldn't pull through quick enough. So Stewart's the next on the runway from New South Wales. So these girls have already been through their hurdles today. That's a miss on both mats, unfortunately. This is day one of a huge championships here. Of course, the Chemist Warehouse Australian Junior Athletics Championships. The best of the best in Australia. And there's Wing the Tasmanian goes over. Nice clearance there. That's some valuable points added to heptathlon total. So this, for those who've been following the series all summer, this is the final event of the Chemist Warehouse Summer Series. Historical year for Australian athletics. This is the 100th year. 100th edition of the Australian Track and Field Championships, proudly supported by the Queensland Government through Tourism and Events Queensland and the Brisbane City Council through Brisbane Economic Development Agency. Obviously, the Open and Under-20 Championships took place early this month here in Brisbane. And along with these Junior Athletics Championships, they'll determine the country's best athletes in more than 300 events. So as you wander around the stadium, those that are here, you'll notice signs around the venue with a QR code for today's event guide. Pop that in your phone, you'll find start list results and much, much more. For those watching at home, do make sure at some stage you that you check out also the event merchandise available online. I know the lines and the queues have been massive up here. As we throw down to Mitch, at the high jump. Mitch, give us an update, please, that under 17-18 women's heptathlon.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. Well, the under-17s are currently going through the motion, so there's a red flag up here for Lily Stewart of New South Wales. So, unfortunately, used all of her time on the third attempt, so she won't get another crack at 158. That's done. It's over. So the official click on that red flag. Stewart, none too happy. Don't know if she realised the time penalty that was coming in there, but Wing got over on the third attempt, so they'll now move up. So watch this space. It'll be over that 160 marker, you would think. Not too many left in it in the under-17 event. It's, I believe it's the two Tasmanians. It's Wing and Charlie Ross going at it here, still jumping in the under-17 event. As you mentioned, there are two events on here. Under-18s still going on as well. Let's take a look at how they're going on the other mat. And plenty of jumping left in the legs out here. Currently around that 155, now out to 158 marker. It's Ella Batten of Western Australia. New Zealand is still jumping here as well. So plenty of jumping left ahead of us here. It's about to creep over 160. In fact, give it 161. So it's Ross and Wing from Tasmania. The Islanders still jumping down here.
Thanks, Mitch. It's great to get those live updates. And Ryan it is now on the far mat. Just clips it again. You mentioned the Tasmanian here at 161. First attempt. She did the same thing at the previous height. Just clipped it on that first attempt, but she'll come back better, no doubt. Mitch, another update, please, from Heptathlon.
Yeah, I've got you down here, Nick. Trust me, I'm all over it. I love the high jump. So it's Ross. Hasn't missed yet. So if she can get this on her first attempt, that'll be clear all the way through to 161 on the runway now. Just bounding into it. She's up. Oh, just clips it on the way through. So the first part of the form there was great. The back end of it, unfortunately, just fell apart on her. So it is Ross and now Batten, the Western Australian. So she's foregoed her third attempt, I believe, at 58, and she'll have one crack here at 61. So the Western Australian just going to go for some extra points. As we mentioned, this is obviously all a part of the heptathlon, so there's no gold medals handed out at any of the individual events. It all comes down to how the points are accumulated. The Western Australian Batten going to just go for it. Love that element of the high jump as the Western Australian hop steps her way into here. Here we go now. Up. Clear. Oh, so just with ease, the Western Australian, like the swan on her logo, just gracefully over the top there. So two Tasmanians and a Western Australian currently fighting it out. Sounds like the start of a bar joke.
Not sure it's the appropriate audience, Mitch, but that was a beautiful clearance there. And at the same time that was going on, we've got another West Australian just warming up in the Javelin here in the junior boys age groups. It's West Australians everywhere in those very easily identifiable black uniforms with the gold. As Wing just has a miss at her second, so she's going to be waiting for that second. I might get you to call these third attempts as they try to raise the bar even higher here, Mitch. I might stay down with you for the next couple of attempts.
Yep, stay with me here because there's plenty of women's high jumping ahead. It's Ross now. So the two Tasmanians are what remain in the under-17 event. Under-18, the only one is Batten. So she, in fact, has cleared on all of her first attempts. So here comes Ross. Oh, just clips again. So again, this is the first time that she's jumped past the first attempt. And it's at 161. So she'll now go to the third. So the two Tasmanians will duke it out. And if they're unable, that'll be it for the under-17 event for the women's heptathlon. And all eyes will just be focused on Batten, the Western Australian, in the under-18 event. So not many left here in the field. In the third attempts on deck, it's Wing, who will have her first attempt, or the first one to attempt the third round of jumping. Here's Wing. And Tasmanian, can she go clear? Does! So quickly off the mat before that pole comes down. And the Tasmanian is over. So the pressure now goes on. Oh, it's not a rule. It's a, little ass would teach me otherwise.
Mitch, you've really got the high jump excited down there. These are multi-event athletes are going to ask you back.
Nick, I just about announced the rule that doesn't exist. but it's Ross
That's okay.
going for her
I
third
called a
attempt now.
bronze
So
medal.
the
I called a
Tasmanian's up.
bronze medalist before that wasn't bronze.
Ross, clear!
Nice
Well, Nick,
clearance.
while you were prattling away, it's Ross over the top. Must be nice up in that commentary booth.
Terrific
Nick Wall
clearance,
just back
Mitch, and
against the wall.
We've just crossed back to the pole
But
vault here on our screen, so they obviously had enough of you down there.
We might have had enough of me, but you
164
can't
the
have
bar's
enough of
gonna
this
go to.
women's under 17 heptathlon high jump. Well, it's the two Tasmanians still going. So Button in the under 18 event, the Western Australian, and it's Ross and Wing who share, it looks like the same coach, went to the same corner, got the same advice, and they'll keep going. So these two in unison at the moment, the two Tasmanians, Wing and Ross. Clearance there at the pole vault I saw from the Queenslander. Coach loved it, double thumbs up, almost as good as the double Cobra celebration in football. But here's Wing. She'll be the first one to have a go at the 164. So Wing, the Tasmanian. Arch back, here we go. Underway in the running, up. Oof, just clips. So a quick shake of the head there for the Tasmanian. We'll go back and reassess, which we love about these field events is you get the opportunity to go and speak to your coaches and figure out what went wrong and where you can improve. It's Ross now. So Batten, the Western Australian under 18 competitor, will go last. Well, I just think that the lift of the jump was beautiful at the start. It just unfortunately a little bit flat.
She
Didn't quite get the arch needed. Here comes Batten. Oh, it just clips it as well. Yeah, she didn't quite jump high enough, Nick. And, you know, I know I'm new to these field events, but I think that's pretty important in the high jump by all accounts. So Batten next up in the under 18s. People who are tuning into 7+ right now are just getting an absolute textbook description of how the high jump works in its most fundamental way. So Batten, the under 18 competitor from Western Australia, in she comes. She's cleared them all with ease. Oh, it just flicks it on the heels on the way through. So had plenty of space, Nicholas. Had plenty of height to that jump. Just unfortunately clipped it with the heels. So she'll go again in round number 2.
Same thing down there, Mitch, we're experiencing before. That circular wind swirling around.
Yeah, it definitely is swirling. It's a really hard one to read. So it was very still when we first got out here. Now it's starting to pick up a little bit as Wing goes again. Clear! Oh, she can't believe it, the young Tasmanian.
Over. She's over.
So the coaches and the staff are very happy down here. So Wing gets over on her second attempt. Been leaving it to the third the last few jumps, so it gives her coaches a little bit of a reprieve. Says, no, I won't put you through too much pain. And now it's Ross. So can we get all 3 women across in the second attempt? The Tasmanian, the next to go. It's Charlie Ross. She's up. Oh, it just clips. So it's only, much like anything in the high jump, I assume, a game of inches at the moment for Ross. So she'll have one more crack at it. Batten, the Western Australian, only one left in the under 18. So all for points here.
And it's really important points, Mitch, too. 36 points it is when you go from 161 to 164. So 36 points to add to your total. And they're doing a great job
so
of
it all adds up. There's Batten up and over.
Over.
Oh, jeez.
Tipped it.
Nicholas, look up high jumping. You'll see Batten in there. That was just textbook.
So third attempt clearance at 164. As we said, that puts her up to 783 points in the high jump.
So we'll be the only one jumping as well here.
Ross is going to get one more attempt.
So Charlie Ross, the Tasmanian, here we go. Final attempt here. She's up and she clips. So her day's done here in the women's heptathlon high jump event. Good jumping from the Tasmanian nonetheless though from Ross. But she's out. And now there's only 2 that remain. And much that we saw in that race walk, 2 different events, 2 different age groups, one common goal, be the last one standing. So it's Wing in the under 17s from Tasmania and it's Batten from Western Australia in the under 18s. And Nick, this is a great spectacle to watch. Nothing on the track. And as Dave Culbert says, it comes down to field and track sometimes. So field well and truly on display here. They're going to set the bar. Have a look at the procedure of setting this bar as well. It is just centimetre perfect. Wait and see what this goes up to. So 164 still sitting on the board here ahead of us.
So Wing went 14.57 and scored 899 points to be the leader after the hurdles here, Mitch. So she's just going to be opening her lead up here in this under 17 heptathlon. That was her first attempt at 167.
That's a first attempt at 167 on the height there. Look, I'd say Button, just the way she's been jumping, should be able to clear this one. But you know, much like anything with these field events, it all comes down to technicality. So just watch as she picks up the speed closer to the mat. It's the last 3 to 4 steps where it really starts to come into it. So watch this here. 1, 2, 3, 4, up, over. Oh boy, that's high jumping. So I said this earlier in the stream, you know, these women will have pet events, niche events that they're particularly good at. And I have a feeling for Batten in the under-18 event, it's high jump. So she's clear here at 167. 2 more attempts go the way of Wing in the under-17 event. Up. Ooh, clips on the way through. So 1 more attempt here for the Tasmanian.
Chasing those extra 35 points. As I said, Wing just looking to extend her lead. So 899, she had a 37-point lead over Ava Stevens, the Queenslander, after one event, which was the hurdles. That's what her 14.57 converted to. And right now we talk about with some... If she can get over this one, she pushes her score up above 800 points here for the high jump as well.
Which would be super impressive. So men's under 16 javelin, men's under 15 triple jump also about to get underway. It's Wing, the Tasmanian, towards her last attempt here. 167 on the board, the Tasmanian now, up. Oh, clips. So great jumping nonetheless. Won't get that 800 points, but impressive.
Oh, super impressive, Mitch. Extends her lead in the competition. So she's going to be the one to catch it as we work our way through 2 events in the women's heptathlon.
So it's just Batten remaining. So just the under-18s out on track now, and there's plenty of noise at the pole vault, Nick. Might want to get a read on that. Young New South Welshman over the top. Crowd goes wild. It's a 3K event making its way out onto the track as well. So plenty happening here. It's like our youngest 3K competitors.
You might want to come back up and join us for these 3Ks.
Well, Nick, you know I'm a distance fan. I will come and join you. I just want to see if Batten can clear this, what looks like 170 on the board here in the high jump. So bear with me. I'm going to sacrifice my distance love for some high jump excellence down here. So Western Australian Batten, only one remaining, under 18 women's heptathlon. Could be a pet event. Just clips. So Nick, we'll keep an eye on it. I will come up to the top to commentate this 3,000 metre event. But ultra impressive high jumping here in the women's heptathlon.
Thanks, Mitch. Great to have updates down on the field. We'll try and give as many of those as we can across the weekend. So here's your start list for the under 15 3,000 metres. Finn Kane here, one of the men to watch from Victoria. Sebastian Crowe, Queensland. Joshua Baker of Victoria. Harrison Ferns, New South Wales. Troy Hunley, Queensland. Reece Kane, Victoria. Liam Courtney, WA. Cooper Bennett, WA. Luca Gigliotti, Queensland. So we go over the page there. Eddie Fransky, Victoria. Ewan Thompson, New South Wales. Alex Butler, Queensland. Kazadi Kadima, Victoria. Ethan Howard, New South Wales. Mitchell Korosek, Victoria. Tristan Kidd, South Australia. And Lewis O'Hare of WA. They're your 17 starters in this 3,000 metres under 15. It's a hot one. It's going to be a split start. And the fastest seed time here comes in, of course, Finn Kane with his 8:57. Certainly the favourite for this one. He was 12th in this event last year, of course. You can't run the 3,000 metres until under 15. He ran it last year, though, as a youngster. I see the other name, Reece Kane, this year doing the same thing as a 13-year-old. But Finn Kane here after 12th in this event last year, then bronze at the All Schools, also outside of his age group in Adelaide. Definitely the favourite here, the man with the seed time sub 9 minutes. So 8:57 is what he's going to be looking for. The rest of the field absolutely split by nothing at all. Only about 10 seconds between the rest of them. So does Finn Kane go out and set a pace for the rest to catch? Or does he race it like a championship and just win and run for that gold? We'll soon find out. Our men's under 15 3,000 metres. Final attempt, meanwhile, on the split screen there, we've got the WA heptathlete. So Batten going for that attempt. So as Batten just misses the high jump, here we go. So Finn Kane of Victoria, it is the man that we're going to be watching. Sebastian Croak of Queensland. Joshua Baker, Victoria. Harrison Ferns, New South Wales. Troy Hunley, Queensland. Reece Kane of Victoria. Liam Courtney, WA. Cooper Bennett, WA. Luca Gigliotti of Queensland. Eddie Fransky of Victoria. Ewan Thompson, New South Wales. Alex Butler of Queensland. Kazadi Kadima of Victoria. Ethan Howard, New South Wales. Mitchell Korosek of Victoria. Tristan Kidd, South Australia. And Lewis O'Hare of WA. And it's the man we talked about pre-race. He's the only man that ran in this race last year. He ran it as a 13-year-old, Finn Kane. He's the bronze medalist from the All Schools in Adelaide. Last year he was 12th. I think he's going to be finished a lot higher today, Mitch. 8:57 is his personal best, and that's Finn Kane piloting the field through. And I'll wait to check a hip number, but I reckon that's Luca Gigliotti of Queensland chasing him, with the young Victorian Eddie Fransky possibly third at the moment, as they go through their first lap in about 67 seconds. So I posed the question pre-race, would it be a sit and kick affair to win a championship, or is he going to go for broke here, Finn Kane, and just win this national title in the way that he knows he's got the fastest time? Gigliotti is in second at the moment. The undeniable tiny figure there of Fransky's next. The New South Welshman goes through there. I reckon that's Ethan Howard just moving past Fransky. One of the tall Victorians moving past next, also in Korosek. But Finn Kane is put on the line. Put on the line here. Mitch, we'll check out what he goes through 800 metres in, but he comes in with the fastest time, and Gigliotti is the only one that's at the moment looking like he's going to be a challenger. So after a 67 first lap, he's going to go 70. So 2:17 through 800 metres, and it's Finn Kane from Gigliotti, Howard, and then Fransky.
So Finn Kane, a class athlete. He's gone under that 9-minute marker before, and he wants to waste no time in trying to go underneath it again. So the Victorian will round it here, and will get his 1 kilometre split. As you mentioned, Nick left nothing to chance. Wasn't interested in the typical form of championship racing you can see here. He just wanted to get out there and go. He'll be just a touch over that 250 marker, maybe even about the 253 second marker. So 253.96 unofficially there. And as you mentioned, the Queenslander now, and Gigliotti just coming there in the second position. Not too far away from New South Wales as well. He's leading out this chase pack of medalists, or potential medalists, I should say, behind him. But one thing's for sure, it's Finn Kane out in front. He's just stretching away that lead as quickly as he can. It's Howard there sitting in the third position. Behind him there is Kadima. So too Thompson. Not far away is Korosek, and rounding it out there is Kane. Reese Kane, I should say. So don't get it confused. It's Finn Kane out in front. Reese Kane on the back of that pack there. And as we said, the man in second position, currently moving really comfortably, is Gigliotti. As the rest of the pack now tasked with the job to try and pick up the stagger. So Finn Kane leading it out. The rest of it could chop and change.
Yeah, so Mitch called that well. Kane, an impressive 2:52 through the first 1K. Do the maths on that. He's on track for something in the 8:30s, which is absolutely flying under 15 age group. Gigliotti's going to have some company here shortly, and the start of that company is going to be the tall figure there of Mitchell Korosek. So Korosek there. Moving up, it's also Kadima, the Victorian. So Kadima now makes his way up. So Kadima, the next through there is going to be this Korosek through. 14 there, Ethan Howard. And then number 11, Ewan Thompson, the New South Welshman. So Gigliotti, he's got the company now in Kadima. Mitchell Korosek, one of the small athletes there in that group. He's been joined by the two New South Welshmen, but Finn Kane's extended the lead out to nearly 80 metres down the back straight. Kadima wants to make it a Victorian 1-2. There's still a chance here. 3 Victorians in the top 4. No bias at all from the commentators up here. But at the moment, the big V shining brightly as Finn Kane leads through 1,700 metres.
So Finn Kane it is, we've mentioned. 1 can be the loneliest number, but it's certainly better than 2, and that's fighting behind him there for the medal. So Finn Kane, well, he's been by himself for pretty much the entirety of this 3,000 metre event. It's going to be very hard to catch him from here, you would think. Starting to come through is Kadima. So he was tasked with bridging the gap back to Gigliotti, and not only has he gone up to him, he's gone past him. So he's going to go right around him here, Kadima. Gigliotti now just tucking onto the back of him. It's a pack of 3 behind there. 2 New South Welshmen and a Victorian are going to go, hey, the medal's there. Can we just go and snatch it? Finn Kane still leaning it out there. Kadima, Gigliotti now just starting to get into the running is going to be Korosek. Not too far away either is Butler, or I shouldn't say Butler, it's Thompson, in fact, the New South Welshman. So Thompson creeps his way up there into the 5th position. Butler in front of him there. Gigliotti, Kadima, but out in front. One thing's for sure, he's been there the whole way, is Finn Kane, and he hasn't taken his foot off the gas even remotely. It's 5:54, so a little bit slower than what we saw there in kilometre number 1, but still underneath that personal best of 8:57 nonetheless. And also on the line, well, it's only a national gold. So Finn Kane leading it out there. Kadima not far away. Gigliotti still in 3rd position, but watch this pack behind them there. This is where it'll get really interesting over the final kilometre.
Mitch, it's going to get exciting. I love the way you build in these distance events. You did it at the Zatopek when you build with about 13 laps to go. But right now it's 2 laps to go for our best under 15 men in this 3,000 metres. 7.5 laps, and Finn Kane, the gap still sticks at about 90 metres. 6:33 he'll get with 800 to go. Now it's the tall figure of Kadima who's going to find himself by himself. What can he do? Can he run away from the chase pack? The New South Welshmans are the 2 putting up the chase on. That's also Thompson and also the young one there in Howard. And out wide, Korosek's now trying to make a move. Gigliotti, though, has been thereabouts the whole way. So our first competitor, Kane, is 80 metres. 30 metres there. The gap now currently is going to be Kadima back to the chase pack. The race for bronze is going to be really hot with 600 metres to go. And right now, Finn Kane leaves it at 90 metres as the chase pack for bronze gets a little bit more excited, Mitch.
So it's Finn Kane out in front. That's certainly not up for dispute. Kadima now just starts to gap in this medal for bronze. Well, it's very hard to tell because an A4 sheet of paper currently could split it from 3rd to 4th. So the Victorian going to put his head down and go to work. We'll see who follows him. In fact, the New South Welshman says, thanks for your time, I'll take it from here. So slots himself into that 3rd position. It's Kane coming down. He's easy to miss because he's been out in front for so long, but the Victorian has been phenomenal. So he's going to hear the sweet, sweet sound of the bell here, the young Victorian and Kane. It's a 7:48 on the clock, so he's still under that 9-minute marker. Kadima in 2nd. Might have his work come out for him in 3rd and 4th there. It's a New South Welshman and the Victorian. I think it's Korosek just going around the shoulder now. So on the inside, it's Thompson. And a lap to go, Nick. Plenty can happen.
So Right now down the back straight, the man with the pink spikes, you can see him. Finn Kane, gold medal's all his. The race for bronze has now become a race for silver because Kadima's been joined by both Thompson and also that is Korosek. So the two small figures, they get up to Kadima. They've got 300 to go down in front. Finn Kane's got 200. Can he go sub 9 minutes? Can he win the national title gun to tape, as you would say, Mitch? 150 metres to go for Finn Kane. He passes the steeplechase. The decathletes are warming up there right now. But down the straight, there's no doubt about your winner. Here he comes. Finn Kane, let's keep the noise going, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a great run. The man in the pink spikes, Finn Kane, he's watching the clock. It won't be sub 9 minutes today. He laid it on the line with a 2:53 first kilometre. I love the support there. Liam Courtney claps him across the line, the WA athlete who's been lapped. It's a 9:02 for Finn Kane. Thompson, Korosek. Korosek's on the outside. Thompson's on the inside. New South Wales, Victoria. The yellow spikes of Victoria won't be good enough on this occasion. Thompson's going to take it. That's a personal best of 9:19. It'll be 9:20 for Korosek. Huge run. Kadima next. Through comes Ethan Howard of New South Wales. Gigliotti, who was so brave early on. He's going to be a tick over 9:30. They'll continue to fold through here. That looks like Eddie Fransky coming through just behind Sebastian Croak. Behind them, you've also got Troy Hunley, who rounds it out there in really tough conditions. The next of the Victorians moves through there. That's Joshua Baker. Outside him, it's the South Australian. That's Tristan Kidd. The New South Wales athlete there in Harrison Ferns comes through. We're still inside 10 minutes in these conditions. Great running from these 13 and 14-year-old boys. Reece Kane comes through there. Got the pink spikes on like the other Kane, our gold medalist. The West Australian Lewis O'Hare, number 17, hip number gets through. We've got two coming down the straight. We'll keep that applause going. I love the way the WA boys applauded Finn Kane as he crossed the finish line when they had a lap to go. And we're going to keep the round of applause going for our WA finishers because it's a terrific job here. Cooper Bennett, a long way to come. The WA boys have travelled the furthest of everyone. And the next one through there is going to be Liam Courtney. But no doubt about your winner, under 15 men's 3,000 metres, Finn Kane. Well, Mitch, 2:53 first kilometre. Lay on the line, he didn't need to do that. He wanted to chase the time. He did everything he could.
No, you got to respect it, though. It's the hardest way to run a distance event. You've got to be either incredibly incredibly confident, or you just got to want to gap the field. I mean, the benefit that Finn Kane had was that he was the fastest in the field. So if they spotted him any room, he was going to make the most of it. And that's exactly what he did, the young Victorian. So a great gold medal for him. That silver and bronze, you couldn't decide it until the final 200 metres. Korosek and Thompson, they sat back for a while. And obviously they let Kadima go up and chase the Queenslander early. And they just went, you know what, maybe we'll just go over the top of both of you. And that's exactly what they did. So fantastic running there. From the under-15 event.
Not bad, Finn Kane. 12th in the event last year. 12th in the event last year. Gets himself a gold medal this year.
That's a great adjustment up there, isn't it?
Well, he was.
And it's not like he's the tallest in the field either. You know, he's still very much going to grow into his body.
So what have we got here now, Mitch? The under-16s.
Oh, have a go at this. 26 athletes.
The first name I see in the start list, we've talked about a bit of genetics this weekend. It's Luke Gorski.
Luke Gorski.
Of the son of Mark Gorski. So a Queenslander who back in Queensland now after making his trade down at Athletics Essendon for a long time in Victoria. He's a very good 1,500 metre runner, Mark Gorski. He's one of the better running shops ever in Melbourne, the running company down there.
Well, it's just got Melbourne on a chokehold, the running company. If you don't know the running company, you don't know running. So he's done very well. We'll get into this field. You can see the list ahead of you. We'll call them as they go. But I dare say the one to watch for Victoria, Bartley.
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
Well, I say this every time, and I hate to make his head bigger than it already is, but he gives me very young Luke Matthews vibes. Bart Leighton, bronze medalist at the Commonwealth Games in the 800, but watch his form and his charisma, and he's certainly got a bit of Luke Matthews about him.
He's an APS boy, another one. He's a
Scotch boy.
Scotch boy, the red colours rather than the St Kevin's colours of Luke Matthews, but it's a massive field. I'll let you call them away, Mitch, as they get going.
So we are away here, and the man that we mentioned, Bart Leeton, is going to waste no time. He's going to get there first. So he's got number 3 on his hip. It's Luke Gorski, Daniel Randell, Bart Leeton, Joel Harler, Araya Nada, Harrison Mikulski, Ben Van Rail, Toby Young, Barnaby, Lancaster Simper, Callum Settle, Kyle Mason, Alec Fransky, Jack Woodbury, Zach Milligan, William McNally, Kane Hajima, Ryan Cunningham, Millen Power, Isaac Satang, Oliver Barker, Max Luke, Matthew Stoner, Matthew McLaughlin, Angus Thomas, Luke Simon, Avery McDermott to round it out. But the man out in front, well, as we said, waste no time, Bart Leeton gets out there. The Tasmanian tucked in nicely behind him there as well, looking really smooth, is Jack Woodbury. 8:46 to his name. So the class of the field is going to make their way up the front of it very early. Bart Leeton, that national record is 8:25, set by none other. This is not a blast from the too long pass. Joshua Turley of the nation's capital. He just about ran everything, Josh Turley, back in his day. So have a look at this, Nick. They're willing to just about high-five the pole vaulters on their way up the back straight here to put themselves in a position.
62-second first lap, mate.
62. So this is what Bart Leeton actually does quite a bit. He'll put his foot on the gas very early. He'll say, all right, who wants to come with me? The only time I've seen Bart Leeton personally lose was in a 1500 in Victoria, and one man said, all right, I'll come right with you. And that is exactly what the Tasmanian is going to do.
So Fransky, we saw Fransky's brother go around the last one. He's the Victorian there that's on the heels at the moment of the Queenslander there, Zach Milligan. And then now the New South Welshman moves outside them as well, and that's Kyle Mason. Big tall Victorian now moving through as well there. That looks to be a McDermott, Avery McDermott, number 26. Geez, there's some big hip numbers here, Mitch. You've got to work themselves out. But there's no doubt about our leader at the moment, Bart Leeton, working very well at the front. Jack Woodbury, the Tasmanian you've already mentioned. And they've put themselves now about 15 metres on that chase group that we've said there is Milligan, the Queenslander. So it was a flying 62-second first lap. It's going to be a little bit more common sense through the second lap at 68 seconds, and they'll go through in 2:10. So our 1K split's going to be really interesting here. It's going to be something in the high 240s. And Bart Leeton, you've said it well. He's led a lot of races in Victoria from gun to tape. Woodbury, those decided, I don't get these sort of challenges much down the island. I'm pretty dominant down there. I'm going to take you on. And he is still on the heels of the young Victorian here, Bart Leeton, who is just taking every record in his stride in Melbourne as he runs the milers meets there in Victoria. So Woodbury, Milligan through next. Then it's the New South Welshman there. It is Kyle Mason just going to the outside there. Alec Fransky's next, McDermott we mentioned, and also Callum Settle is that next group with possibly there Matthew Stoner, one of the WA athletes there, just trailing through at the bell now. Past the bell with Oliver Barker, and rounding out our field, there is another one of our Victorians. There's so many of them here.
Angus Thomas,
Angus Thomas, 24. But out in front, Bart Leeton, I'll give you a split there as we go through. 3:17, so another 67. So he's gone 62, 68, 67, Mitch.
So Bart Leeton running with composure at the moment. He's a national champion already, so he'll exactly know what he's doing at the front of this race. It's the Tasmanian, you mentioned Woodbury. He might not have had too much pressure on him down in the island, but he was the one willing to go with Bart Leeton, who, as we mentioned, loves to get to the front of races and really just string out his competitors. Is a tough way to do it, but Bart Leeton wouldn't have it any other one. So it's Leeton leading it out, Woodbury behind him there. It's been really good running here from Kyle Mason of New South Wales, just trying to stretch them out as best he can. He was able to drop off the pack, but now just starting to get into the running and move around the outside shoulder is Callum Settle, the Victorian. So he'll slot himself into that bronze medal position. So it's a Victorian sandwich at the moment, and in the middle of it is the Tasmanian. So Jack Woodbury, he's back a little bit now from Bart Leeton, who's just extending away. Let's watch the clock. As you mentioned, he's gone 62, 68, 67. And I have a feeling that Bart Leeton will be slotting himself into a rhythm that can only be described as metronomic up the back straight. So it's Bart Leeton leading it out. Just got to hang tough here. There's the Tasmanian, Jack Woodbury. You never know what can happen. Still moving there nicely. He's going to be Callum Settle, and the rest of the field now, well, it's chopped and changed. And the fourth place getter at the moment is just starting to creep up the shoulder there of the Victorian. So Bart Leeton still leading it out. Woodbury there in second. But I wouldn't be surprised by the time we get to the start-finish line, we have a change in that bronze medal. So 71 for that lap. 4:28 they went through there through 1200. And you've got those pace group now. You've got Callum Settle, as you mentioned there. Kyle Mason working his way through really nicely. Matthew Stoner from WA also up in that group. You've got
26 there, who is Avery McDermott. 12 is Alec Fransky, who was a medalist actually at the All Schools. And then 14 there, you've got Zach Milligan, the Queenslander. So that's actually Matthew McLaughlin there, 23, making his way through there. I think we've confused that hip number. Apologies there, Mitch. So 23 it is, who's now moved his way into bronze really nicely. Matthew McLaughlin from New South Wales. He has a sub 9 minutes to his credit. So he's one of the men to watch here, and he's the one that's going to chase down Woodbury now. So as we get through here, it's going to be 1K to go for the man, Bart Leeton from Victoria. 8:32 is his personal best. He comes through here in 5:39. So 5:39 there. That's another 71-second lap. So we've gone 62, 68, 67 and 271s. Woodbury still, though, looking good. McLaughlin's the one we talked about, in the New South Welshman in third. And then that group that includes Settle, Mason, and also McDermott trying to make some ground. But Bart Leeton is going to get 2 laps to go. 800 metres remain. And this challenge has not dropped yet at all. The Tasmanian is throwing everything at him. Jack Woodbury, he's going to be joined soon by McLaughlin. And I think the race is still going to be on for Bart Leeton here. They come past us now. Terrific move from McLaughlin. Really moved his way up nicely. Settle has a look around. Sees what's coming for him. He's the Victorian. The tall figure of Mason goes through next. McDermott and also Fransky. But Woodbury down the back straight. He knows he's got 700 remaining. He's not just chasing Bart Leeton out in front. He's also making sure that he doesn't get caught by the New South Welshman that we've mentioned there, and that's Matthew McLaughlin, Mitch.
So coming up the back straight now, it's Bart Leeton. He separated himself early. He's done his best to keep that at a distance, but it's Woodbury now who's had a little bit of enough of being in the middle of it. He wants to try and creep up on Leeton as best he can. Still sitting in that third position is Matthew McLaughlin, almost sprung from that pack. He's an 8:53 runner, so he's only a matter of seconds behind the Tasmanian in times of personal best, but he sits a good 20 metres behind him here. So Bart Leeton, the Victorian, second last time coming up this home straight. It's Woodbury, the Tasmanian. He hasn't let that elastic band snap all that yet. Leeton has a look around his shoulder. He's got 1 lap to go. So don't be surprised if we see some magic here in the final 400. Bart Leeton going to have to go to his heart. Woodbury now starts to pump the arms. I have a feeling it might be too hard for Matthew McLaughlin, and this race might come down to just 2. So the Victorian up the back straight. Bart Leeton, gun to tape would be near impossible, but he wants to make it probable. Woodbury now, he's sat off him long enough. He starts to creep up the back straight. There's the Tasmanian. So moves out a little bit wide at the back of this field. They let the class through. Here he comes now, the Tasmanian. So Bart Leeton done so much of the work. 200 metres separates him from a national title. Woodbury now, it was 20 metres, it was 15, and now it's 10. So 130 metres to go now. Bart Leeton wants it. He's tried to do it from the start. Woodbury now, though. It's a never say die attitude. Bart Leeton, the Victorian. Woodbury, the Tasmanian, goes to the outside. It's Leeton. It's Woodbury. It's Leeton on the inside. But Woodbury says, how good is this? I'm the national champion. 8:32 for the Tasmanian. Leeton out on all fours. He was as tough as nails, but it was never say die. I'll take it out from Woodbury. And that is the lactic monster on his way. A great bronze medal there, 8:49 on the clock for the New South Welshman and McLaughlin. But wowee, he sat off him for 20 metres through 7.5 laps. And with 200 metres to go, he said, my time is now.
Incredible, Mitch. Absolutely great call. It matched the great racing. Leeton did everything. He'd seen Finn Kane, his Victorian teammate, doing the previous race. He tried to do the best he could there. Woodbury has flown home. He's run a 2:40 high last kilometre.
You'd love to know his last lap.
Oh,
that was flying.
Absolutely flew home, the Tasmanian. The field continues to come through now. Absolute credit to all, and we're still inside 9:30. We're still inside 9:30, and we've nearly had 20 finishes. So these boys have laid absolutely everything on the line. But hard not to celebrate and enjoy that victory there. He was the only Tasmanian in the field. There was 26 in the field. He was flying the flag for the Apple Isle. And your national champion, under 16 men, 3,000 metres, is going to be Jack Woodbury of Tasmania. As we have our final finishes now, just wrapping up as Bart Leeton
He's
finally
still not up.
scrapes himself off the
He's still
track.
not up, Bartlett. And we said that, obviously, it wasn't around the PA, but to you listening at home, the only time we've seen him beaten is somebody stays within range of him, right? And Woodbury's just bided his time. I thought he was shot, I'll be honest. I thought Bart Leeton had done enough. But the Tasmanian, it's a classic tale of do not give up. He saw his moment. He capitalised on his moment. And that last 50, I know it always looks at like, oh, of course he has a kick. They were both out on their feet. That was just the power of the mind. And the Tasmanian got it. Bart Leeton, the cameras aren't on him. He's still not off the track. He is absolutely left 100% and more out there, and that was just great 3K racing.
Yeah, there was a point there, Mitch, with 350 to go that Woodbury had one sneaky look over his shoulder. He's going, you know what? I'm not losing silver. So
just go for it. Yeah, lay it all out there.
McLaughlin had made a big move, and he was worried for a little. He was probably worried with about 1K to go that maybe it was going to be a battle for second, but nah, moved his way away.
Just impressive. And that is so hard to do as well, to will yourself in a position where you're already hurting to go, you know what? I'm going to chase that gold. That's exactly what the Tasmanian's done. So we saw some great Tasmanian high jumping down there in the Heptathlon. Well, Tasmanian distance running not too far away either. So sensational effort from the boys out there. Bart Leeton finally off the track, but still in the hands of the medics at the moment. Bart Leeton, as we have a look at the javelin throw going on here in the middle of the track. But while we do that, we'll head to a quick break, and afterwards we have some more events coming right your way. Don't go anywhere. This is the 100th edition of the Australian Junior Athletic Championships here in Brisbane.
We know it's important to stay hydrated, and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though, for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolyte part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolyte is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolyte range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
So we're back with Reynolds here at the triple jump, the West Australian. Long locks flowing. He's going to be looking for a clean jump. There's been a few issues on the board so far with fouls, but he's going to be clean through that one. Yep, all clear. That's what you want to see. Meanwhile, the javelin makes its way out over 40 metres. Sarah May's the next jumper in this competition from Queensland. So javelin and triple jump going simultaneously here. We'll try and give you as many updates as we can. Sarah May, look at him. He's just confused what this wind is doing. He's waiting for something nice to happen. Because as soon as you think it's with you, it seems to swirl around. You feel it in your face. That last attempt from Reynolds there was 11.84. Was his attempt in round 3. Sarah May here. Nice approach. Solid on the board. He'll get the white flag. Doesn't look wrapped with the jump. It's going to be Queenslanders back-to-back. You can see the Queensland singlet and the bib there just flying in the wind. .12.33, the round 3 attempt there for Sarah May in the triple jump. Mollenhauer. So Mollenhauer makes his approach in now. It'll be a lot shorter, that jump, because he's moved the board there. I reckon he's moved that board to the 9 metre mark. Sarah May was going off the 11, I feel. So a little bit confusing. The triple jumpers there obviously get the choice of where their boards, what boards they'd like to take off. Antonio getting ready next. That's 3 Queenslanders in a row here in the triple jump. As you can see, just next to them, our officials getting their hurdle set up on the track at the same time. 10.18. So 10.18 jump there in round number 3. Set the board back out to 11 metres. Antonio, that's a nice jump. That's going to be in those mid-12s. So ignore the measurements behind them. Those measurements have been set up for the 9 metre board, so you can see the markings on the blue sign. Meanwhile, and our under 16 3K results now coming to our screens. Jack Woodbury, 8:32.17, personal best. Bart Leeton, 8:33. Matthew McLaughlin, 8:45. Settle and Mason did both sneak under that 9-minute time, so impressive running from under 16 boys. Alec Fransky done himself proud there, the All Schools medalist in 6th. You see down that list, what an impressive list there. 16 athletes inside 9 minutes 30. And the field, full field of 24 inside 10 minutes. So massive fields here for our 3,000 metres. Great fields across all our events at this Australian Junior Athletics Championships. So we see our South Australian on the runway, again off the 9 metre board, so it's probably going to be just under 12 metres. We're going to go from the South Australians at triple jump to South Australians in the high jump decathlon. And up and over. And wait for that board to swing around to give us an idea of the height. But it's Philippou, the man we highlighted earlier in the shot put. Of course, brother of the Matthias Philippou. Gun St Kilda draft pick. Comes with a lot of confidence, does Matthias Philippou and his brother. Really positive attitude here as he takes on the under 17 decathlon. So 17s and 18s combined here, so they'll be split on the pits based on jumping height. So you can see the bar slightly higher on the pit closest to us. Triple jump action continues to heat up. 162nd attempt we are now in that men's decathlon for the high jump. You'd expect that bar to be pushing its way up to about 180 by the end of this competition, especially for the specialist high jumpers in the decathlon. Day one, it's a big day for these decathletes. And they started with the 100. Shot put, high jump, long jump. They finish with a 400. So 200 metre hurdles final on your screen now. It's under 15 final. It's event 68 in your program. Jemima Hood of Victoria is going to be in lane 2. Tilly McBain of Victoria in 3. Maya Hewitt, New South Wales in 4. Aisha Shave of the ACT in 5. Fastest qualifier for the final, Alyssa McDonald of Queensland in 6. Molly Raymond, New South Wales in 7. Jamison Harding, Victoria, lane 8. Angelina Burford, New South Wales in 9. Still setting up flight number 4 of these hurdles, so a bit of time left before we get them underway. The ladies wander back behind their blocks, but based on the heats, this is going to be a hotly contested final. Field only separated, entire field only separated here by 0.7 of a second over 200 metre hurdles, which is going to be an absolute nightmare for the callers, I feel. So New South Wales and Victoria each represented by 3 athletes. The Victorians in 2, 3 and 8. New South Wales here in 9, 7 and 4. But in the middle lanes, possibly the 2 favourites, or 2 of the favourites here, Shave and also McDonald. Shave the ACT, McDonald to Queensland. Could be the ones to watch. So another miss there at that 160 height in the men's decathlon high jump. The crowd here has just been announced. Well, our 200 metre hurdle final has just been announced to our crowd. Heats were this morning. They were about 7 hours ago. This is going to be a hot final. So from the inside again, you've got Hood, McBain, Hewitt, Shave, one of the ones to watch here from the ACT, McDonald, Raymond, Harding and Burford. It's going to be about having a clean race, good rhythm through. An explosive start, though, can put pressure on those on the outside. From the outside, you've got Burford, Harding, Raymond, McDonald, Shave, Hewitt, McBain and Hood. So it's the Queenslander McDonald that catches my eye earlier, and she's now being joined by Aisha Shave of the ACT. So Shave goes up to McDonald. Outside of them, you've got Raymond, Harding and Burford. But it's the ACT athlete, Shave. She's now being headed by the Queenslander. Shave, the stride pattern's holding strong through the line. Shave, it's going to be from the ACT. Queensland's going to take second. It'll be the New South Wales athlete in Raymond through for third. 28.99. They were close in the heats this morning. They went 29.48 there. But Aisha Shave of the ACT, 28.99 unofficial. She's taken the gold medal there. Alyssa McDonald challenged her a couple of times there. She'll get through for silver. And Molly Raymond of New South Wales, unofficially, is your bronze medalist in the women's under 15 200 metre hurdles. So up and over. The South Australian in the high jump in the decathlon. The bar continues to rise. So the men now just making their way back behind their blocks for the under 15 200 metre hurdles. If they can keep a clean race through like Aisha Shave did there after that good start she had, she put pressure on the Queen. The Queenslander was up on the outside early of the 3 outside runners, but Shave then really put the pressure on around the bend through flights 4 to 6. And once she hit the front, she wasn't going to be headed. So here we are now, men's 200 metre hurdles, under 15 final. Asher Chapman, New South Wales in 2. Max Wright, Victoria in 3. Evan Bainbridge, Victoria in 4. Connor Campbell, Queensland in 5. Thomas Purcell, Queensland in 6. Matthew Milius, Victoria in 7. Cameron Badger, New South Wales in 8. Zane Edwards, New South Wales in 9. To field in the under 15 men's 200 metre hurdles. Matthew Milias here, the fastest qualifier from the heats this morning with a 26.36. So plenty of action in the middle lanes. So a fast start here really can put pressure on these outside hurdlers. Even start away, possibly Milias on the outside, who was the fastest in the heats, and he's now taken the stagger out of Badger and Edwards very quickly. So Milias, he was in the 100-metre final earlier. Here he's in the 200-metre hurdles. The challenger looks to be Badger. Badger on his outside, the Queenslanders, Purcell, and also Campbell fighting for bronze. But Matthew Milias, he's strong over 400. He's fast over the 200-metre hurdles, and he's your national champion. Second through will be Badger. Third will be the Queenslander, Thomas Purcell, 25.61. Don't mind that. Thank you very much. It's a second fast than he ran in the heats this morning. Matthew Milias takes a gold medal under 15, 200-metre hurdles. Well, that was quick. He was good in the 100 metres, as we said earlier. He's a 400-metre medalist from the All Schools. Perfect mix. Can't wait to see him go over 400-metre hurdles in the future. He's only 14 though now. I shouldn't be pushing him up too early, Mitch. But look, there's going to be some big PBs behind him too. I love the way that Badger did not give up on that at all. He fought away. And Purcell was flying home. Purcell at one stage was under real pressure from Campbell.
It was a good Queensland 1-2 battle for that bronze medal.
For the bronze, yeah. Look, they were head-to-head, ding-donged out, battle down the straight. But he got there.
Well, here it is ahead of us. Let's have a look how close it was. So, no disputing, obviously, how far ahead
26.60 for Badger. That's a huge PB for Badger in second. Purcell and Campbell both in the 27s. They'll be very happy with that. And Zane Edwards, Bainbridge, Wright and Chapman all inside the 30 seconds. But no doubt about your winner, Matthew Milias, Victoria, 25.61. And we've got the wind gauge up there I've been looking for a little bit more, Mitch, minus 1.1. So depends which way it was going at that moment in time, but minus 1.1.
Nick, can I ask you a silly question? I've always been embarrassed to ask
this. For the 200 metres?
No, just in general. The wind gauge, plus minus. So minus...
Headwind.
Yes, that's what I thought.
So
okay.
a headwind. So
yeah, because it's subtracting.
So in the 200 metres, the wind gauge actually though measures for longer than it does in the 100. The big argument about the 200 metres is there's actually no wind gauge around the bend. So you could have this amazing tailwind around the bend,
and then whip into the straight,
and then it could still be over your shoulder assisting, but it might be under the under the 2 metres.
Okay, so you're talking in terms of times. That could be yeah. I got you.
So, right. Mitch, this is yours. I'm going to wander down the field. I'm going to call these 200-metre hurdles the down to 16s, and it's on the screen now.
Thank you, Nicholas. I appreciate that. Sensational. How good is it to have Nick Wall? Well, I guess you guys get to hear him. I've got to put up with him in the commentary box. But it's our women's under 16 200-metre hurdle national championship of Australia. Wants to watch in the middle lanes. It's Taman Lamperay and also Neve Jenkins. So they're two New South Wales athletes to watch, 28.69, 28.65, hard to separate. So Lamprey and Jenkins, they'll be in the middle of the track. So we're away. Jenkins the best to start from New South Wales. Lamprey now getting into her running over flight number 2, and she's starting to steam away the New South Welshman. So it's Lamprey now. Just starts to extend, coming around the bend. Jenkins on the outside. Wider than that from South Australia is James in the bronze medal position. But as they make their way down here, 3 flights of hurdles separate them at the moment. It's Jenkins, Lamprey out in front though. One more to clear. She's clear. Watch the clock. She's your national champion. 28.05. Sensational racing there from the New South Wales athlete. It was Jenkins on the outside for that silver medal. We'll wait for the bronze. But phenomenal racing there. She will be your national champion for the under-16 200-metre hurdle championship of Australia. So as we wait, Nick's gone down, we mentioned, to the field. Do some assessments down there. Give us some updates on what's going on. But what a performance that was from Lamprey. And I apologise, I'm assuming that's how it's pronounced. It seems like a French pronunciation to me. But Lamprey just dominated there. 28.69 was what we saw in the heats. I think she's gone even faster than that in the final. So undisputed national champion, that's for sure, from Lamprey. She'll take that one out. And that's another medal to the trophy cabinet for the New South Wales athlete. So well done to her. And next up is our men's under-16 200-metre hurdles. We'll wait for the results and the start list to come up here. But geez, throw a blanket across these lads because there's not a lot separating them at all. It's going through the motion. So this 200-metre hurdle event obviously is meant to be that bridging event to the 400-metre hurdles later on in their careers. Under 16 level, under 18, they'll step up to that 400-metre hurdles. Don't be surprised if these men and women are already having a crack over the one lapper. But here at the National Championships, it's only half a lap for them. Ones to watch here. New South Wales, Andreas Hampel. So some national medals to his name before. Jake Frost of Victoria, Mark Mavrakis, good sprinter. Sean Putra-Cecilio of Queensland as well. Cooper Acklam. It's about to come up on your screen here. So Mark Mavrakis from Victoria on the inside. Daniel Harlow from Queensland, lane number 3. Jake Frost, Victoria, lane number 4. Will de Graaf, lane number 5 from Queensland. Andreas Hampel, lane number 6 from New South Wales. Sean Putra-Cecilio from Queensland in lane number 7. It's Cooper Acklam of Victoria in lane number 8. And Ewan Barker of Western Australia out there in lane number 9. So he'll be the one being chased, the young Western Australian. 26.69 through the heats. And to put it into perspective, 26.40 was the fastest qualifying time. That's Andreas Hampel of New South Wales, the slowest, 27.09. So a matter of 0.6 seconds separate them from the heats. Let's just see how close that gets through the finals. So it is Mark Mavrakis on the inside. I'll call them out now so I don't have to do it during the race. It's Mavrakis, Harlow, Frost, de Graaf, Hampel, Putra-Cecilio, Acklam, Barker. 200-metre hurdle championship of Australia for the under-16 event. They'll get behind their blocks. We saw in the previous race, it's not necessarily the start that wins it, it's the bend. So watch these hurdles as they particularly round into the straight. They'll be crucial. So away, de Graaf jumped well, on the inside of him was Frost, the Victorian. They're all in a line, though, as they make their way around the bend. Blink and you'll miss it here. Starting to move there is going to be Hampel from New South Wales. Wider than that from Queensland is Putra-Cecilio. So Putra-Cecilio now on the outside. Just gets over the top of that hurdle. Internal of him there will be Harlow. Putra-Cecilio, though, still leading it out. Harlow, the Queenslander, on the inside. Oh, fumble. It's Harlow, though. Fumbles again. New South Wales. Oh, comes over the top there, kept his feet, did Hampel, and he'll be a national champion. 25.87. Unfortunate there for our Queenslanders. Take a fall and clip a hurdle, what could have been. But one thing's for sure, it's Andreas Hampel, your national champion in the men's under-16 200-metre hurdles. 25.87 unofficially as well. So just a big clip. Second last hurdle and a slight clip there for Harlow. He does enough to hold on. And out in lane number 8, Cooper Acklam comes through. Double cobras his way across the start-finish line. Don't see that often enough. Bring back the double cobra, I say. Cooper Acklam must play country footy. You only see that out there. So, great racing across the board. We'll turn our attention to the next event on the track. Have a slight break while they pack up the hurdles. As we said, Nick Wall, he's not what he used to be, but he does have some speed about him. He's somewhere roaming around the athletics track at the moment. We'll wait and see where Wolsey's at. It's the 100th edition of the Chemist Warehouse Australian Junior Athletic Championships. It's the final stop of the summer series, and if you are here, if you're joining us, make sure you get down to Puma. The van is parked underneath the main entrance. Go there, get yourself a hat, get yourself a jumper, get yourself a towel, whatever you want. Puma's got it. How do I know? Because Nick Wald bought half the shop. He's wearing it around here like a proud dad. So if you get your chance, head down there and go check out the Puma van. Do great stuff. So we have a look at the results here. We have men's under 16 200 metre hurdles. So keep in mind there are a few tumbles along the way. We have a look. So Andreas Hampel, 25.87. Daniel Harlow, 25.95. Now, given his clip to hurdle, that's quite impressive. 26.13 goes the way of Cooper Acklam, as I mentioned. So that's a PB for him. He was the slowest qualifier into the final. So he's done a great job to get a bronze medal there. Cooper Acklam, Jake Frost, the Victorian, came through. Mark Mavrakis was in that 5th position. Will de Graaf, Ewan Baker, and Sean Putra Sicilo. So close. Just second last hurdle. Just didn't just clip it. He unfortunately, well, just about put his soul through it. So he's done well to finish there. It's a commendable effort there for Putra Sicilo. We'll wait and see where Nick Wall is. I feel like I'm padding time here at the moment until we find, and sometimes you can see the sun reflect off his head. So if we're lucky, he'll stick out to us like a magnifying glass. But other times, we're not so fortunate. So we'll wait and see where we find him. They've set the cones out, so it must be another 3,000 metres on its way. And I have a feeling it might be the women's under 16. 1,500, or 3K, I should say, not 1,500. I'm sure they'd love for it to be a 1,500. But, alas, it is not. So let's have a gaze here. So under 15s will come first, and I believe this is a big, big field. Let me have a go here. Yeah, this is the one. So, bear with me on this one, because this is a 30-woman field. So 30 in that, and then in the women's under 16, it's 22. So 52 of the nation's best junior distance runners are going to hit the track in a moment, and I'm going to do my best to get all the names right. Will I succeed? Evidence would suggest no. So I do apologise to any family members who are watching on. If I don't happen to get names, last names correct, I apologise. I'll make sure I do better over the next 3 days. Just keep that in mind. We've got 3 more days of junior athletics ahead of us. Never seen QSAC busier than this, let me tell you. So, high jump underway down there. What else have we got? We've got the shot put, still the triple jump, the pole vault. So field events dominating at the moment. Plenty of focus on our field superstars. And I'll tell you what, I'm sure there's plenty of people who are very happy with the fact that the Nationals this year in Brisbane, with this sort of weather that it's dishing up, it's hard to not have a good time up in the Sunshine State. I'm sure plenty have made a holiday out of this event, which we absolutely love. It's a fresh resident to Queensland. I can say that this weather is pretty consistent. It's hard to be disappointed with. But an absolutely cracking start to the National Junior Championships up here at QSAC. So we do have a break on the track because we are waiting for our women's under 15 3,000. Tasmanian up over. Oh, not quite. I think I jinxed him there, unfortunately. There's Whittle. Or Whitwell, I should say, makes his way not over the bar, but into it. And so our under-18 events start to kick off tomorrow. These are the ones that we've been mentioning. Youth Commonwealth Games selection up for grabs. Now, there's only 17 spots. And I can tell you this, there's more than 17 people currently qualified. So national medals, higher placings, faster times have never been more important than they are across this weekend for our under-18 athletes. And it's a great lead-in event to other major nationals. So, I should say major events, apologies. to wear the green and gold as 33K steeplechase women make their way out. This is going to be pandemonium. A great sign for distance running in Australia. A great sort of tip of the hat to, I suppose, the depth of distance running and the reach that it has nowadays. But I certainly wouldn't want to get caught in the middle of this pack if I could avoid it. So while I've got the time here, I suppose I'll give you some names to watch. There's two that have gone under the 10-minute marker for this event. Addison Hooslip of Queensland and Eliza Lawton of New South Wales. Those are probably the two to look out for, but as we saw in the men's event, you never know what could happen. Hey, I've got Nick Wall. We found him. It wasn't the sun bouncing off his head. In fact, I've just been given the nod that he's ready to go. Nick, what have you got for us?
I've got Madison Witt just walking into the ring here in the under-18 heptathlon. She's currently the second best thrower in this competition with a throw of just over 11 metres. She was third in the high jump. So 11.07 in first round here. This is her third round. You've just seen live here. We'll wait for a result. Now she's chasing at the moment. We saw obviously Batten was the leader in the high jump. We saw you were so clearly called it earlier, Mitch. And behind that, you also got the New Zealander who's jumping very well and leading the shot put at the moment with 11.40. That's Saskia Rind. But just waiting for the distance for Madison Witt. Nothing better than a slight pause in the electronic measuring equipment as you're talking up Madison Witt's shot put.
Well, it looks pretty good, Nick. Hopefully they get that thing to work because it looks like a mighty throw.
It is 11.68, so she improves her distance. So nice improvement on round one. So that's her third throw there. It's Hollins now in the ring here in this under-18 shot put. And then after this, you're going to have the two high jump leaders there being Ella Batten and also Saskia Rind. So Batten was the big winner in the high jump, and Saskia Rind's been very consistent so far through the hurdles. And she was the leader with 11.40 in round one. Before that, 11.60 throw from the Queenslander Witt. But I'm going to go back to you, Mitch, and these 3,000 metres. I'm going to go in the back straight and give you a help with some of the numbers as they go through 400 metres.
You're too good to me, Nick. There's 30 of them out there, so I'm certain I'm going to need some help as they make their way around. The other thing, at least, to keep in mind, it's not a mixture of two events. This is just purely the women's under 15 3,000. So that means whatever the finishing position is the medals. We don't have to be concerned with who's finished where and what placing. 1, 2, 3 across the line. Gold, silver, and bronze. So I should probably wait until they get on the screen and get underway. But as I mentioned, just quickly, two to look out for Addison Hooslip. And also Eliza Lawton. So Queensland, New South Wales, respectively. Plenty of Queensland maroon out here this afternoon. A lovely Thursday in Brisbane. So we're off here. Let me read them out as they make their way around this home bend. Tom O'Shaughnessy going to do it for me in the grandstand, so let's go. Hip number 1, Emily Boyd of Queensland. So I'm just going to say from hip 1 to 8, it's all Queensland. Grace Campbell of Queensland, number 2. Gabrielle Cranon, number 3. Bridget Rose, hip number 4. Zelmari Van Loggerberg, hip number 5. Ava Knox, hip number 6. Grace Adams, hip number 7. Laura Bray, hip number 8. From Victoria, Grace Grafsmer, hip number 9. Now South Australia's Isla Faye, hip 10. Sienna Colosi, New South Wales, hip number 11. Matilda Johnson, Victoria, hip number 12. Addison Houslip, who we mentioned, Queensland, hip number 13. Claire Wright, Queensland, hip number 14. Ruby Callahan, Victoria, hip number 15. Elk Raywood, Queensland, hip number 16. Libby Mante, number 17 from Queensland. Poppy O'Brien, hip number 18 from New South Wales. From Queensland, it's Niani Malel in hip number 19. It's Ariana Violini Violini from Victoria, hip number 20. Eva Gavel from New South Wales, hip number 21. It's Abby Hegarty, number 22 from Queensland. Eliza Lawton, number 23 from New South Wales. Jessica Khan, number 24 from New South Wales. Layla Rigby, number 25 from New South Wales. Sienna Barr, number 26 from Queensland. Gemma Van Villas, number 27 from Queensland. Ivy Kim, number 28 from New South Wales. Alexandra Doggan, number 29 from Queensland. Amelia Farley from South Australia from in number 30. Got delirious just about there. Nick Wall, what have you got for me down there? I need a break.
Well, Mitch, through that first 400, the early pacemaker down there was Addison Hath of Queensland. Strong runner there. She's the sunglass runner from Queensland, who's sitting just in second at the moment. I reckon just in front of you there, you've got now Jessica Khan of New South Wales, moving along really well. And then there's a group here, a real chase pack here. Sienna Colossi is one of those leaders through, with also the tall figure there of Grace Grasma of Victoria. But they've gone for it here. Houslip, good triathlete as well here, Mitch, and she's the Queenslander in second, chasing the New South Wales. We've seen what's happened earlier with the Victorians trying to lead from gun to tape. Can a New South Wales athlete here set the pace out in front from the outset? And it's actually number 23, so it's actually Eliza Lawton. So it's Eliza Lawton who's the youngster in this field.
So Eliza Lawton, it is leading it out there. Addison Houslip behind her. You mentioned a great triathlete from Queensland, just going to sit in that second position. So Lawton, the fastest in the field. It's similar to what we saw earlier in the Bart Leighton situation from Victoria. Just going to go out there and make the running. Behind there is Houslip, not spotting any room. So as they make their way down here through the home straight, they will come through for the 1 kilometre marker. Be interesting to see what sort of time they're on. So leading it out is going to be Jessica, or I should say Eliza Lawton, apologies. Just starting to stretch it a little bit from Houslip as well. So very keen to put her foot on the gas and just see whether or not she can come with her. Keep in mind, the personal best here is 9:49. That is a 3:05 first kilometre. Put that in perspective, 9:15. So not wasting any time out here, trying to absolutely fly if she can. It's New South Wales now leading that chase pack. Get a little bit of a confirmation on what numbers that is coming past. There are 30 women in this field. Bunch of Queenslanders come through now. About to greet the start-finish line as well is going to be Ivy Kim of New South Wales. But up the back straight, it was 3:05 through the first kilometre.
And Gavel.
Doesn't want to waste any time here, does Eliza Lawton. She wants to try and gap it out. So Colossi and Gavel just sitting there in that secondary chase pack at the moment, looking really strong.
Khan.
And Khan now
Grasma.
too, just starting to push and go a little bit wider. So Grasma not far away either in that chase pack. That group of four going to work together. They can only slot into one bronze medal at the moment. But at the front of the race here, it is going to be Eliza Lawton. So it's still Houslip behind her there. Just starting to get a bit of a gap now is Lawton. And doing a really good job of staying in control. So it was 3:05 through that first kilometre, and will be interesting to see what sort of time it comes out with here. So 72 seconds will suggest that they're on that 3-minute K pace, which is a little bit further out than that. So it was 75 around that marker. Is it now just about to approach 75? So starting to gap out a little bit here. So great racing to kick it off here. It is still going to be Lawton leading it out. Houslip behind her there. Looking really comfortable in that bronze medal position at the moment. On the outside shoulder is Gavel. So these New South Wales athletes going to work well together. Grasma of Victoria just sitting there in the 5th position, but only a sneeze away from being in the bronze medal spot. Just got 2 New South Wales athletes in front of her there. Still leading it out though is Lawson. Grasma not too far away either. And this group of 4 just starting to dwindle back a little bit now. So as they start to break that up, it's all in the ambition to try and chase a medal. But at the moment, it is still all Eliza Lawton leading it out.
That's Khan is in 6th.
So Lawton it is.
Just dropping off the pack.
Leading it. Ahead now of Houslip. It's Khan starting to drop off this chase pack just a little bit there. So that chase pack was large. It's starting to dwindle away a little bit, sitting in that bronze medal position. The come down with 300 metres later. It'll be through 2 kilometres. So Gavel sitting in that 3rd position now, being very brave as the young New South Wales athlete. Just on that inside rail, it's very ambitious, the 2 New South Wales athletes to just work together, both in those fluorescent pink spikes. Undisputed at the front of the race, it's Eliza Lawton and so too Houslip. They haven't really been hindered all that much, but as I say that now, this group behind is going to start to really get into the works. It's Gavel on the outside there. Colossi there on the inside, and Grafsma sitting there right behind them. So New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland, and New South Wales. That's the way it is. New South Wales leading it out there in Lawson. It's still Houslip in second position, and this group behind there is just going to start working really well together. So Gravel now just stops being on the outside shoulder and says, all right, I'll take up the running on the rail there. No worries at all. Starts to stretch this group out behind her there. The bigger pack now comes through. We're going to get a really good indication here at 2 kilometres.
6:26,
We'll call that 6:26.5 unofficially on the clock there. So 6:26 through 2 kilometres. It's a personal best of 9:49, so probably around that marker given the drop off from 1 kilometre to 2 kilometres. Got a little bit of work to do here. Does Houslip, as this group behind is just working really well together like a peloton in cycling. Just wants to pick up distance inch by inch, lap by lap. They get a little bit closer. So leading it out there is still Lawson. Houslip with the sunglasses on wants to block it all out and just put the head down and stay in a middle position. The three behind there, well, they're not abreast anymore. They're one by one, spotting each other as much room as possible. So undisputed at the front. We've said that a few times. We'll say it again with 2 laps to go. It's going to be Lawson from New South Wales. Houslip of Queensland got the work cut out for her in second position now. It's Gavel there sitting in the bronze medal spot. Behind her there is Grafsma, and so too been sitting really nicely is Colossi. So Gravel there in the third position doing the work to pull Grafsma up to the silver medal spot of Houslip. It's Lawson just a mile up the track here. It's going to be a hard one to breach, but she's doing a phenomenal job and keeping her foot on that accelerator. So it's Lawson up the back straight, looking really comfortable. Houslip there, still sitting in the silver medal position. It's Gravel now just starting to creep up on the shoulder. So she's going to try and get away from Grafsma as much as she can, but it's still got a little bit of work to do in front of her. So Lawson leading it out. The big pack of women now start to come through here from New South Wales to Victoria to the ACT. All of Australia represented in this big bunch. So 500 metres to go for our race leader now. She's going to round the bend here. This will be her second last time up the home straight. She's been so strong here, Eliza Lawton, and she's just going to keep putting her foot on the accelerator. A changing of the guard there in the silver medal position. It's Eva Gavel now, who just stares down the barrel of a silver. It's now going to be left up to the work of Houslip to see if she can stay in the bronze, because Grafsma not far away. 8:26, ring-a-ding-ding, let's get it going. She hears the bell now. Sat in that gold medal position the whole way. Looks almost unassailable. Gravel now in the second position. It's Houslip in third. It's Grafsma in fourth. It's going to be a lot of work here to see if Colossi can bring it back, but nothing's impossible in a 3,000 metre event. So Gravel now starting to stretch away. Houslip on the inside. Grafsma mows around her. The Victorian slots into the bronze medal position. Up the back straight though, it's still all Eliza Lawton. She has been absolutely unhindered in this 3,000 metre event. A class performance from the New South Wales athlete. It's now going to be Gravel in silver, Grafsma in third, and I think Houslip might have snapped that elastic band in fourth position. So the New South Wales athlete and the Victorian are going to go 1-2 up the back here for the silver and bronze, but the gold medal, well, it's been decided since the second the gun was shot. It's going to be all Lawton. 100 metres to go to separate her from being our national champion. Starts to go to the arms and extend away. It's not just the national title on the line, it's a personal best as well. So here she comes now, Eliza Lawton. She's going to go just over that 9:40 marker. 9:49 to beat. Does it, champion? 9:42 there for Lawton. So impressive. Here comes Gravel. Done so much of the work to bring it back there early, and she's going to be rewarded with a silver medal. The New South Wales athlete takes a look on the outside shoulder. It's going to be Grafsma to challenge, but it's going to go to Gravel. There's your silver, and Grafsma the bronze. Tough racing across the board here in the women's under 15 3,000. Big round of applause here for Houslip. So much work done. Colossi now in fifth. 10-11, 10-12, so impressive racing there. As we now see Jessica Khan of New South Wales brave at the start of this race as well. We have a big pack of runners coming through now, so bear with me. There's 30 women in it. It's Vag Longenberg just coming down here for Queensland. South Australian Faye as well coming down. Look at this challenge from the Victorians. It's a battle of the home state there. More Victorians, more Queenslanders, more New South Wales athletes come down here. We'll call them out as we can get a read on the hip number. It's Grace Adams of Queensland now coming down to hit the line. A big finish there from Rose. Just comes around 1, 2 of them late. to pick up 2 extra spots here in the women's under 15 3,000 metres. 30 of the nation's best out on display here for 7.5 laps of grueling athletics. As our final 2 competitors come down now. Great racing here. So bring them home here in the women's under 15 3,000 metre national championship of Australia. And this will be the final competitor. Sensational racing here. A touch under 11:30, and that's it. So wonderful event taken out by Eliza Lawton. Never in dispute in the women's under 15 3,000 metres.
I don't know. I've sort of just been doing it as they start. Like, I've been saying it on the live stream, and then I've been saying it at the same time that Tom's saying it. Nick's been calling him. We've sort of both been calling him. But we're happy to not. The only reason we call him is so the live stream can hear it.
Yeah, no, if you're going to call it, we're going to put you to the bowl rather than...
Oh, sure. Yeah. I'm happy to do it. Yeah.
So, yeah. So
Yeah.
if I say, yes, you're going to do it, that's
Yeah. Once they start the race, I'll call them out.
okay.
Yeah, because there's so many. You can't really do it before they start. So I've just been going... Just for the, probably more for these distance events. The other, yeah, I was going to say the other ones. I'll do this one.
So we have a cleanup crew given the task after that 3,000 metre event.
3,000 metre event. Just a hard-fought performance out there. So for those of you in the stadium, if you like the look of the Puma kit that you've seen around here this afternoon, well, the Puma van is right under the main entrance here. It's got everything you could want in terms of merchandising. You can get hoodies, towels, hats, whatever you need, it's right there. So make sure you make your way down there and go check it out. Get there before Nick Wall takes it all for himself. He's a walking sponsorship at the moment down there on the inside of the track. So some great stuff there from Puma. Make sure you get your hands on it as best you can. At the Chemist Warehouse, 100th edition of the Australian Junior Athletic Championships here in Brisbane. Where else would you want to be but the Sunshine State? As we say that, we will take a break up here in the broadcast before the next track event. Plenty of field events still happening. We'll be right back.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
So we're back here. I apologise for everyone who's listening into that technical meeting earlier. Just again, the great work that everybody does around here. Eliza Lawton, 9:42. Have a look at that from Eva Gavel as well, 9:59. First time under 10 for her to get that silver medal. So some sensational racing. 18 women, and maybe counting, under that 11-minute marker as well. And 9 of them under the 10:30 marker. Yeah, so well under 24 women. Try that on for size. Under the 11-minute marker. And a few only just missing by, well, 1 less than a second. So Poppy O'Brien rounded it out there from New South Wales with the 11:27. 184 on the high jump I can see down there at the moment. And I believe we have our very own Nick Wall down there. Wallsy. Now, give us a better technical explanation than what I gave, please.
Well, the bar's at 184, and he hit it, which means he didn't get over it. So that's the technical advice. But what's going on down here is we've got 5 competitors left across the 17s and 18s in the decathlon. So these points here, this is a big day. Remember, this is event number 4 of 5, so they've still got their 400 metres to go. But at the moment, you've got Joshua Osborne, who's over at the Queenslander. He's in the under 17 category. Sherma from WA's got 1 attempt remaining. Philippou, who we mentioned earlier, is over at 184, and he has a clean sheet so far. So he's our best jumper so far, so that's in the 17s. And at the moment, you've got Lachlan Purdy and Christian Kunzel, who are both up to their 3rd attempt at this height, which is 1.84 m. So really important points here for our decathletes, Mitch, in round number 4. The bar on the other side sits at the moment still just below 170, so they've still got a bit of height to do to catch up to this. But on the bar closest to the grandstand here, and it is still a very busy grandstand, as you mentioned earlier, 184, 3rd attempt, 5 competitors still going, with only 2 so far over the height. They've been Philippou and also Osborne, the 217 athletes, as our WA athlete. Sherma comes in now. Got the arch, but just didn't get the speed in. So he'll go out, he'll bow out with a 181 clearance.
So he was close there, the Western Australian.
So yes, he was. The next one's going to be our Queenslander. It's going to be Purdy. So tall figure here, Lachlan Purdy. He came in with the bar at 169. He had a miss. He had a miss early at that first height, and apart from that, it's only missed at 78 and now at 84. Got over 81 and 72 at first attempts. So the Queenslander here looking for some big points to add to his decathlon total. Event number 4 or 5 on day 1 here at the Australian Junior Athletics Championships. And here he is. The Queenslander comes in. Nice curve. He's disappointed with that one, Mitch. It was a really good jump, but just couldn't quite get the full body over it. He only scraped as it went through. It wasn't a heavy hit. Hands to the head, but disappointing. But he'll come back and hopefully run a big PB in the 400 to make up for those points. That's what decathletes do. They bounce back. Kuenzel now is on the runway. He's got the basketball shorts going. He's got a bit of the Caleb Law Queensland look about him. And he's unfortunately out at 184 as well. Maybe the splitties or the bike shorts would have got him over there instead of the basketball shorts. But anyway, he's going to go out there after having a pretty good clearances through coming into the competition at 166. He's bowed out now at that 184 height, so he gets a clearance of 181. And the bar here will rise to 187. So the bar will go to 187, and it will be the 2 under 17 athletes. It'll be Philippou and Osborne, who continue to rise the bar in the under-17 men's decathlon. Mitch, back to you, and with another huge start list for the 3,000 metres.
We certainly do, Nick. It's 22 women here in the under-16 event. Thank you very much for that. Philippines must just be synonymous with jumping high. Obviously, Matthias at St Kilda has been doing it all year long. His brother, no different down there at the high jump. It's the women's under-16 3,000 metres. As we said, 22 women in it here. You can see them popping up on your start list. We'll be tasked with doing the announcing of all of them as they make their way around the track. There's a couple under the 10-minute marker here. So let's get into that. It's 9.55 belongs to Zoe McElwain, I'll even say, from Queensland. She's going to have hip number 3 on her. Hip number 8, Tessa Ebert, 9.53, and Chloe Bowen of Queensland, 9.57 to her name. She'll come out of hip number 14. So have a look out for Sienna Bush of Queensland, 9.54, and Madison King of Victoria, hip number 29.52. So these women only separated by 3 seconds, would you believe it? And they're at the top of the field. So Nick Wall will be giving me, I hope, the hip numbers as they make their way around. And I'll call them out as they get underway. Women's under-16 3,000 metre national championship of Australia behind the line. 22 women. No, I didn't stutter. 22. 30 in the last race, 22 in this. Women's distance running. Absolutely peaking here at the moment. I mentioned ones to watch. McElwain with hip number 3. Ebert hip number 8. Bowen hip number 14. Bush hip number 19. And King hip number 20. Don't be surprised if they're towards the front of the field in this opening stages of this 7.5 lap event. So a 9:40 odd take it out. And the under-15s, the officials have spotted something out here. Want to get a little bit of movement on the line. Bring them up. So said it's too rushed. It's too squished there on the inside of the track. Let's add 2 more to the outside. So you'll see on the screen in a moment, there's some cones on the inside of those athletes wider on the track. They've got to run 100 metres out from lane 5 onwards, and then they can merge with the rest of the field, which can be a bit chaotic. So bear with me here. Women's under-16 3,000 metres Championship of Australia about to get underway. We'll call all the names. 5 in particular to look out for. Will we see one come out of the pack? Could go the way of Romy Vickers of Queensland. Just over that 10-minute marker herself. So we're about set in the starters' hands. They might be waiting for the music to stop here in the stadium. DJ's been unbelievable all day long, let me tell you. So, about to get underway here. Women's under-16 3,000 metre Championship of Australia. Now officially in the starters' hands. Checks the electric gun. We're off. So, we're away here now. We'll call them out as they make their way around the first lap. It's Michaela McLean out of station number 1 from New South Wales. Emily Anderson, Western Australia, number 2. Zoe McElwain of Queensland, station number 3. Lily Cooney of New South Wales, number 4. It's Eldoe DeWitt in South Australia, lane number 5. Scarlett Robb of New Zealand, number 6. New South Wales is Kate Giason, station number 7. Tessa Ebert of South Australia, number 8. Maya Abel of New South Wales, number 9. Kate Fox of Tasmania, number 10. Nancy Newton of New South Wales, number 11. Madison Scholes of Western Australia, number 12. Romy Vickers of Queensland, number 13. Chloe Bowen of Queensland, number 14. Emily Chudley of New South Wales, number 15. Hannah Turia of South Australia, number 16. Imogen Howard of New South Wales, number 17. Madeline Pink of Western Australia, number 18. Sienna Bush of Queensland, number 19. Madison King of Victoria, number 20. Jessie Bradford of New South Wales, number 21. And Natasha Gertler of Victoria, number 22. So a 22 women strong field here In the under-16 3,000 metre championship of Australia, it's the most bunched we've seen thus far of the 3,000 metre events. Spotting each other, not a lot of room as they make their way through. So through the first 400. Leading it out there will be Sienna Bush. Not far away is going to be Madison King and McElwain. So they were 3 of the 5 to watch. They're under the 10-minute marker, these 3 athletes, and they're going to lead it out here. So probably sick of me saying it, but wasting no time to get towards the front of the race and get into their running. These 3 out in front, they're happy to go wide at the moment. Borderline lane number 3, so spotting themselves a little bit of extra distance. As they make their way around, it is just hip numbers everywhere. We'll try and get a good read on them, but leading it out at the moment is Madison King of Victoria. I can tell you that much for sure. So the Victorian with a 9.52 to her name, leading out this big pack of 3,000 metre competitors. The Queenslander tucked in behind there could be Bush, but not too far away either is McElwain. So split the difference between the 2 at the moment. We'll get a better read on it as they make their way closer to Nick Wall. Out on the infield there, but moving through nicely here out in front. Just this pack starting to split up a little bit now. So you could have argued there was 18 involved in it. It's probably split down to 9. And Nick, what can you see down there on the track?
Well, it's Maddie King, as you mentioned. She's gone to the lead here. She's the Victorian, very talented over the cross country and the track. So Maddie King leads it. You called it earlier there. You've still got Sienna Bush sitting really nicely. And that lead pack, as you mentioned now, of 9 has moved away as they just go past Javelin Philippou, who's now moved the bar to 190 in the Decathlon under 17, Mitch. But our lead group here of now 10 being piloted through by Maddie King, the talented tennis player and cross-country runner from Victoria.
So King leading it out, thanks for that, Nick, is now starting to make a move there as Tessa Ebert, another one under that 10-minute marker. So the class of the field now not spotting each other an inch. They want to be involved if a move is made. It's half the battle, putting yourself in a position comfortable enough to be within it until 600 metres to go. So Ebert of South Australia just moves up almost effortlessly from the middle of that pack, just into that 1 out, 1 back position, and she'll sit there in 3rd. So it was 9. It's now become probably a pack of 6. Tasked with the job of trying to pick it back will be one of the Queenslanders just on the back shoulder there of the South Australian. So now she does. She makes contact. It brings it back to a pack of 8. It's still leading it out in front as the Victorian and King. Looking really comfortable. Bush not far away. Ebert on the outside shoulder, the South Australian. And it is a group of 8. Just leading it out, spotting each other room, not trying to get too much involved in the other one's footsteps. Still going to be the Victorian leading it out, though. More than happy to let Madison King take this out and find the pace. Ebert on the outside wants to be there when the moves are made. Queenslander still on the inside is going to be McElwain. Bush not far away either. New South Wales on the backhand shoulder. That's going to be Maya Abel. Just running really smoothly at the moment. Just over 10 minutes is her personal best. And not too far away is also going to be Turia of South Australia. So a bulk of these women out in front have gone under 10. One of the only ones not to do it at the moment is Maya Abel of New South Wales, who just finds herself in a really good position to run fast and potentially sneak her way up into a medal if she can. So gets onto the rail now as well. Great tactical racing. Out in front is the Victorian, though, still looking comfortable. It's going to be Ebert just creeping to the inside rail as well, so doesn't want to spend any energy that she doesn't need to. Not too far away either is still going to be Bush and McElwain. So the 2 Queenslanders haven't changed. Ebert now, Abel also on the back of it. And the other South Australian, well, that's Hannah Turia, a 9.50 runner here. So Turia with the fastest time in the field, just going to sit at the back of it and let the rest of the pack do the work. The Victorian still out in front is going to be Madison King, who you mentioned is a talented multi-sport athlete. At the moment, all the focus is on a national championship in the women's under-16 3,000 metres. So leading it out here, it's still going to be King. It's really broken up now, this pack, though. There was one more on the back, and she's gone. Turia now on the back of it here. It's a pack of 7. King leading it. Turia on the back. They're the bookends. Right in front of her there is going to be Abel. It's Bush, McElwain not far away, and so Ebert. So the class is there. It's going to be interesting to see how much they chop and change. They're going to make their way through. 200 metres will indicate 2 kilometres into this race. It's King leading it out, though. Turia at the back. Abel in front of her. Ebert, Bush, McElwain. They won't change at all. Just off the back of it now with a fair bit of work to do from Queensland will be Chloe Bowen, running on strongly there, about 50 metres off the back of this leading pack. But as this pack of 6 makes their way up the back straight, they'll get a good indication at 2 kilometres how fast they're going, how fast they need to maybe drop off a few members of this. It's Turia, maybe the first one to start to feel the pinch just a little bit, or Turner, I should say. Just out the back, Abel doing really well to stick onto it. It's Bush, McElwain behind there, Ebert to the South Australian. So these two out in front starting to gap little bit by little bit. The Queensland are going to try and get back onto it. 6:30 exactly through 2 kilometres. So they're going at about 3:15 average K pace here. It brings them to a 9:45 if they can maintain. Don't be surprised if they put their foot on it and creep it forward just a little bit more than that. So King takes a look on the inside shoulder. Just wants to see who's coming with her here. She's been out in front the whole way. Wants to gauge the interest of where the kickers are at. The Queenslanders tucked in 1-2 behind her there. It's going to be McElwain and Bush. Ebert 2 not far away, and Abel running a gutsy race right behind. So leading it out here is still King. Behind her there is going to be Bush. Not too far away is McElwain sitting in that 3rd position. Ebert still right there. Abel behind her, but these 3 with 800 metres to go, just a little bit under, are going to try and test the efforts here. So Abel now makes her way around Ebert. She slots into 4th. Probably 15 metres back from a medal position. It's Victoria versus Queensland. Doing well to keep them out there is still King. It's going to be Bush behind her there. McElwain still sitting in 3rd. Almost just waiting, watching the clock. When's her moment? It might be soon. So sitting behind there is McElwain. Bush in the middle of it all. King leading it out. Abel, well, she's sitting in that 4th position, leading out Ebert and Turnier. But I think they've got a little bit of work to do to try and peg it back to a medal position. So fix your eyes at the 200 metre marker, because this is your gold, silver and bronze right now. It's King. She's been there from the start. When it was a pack of 22, she was at the front. It's a pack of 3 and she's still there. King leading it out. It's Bush right behind her. Takes a look on that inside shoulder. Just wants to assess the options. Where is McElwain? Well, she's right there behind you. So still leading it out here is King. It's still Bush behind McElwain. Abel now starting to pump the arms. The New South Wales athlete in 4th position. But as we're about to hear the bell, it's a battle of 3. Look at the clock here. It's an 8:30, 8:31, 8:32. The pace is on, and it's time to win a national medal. So here it is. It's King leading it out. Bush not far away. McElwain in 3rd. Hasn't altered from that position. Biding her time and waiting. King going to put her foot on the accelerator. See who can come with her. It's still Bush behind. Doesn't want to spot too much room, but happy to wait for the kicker. So here comes King now. It was 1 metre, 2 metre, 3 metre, 4. It's still Bush behind her there. It's going to be hard work from McElwain in the bronze medal position at the moment, but certainly not done with yet. So King wasn't waiting for her time. She was waiting to execute. 200 metres to go now. It's the Victorian just starting to steam away. It hasn't been an aggressive kick. It's been one built up over 7 laps. So here she comes now, King, the Victorian. Takes another quick glance on the inside shoulder. She looked back a lap ago. She said, catch me if you can, and went bang. So 100 metres to go now. It's the Victorian in King. She glides away out into lane number 3. 9:33 on the clock. The under-16 3,000 metre championship of Australia is heading south. It'll be King. She takes it. 9:42 unofficially on the clock. It's Bush behind her there in 2nd. McElwain brave in the 3rd position. So Queensland takes the silver and bronze. South Australian there at Ebert. Well, I shouldn't say Ebert. It's Hannah Turnier, who comes steaming home in the final 400 metres. That's a 9:58 as well. Abel just over that 10-minute marker. Was brave to hold on to that pack early. Here comes DeWitt too, the South Australian. So she comes through for a great positioning there. Ebert now coming down to the line as well. Plenty of kicking happening behind her. On the outside there is Newton from New South Wales. Might get the better of them both. Ebert holds on. So a 22 women strong field here in the under-16 3,000. So we see Western Australia now come down to the line. And I believe that's going to be Madison Scholes of Western Australia who takes it there. 10:41 on the clock. Just comes over the top of Natasha Gertler, the Victorian. New South Wales, Western Australia coming down this home straight. I believe that might be Jessie Bradford of New South Wales. So the rest of the field comes through. It's been a phenomenal effort here from all 22 women in the under-16 3,000 metres. We'll turn to Nick Wall in the infield now for some high jump decathlon action.
Thanks for that, Mitch. Well, Javan Philippou's our last jumper left here. He's just finished up here. Got over 193. So 193 for Javan Philippou in the high jump. That's going to add some really big points to that score he had. He's had a fantastic day so far. 4 events down now for our decathletes. They'll move to the 400 for Javan Philippou. 193, the winner of that decathlon event. But obviously it's a lot to go. 10 events, 2 days. The toughest of tough. Men's under 17 and 18 decathlon, Javan Philippou. 193 in the high jump.
Thanks for that, Nick. Philippou, as we mentioned, I feel like we shouldn't say it. I hate when you compare brothers, but obviously Matthias has been so good for St Kilda in that resurgence of the club as well. Ross Lyon, Matthias Philippou shake hands, say, let's go to the top, baby. So St Kilda take on Collingwood, and I think I speak for everyone when I say I hope Philippou wins gold here and St Kilda knock the Pies off on Sunday in South Australia. So busy weekend for the Philippou family. The younger brother might come home with a national gold. So jumping well, the only one remaining in the high jump, Nick mentioned. Not an easy feat. As a newfound lover of high jump, I'm very impressed. You see our triple jump down here as well. You know it means business when you start slapping hamstrings. I tell you that much for free. The Queenslander, he's about to slap him off his legs at this rate. So, have a go at him. He's ready to jump, gets through the hip motion, says, all right, let's go. And we'll get a clean one. It's a white flag there. So he'll be happy with that. We'll have a wait and see what the next track events are. I'm trying to figure it out myself, to be honest. You go into a state of delirium sometimes, just figuring out what's ahead of you. It looks like Nick Wall might be making his way back up here, potentially, as I watch the great man walk across the athletics track with a sense of authority. He's apparently earned it. No, I love Nick Wall. In fact, he's not coming back up here. As we'll have the results flash up ahead of us. Let's have a gaze at this. So Madison King, the Victorian, as I mentioned, just streamed away 9:42, 9:46 to Sienna Bush. Zoe McElwain 9:51, and Hannah Tournier, I apologise that I've said that name wrong for the majority of the race, just dips under the 10-minute marker and gets the 9:56 there. So Maya Abel goes right on her PB, I believe, in 10:04. She'll be happy with that. Obviously, you want to come home with a medal, but if you can run a PB, you're also pretty happy with your weekend. See some of these athletes I didn't get to. For Scarlett Robb, Chudley, McLean, Gerson, Cooney, Howard and Fox, all under the 12-minute marker, so they'll be very happy with that. I believe, well, it looks like, I was about to say something very silly. I was about to say something very silly. Nick, please take the microphone, mate. I was just about to say something silly. He puts his hands up, says almost the village people, YMCA. Nick, talk to me.
Mate, I'm at the under-16 boys triple jump here. We're 12 jumpers through round number 1. And at the most, Mason McRoda has gone out to 14:34. That's a huge under-16 jump. He's your current leader. Morsh, the Queenslander, is on the runway now. He's just taken off. That's Luke Morsh, taken off the 11-metre board and gone about 12 metres. But at the moment, Mason McGroda, 14:34. Harrison Clark's gone over 13, and so is Jonathan Cassiano. But Mason McGroda with a 70-centimetre PB is your early leader, the New South Welshman, in round 1 of the under-16 men's triple jump. Mitchell?
17:36 points.
Thank you for that, Nicholas. Only my parents call me Mitchell. That's only when I'm in trouble, so it's only frequent. Hey, about to go on the track now. I'm trying to get a gaze at what this is. Looks like some 200s, some straight up 200s. So I'm unsure whether Nick can hear me like the rest of you can, but if you want to get up here, Nick, you're welcome to call some of these. I can see you. Look at you. You're ready. Look at him. Heptathlon. Oh, good.
How
How good's this?
exciting.
We've muted Nick. Oh, no, he's here.
You can do the triple jump, and I might stay down here for the triple jump. You do the Heptathlon 200s.
All
Just
right.
find the start sheets.
If you want, Nick, you did say you do the you did just say you do the triple jump. I'll stay down here for the triple jump. It's been a busy day. It's been a busy day one. I'll do the Heptathlon 200. Oh dear. Yeah. So the start list ahead of us here. Oh jeepers. Women's Heptathlon 200 metres under 17. We'll see it here. It's Ava Stevens coming out of lane number 2. I'm going to take a photo of them as they come up here. It's Stevens, Rihanna, Di Giuseppe, Isabella Wing, who we saw the Tasmanian jumping well, Lily Stewart, Monique Williams, and Elizabeth Lee. This is going to be your heat number 1 and 2 in the women's under 17, I should say. 200 metre heptathlon events. And we'll get underway shortly.
So the 14th jumper in this under 16 triple jump there, Oliver Kodjopoulos from WA, goes 11 metres 10. So as we mentioned before, 2 jumpers currently over 13, 1 on 14. Our 15th of 16 jumpers at the moment on the runway, and that's Thompson de Bernay. He's a 13 metre jumper, so he needs to get something up over his PB to get amongst the medals at the end of round 1. Of course, it's a 4 jump competition for these boys in under 16. So D Bernay, and you'll see it, he's off the 11 metre board here. It's a good jump, it's legal. It's going to be right on about that 13 metre mark. It might be 12 high. It's a white flag goes up. That's the all important thing here. De Bernay Thompson looking to get out over that 13 metres and put himself up in that medal range. He came in with as a 13 metre jumper. It's going to be thereabouts. 1:2.96, so that pushes him up into 4th. So 4th in the competition there, Mitch. Nice jumping from him. It'll be the last jumper in round 1 will be Lachlan Rice. So Lachlan Rice is a 12:57 jumper here. At the moment, Mason McGroder got no challenges at 14:34. I don't think I've seen a 70 centimetre PB in triple jump in round 1 before. And it's his teammate here, Rice of New South Wales, that's about to let loose on the runway. Again, the wind. He's just looking for that windsock to settle for him. It's coming across his left shoulder. It's going to help these heptathletes in the 200, Mitch. Once you find your start list, I think you're going to call some fast 200s. And Rice. It's going to be somewhere in the mid-12s, I reckon. Somewhere in the mid-12s for Rice.
It's a good
You found your
jumping down
start
there
sheet.
then,
That's all
at
I
the
want to know,
triple jump.
Mitch.
I'll tell you what, I didn't find the start list. Instead of... No, I've taken a photo on our screen of the start list. So this is even better out here. So it's...
This is high-tech
Nick,
stuff.
what was that jump?
We are operating high-tech. Just waiting for the official jump.
Heat 1 of 2 of the under 17 women's 200 metres heptathlon. In lane 2, Ava Stevens. In lane 3, Rihanna Giuseppe.
12:39 for Rice. 12:39 for Rice. And then it'll move to round 2 now with Cassiano to start the comp. But I'm going to go back to you for these heptathlon 200 metres, Mitch.
Yes, thank you, Nicholas. Doing great work down there. So, heat 1 of 2, women's heptathlon 200. Might not have heard him, but Tom O'Shaughnessy been brilliant all day here, ground announcing. Let's see how they get away. Stevens, Di Giuseppe, Wing, Stewart, Williams, Lee. That's how you'll see them from inside to out. So we're away here. Williams jumped well. Getting into it is going to be Wing. Di Giuseppe on the inside now, just starting to steam away. So as they make their way around this first 200 metres, it's going to be the Tasmanian there and Wing just start to move away from the rest of the field here. So looking so smooth at the same time as well. Just steaming away here in the 200 metre heptathlon event. So she'll come down to the line there and greet it well. Fantastic running from Isabella Wing on the inside there with Stevens. Di Giuseppe not far away either. But heat number 1 of 2, 25.22 unofficially, goes the way of Tasmania. We'll head down to the triple jump. Wolsey, give it to us.
And you Mason Magroda on the runway now, the 14.34 man. Oh, we built him up. But Mason Magroda, 14.34 in the first round for those here in the crowd. He came in here with a seed distance of 13.63. Doesn't improve in round 2, just runs through. But 14.34 is our leader in the triple jump under 16. At the moment, you've got Cassiano of Queensland with 13.22 in second. And you've got Harrison Park of 13.02 in third currently from Harrison Clark of South Australia. So your first three all over 13 metres in the under 16 boys triple jump with Clark on the runway.
Thank you, Nick. So plenty happening down there at the triple jump. Women's heat number 2 of 2 in the under 17 heptathlon 200 metre event. Just about to get behind the blocks. We'll get the start list up here in a moment. These are the results of heat number 1. So Isabella Wing takes it out, 25.24, 865 points. Ava Stevens, Queensland, 26.27, 26.40 was Di Giuseppe. The Western Australian, 763 points go her way. So we'll see what happens here in heat number 2. As we see them just about to get behind their blocks here. Quick start list for the women. We'll flash back to the track in a moment. These are your starters, heat number 2 of 2. So we're away here. Tara Holyoake, the best to jump in the middle of the track, just picks up the stagger immediately on the outside. Getting into it now will be Ross, but it's all going to be Holyoake on the inside there. So third from the inside, just gets in there first. Not too far away is Charlie Ross. She'll be the only challenger. Honeyoke, though, just going to try and steam away. It's all for points here. The New South Wales athlete, Tara Honeyoke, watch the clock. She'll want maximum amount, 24.25 on it. So great running there, 25.79. Charlie Ross, the Tasmanian, not too far away on the outside shoulder. Was good in that high jump. Now we'll accumulate some good points here in the 200 as well in the women's under 17 heptathlon event. So triple jump, back on it. We'll see how far they can go. Nick Wall obviously right across it down there. Busiest man on the athletics track at the moment, Nick Wall. He's got Sonny's bigger than his future. Right across his face. Look at that. That's a big. That looks good from the South Australian. Not the greatest landing though. Not that I know a lot about the technical side of triple jump, but from what I've seen, not the best landing. Wolsey, what can you give us? So no Nick for now. Something going on with the microphone down there. He's talking, which is actually quite funny. Nick, we can't hear you, mate. You've been muted from somebody. Has gone, you know what? We've had enough of Nick Wall for the moment. He's still trying to talk, Nick Wall. Can't get there. He's still muted. Hey, we'll turn our attention to the under 18 heptathlon 200s. He's had enough, Wolsey. He's waddling his way down to the start-finish line now. We'll get the start list up ahead of you. for our women's under 18 200. You can see the pace that we saw on the under 17s. We're going to see that replicated, but on a grander scale here for the under 18s. So Saskia Ryan in New Zealand out of lane number 2. Madison Esquivel, Western Australia. Lane number 3, Hannah Leach, however you want to say it. I apologise, whatever the correct way is. From the nation's capital in the middle of the track. Isabella Hollands from Victoria, lane number 5. Madison Witt of Queensland, lane number 6. And in lane number 7, you guessed it, it's Ella Batten. In fact, you didn't have to guess it because it's right in front of you. So, star-studded here in the women's under 18 heat 1 of 2 heptathlon. 4th event, I think, for them today, or maybe 3rd. Have to double check here. Obviously, heptathlon runs differently to the decathlon in terms of the amount of events. But we'll get behind the blocks here. 4th event confirmed. Just want you to know that when I say these confirmations, it's not just me confirming them. It's a lot smarter people than me in my ear saying, hey, Mitch, this is the correct thing to say. You idiot. Well, I know this much for sure. It's heat 1 of 2 in the women's under 18 200 metre heptathlon event on the track. I thought we might have had somebody missing, but just standing very far behind the blocks. So they're doing the announcing here in the ground. That's right, people. These people get a break from mine and Nick's voices. And they get Tom instead. It's about to get underway. Heat 1 of 2, women's under 18 200 metre heptathlon event. Rind, Esquivel, Leach, Hollands, Witt, Batten in that order, inside to out. Heat 1 of 2. Let's go. Leitch in the middle, jump well on the outside of her. Into the running now is Isabella Hollands. So Hollands will get around this turn first. Inside of the track, out of lane number 2 is going to be Esquivel now, just getting into it. Slingshots her way around. She's going to go on the internal of Hollands. So Hollands leads it out. Esquivel not far away. The Queenslander on the outside in Witt, also getting into it in that 3rd slot, but leading it out. She was the first around the bend. She'll be first to the line. The Victorian it is. Isabella Hollands takes it 26.62. Esquivel on the inside there for 2nd. I think the Queenslander in Witt will come through for 3rd. Doesn't matter too much on the placings. It's more about times and points. 26.61 should be a good way to get them. Heat number 1 of 2, the women's under 18, 200 metres in the heptathlon. And so I'm back to, just the stream now. Motsumi of Queensland. Rock hard hamstrings at the rate he slaps them. They're still on his body, so we're doing well. Here he comes now. Motsumi is going to go at it. Watch the board. Bang. Hop. Step. Jump. Ooh, I think he's getting a red. No, white. It's a white. So, as per usual, I'll just do Nick Wall's job for him. Don't know where he is. Probably gone off to... Well, he doesn't drink coffee, which would amaze a lot of people. Don't know where he's gone. Nick Wall. No, Nick more does my job for me, let's be totally honest here. So, heat number 2 on the track. Before we take you to that, let's show you heat number 1. Hollands, Esquivel and Witt. I was right. They're 1, 2 and 3, 7, 4, 5, 7, 11, 786, 786, 17, 607. So some good points there in heat number 1 of 2. We've battened around it out. Rind into her, Leitch, Witt, Esquivel, Hollands. That's from last to first. So great racing for Hollands there. They've really well earned points in the under 18 event. We'll see heat number 2 on the track now. Beautiful night here in Brisbane. Can't stress that enough. Going to visit anywhere. And we're getting to the end of school holidays, so it might be a little bit late now, but I couldn't recommend Queensland, Brisbane enough. Brought to you by Tourism Brisbane, Tourism Queensland, Queensland Government, Tourism and Events, Brisbane City Council, Economic Department. Everybody's been involved in this. The last stop on the Chemist Warehouse Summer Tour here in Australia. What Rowan Browning called his favourite he's ever been a part of only a matter of weeks ago. Here we go. Heat number 2 of 2. Under 18. 200 metre heptathlon. So Crawley just read the gun so perfectly there out of lane number 2. Inside of her, Cardi got a bit of work to do around the bend. Out wider from South Australia is Leinart. So Leinart greets it first. 100 metres left running for her. Cardi on the inside now going through the motions, but it's Leinart, the South Australian. She'll steam away, so she's going to be going for points. Watch how fast she can get there. 26 mid was what we saw in heat number 1. What do we get in heat number 2? It's going to be in the 25s. Great racing there, 25.84. Crawley of Western Australia there in second. Cardi, the Victorian, on the inside, I think in third. We'll wait and see how many points they can accumulate. But great racing there from the South Australian. Leinart should be happy with that. 25.86. Wait and see how many points she gets.
Millions.
You won't believe. That wasn't a child. That was Nick Wall next to me. He's magically found his way back up to the commentary box. So we'll wait and see how many points we do get here. Men's triple jump still going. Pole vault, javelin. It's all happening out here on day number 1 of 4 of these championships. As I say that now, we'll take a break here in the broadcast and come back to you shortly with more events. Don't go anywhere.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
So I'm back. Apologies for the delay whilst the events have been running. Just been working out the remainder of the calling for the evening, where Nicholas wants to be positioned. It's all about what King Nick wants. I'm just the court jester. So we've got the relays coming up soon. State pride means a lot in the juniors, 4x1s. So that'll be Nick on the microphone for that. It's his pet pride and joy. So let's have a look here. Under 17 heptathlon points. All right. So Isabella Wing, the Tasmanian, out in front. She was awesome in that high jump and good in that 200 as well. So she leads it out from Monique Williams of Queensland in second, 2:7.96. So she's got an exact 300-point margin on Ariana Di Giuseppe of Western Australia in third. She's only 6 points ahead of Ava Stevens of Queensland. Lily Stewart not far away. Hollyoaks 200 certainly did her some really good favours there in that under 17 event. So look really strong. Wing leading it out. Every event we've seen her at, she's been dominant. So unsurprising in a way that she is winning the under 17 event. Have a look at this. Ella Batten, the Western Australian, absolutely romped it in the high jump. 2:7.07. Right behind her, Madison Whip, 2:7.03. Who's closer? Saskia Ryan, 2:7.00. And Isabella Hollins, 2:6.97. 10 points. 10 points. Separates first from fourth. Technically, Hollins is in a medal position because Ryan's from New Zealand, but 10 points, 1-4. Batten leading it out, though, doing a really good job, the Western Australian. She just actually walked past the commentary booth, doesn't look puffed. So maybe that's something to be said for Batten. As we mentioned, so good in that high jump. So we see our men's 4x100. I dare say it's either the under 13 or 14s. I'd have to have a look at a sheet, but apparently Nick's gone off for them, so we'll have to wait for that. So we see a good little crowd of coaches and spectators getting ready to watch the pole vault, or continuing to watch the pole vault. Under 14, 4x100 out on the track at the moment. So they can see McGroda, New South Welshman, in that triple jump. Oh, he's ready. It's game time for the young man from New South Wales. Fixes the hair, takes a 1-2 stomp. Says, all right, let's get this thing moving. McGroda down the runway. Can he keep it clean? Does well behind the board. Big jump. He was the man with the big PB. I'll tell you what, he could have gone even further there, but he jumped from I was about to say jump from Queensland. Jumped from the Gold Coast. He was that far behind the board. So see the start list here for the relay. WA, Victoria, Queensland, New South Wales. I read it out to you just like that. So Western Australia out of lane number 2. Techman Nick is back. Lane number 3, Victoria. Lane number 4, Queensland. Lane number 5, New South Wales. Nicholas, you're back. And it doesn't help when we don't put any paper in the printer.
Don't tell him. I told Hamo that it wasn't our fault. I told him he hadn't pressed print. So, and I did blame you there, Mitch.
Cool.
4 teams. It is day 1 of the championships. Some of these boys have already had their under-14 final earlier today.
There's nothing more pride-driven than a state relay.
It's pretty cool, isn't it?
I love it. Even at the Zatopek, sometimes I say that club relay that goes on is the 3rd best event.
So the interesting one of these is it's not going to be the fastest team that wins. Clean changes at this age makes such a difference. Really does. So here we go. Tom O'Shaughnessy's about to announce them to the crowd.
Nick, pick.
Oh.
Say the Queenslanders at home.
I think the Queenslanders are a massive chance here. You've got obviously Manly and Andrews, who medalled in the individual 100. New South Wales are going to be fast though. Todorowski, I would love to have seen Tortorowski run the back straight in this one to give New South Wales a massive chance. I had a slightly different theory when we were running the Victorian relay teams. We'd run our best starter first and our best runner second and put the pressure on all the other states.
How'd that go?
Yeah, we won a lot of medals. I've told Tom Gamble about that multiple times. But no, he's doing a good job. They were the mighty days of Brad Carter. Liana Joyce was doing good things then in the relay teams. Tom Gamble, though, excelling now. Can he get the upper hand in the first one here on Matt Lynch? So from the inside, it's Western Australia, Victoria, Queensland, New South Wales. The New South Wales athlete there in Ryan McNamara looking very strong. And Lachlan Rosado of Victoria has now taken the stagger out. And they'll change in front. So the local Queenslanders are in trouble. They've changed halfway on the back straight. That's not the plan they were hoping for. But now their second leg is flying. Dylan Manley made up huge ground. Victoria, though, changed just in front of New South Wales. Queensland splits them. Back to WA. They're hoping for a bit of baton problems out in front. But here it is, Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria with a bit of work to do. No one's going to catch Jaden Todorowski. He won the 100 metres. He's going to pull away in to take the victory for New South Wales. It'll be New South Wales. He points at the clock. He says that says 47.23. New South Wales are gold medalists. Oh, he gives us the bow and arrow. He gives us a whole lot of celebrations. But Todorowski, New South Wales, wins it. Queensland second, Victoria third, WA fourth. That's unofficial. We need to get some clean flags around the relay battens there. And Mitch, we've seen our number one celebration of the weekend.
Well, Todorowski gives us the style bender. I think that might have been. So from the UFC cage, now down to Queensland. The style bender celebration at the end there. So drew the arrow, won twice, said goodbye Victoria and Queensland. It's all about New South Wales. And he looks smooth. No one was going to catch him. You're right. He's the national champion in the 100 metres. And he says, bang, bang. I'll do it here again.
Very, very impressive running from New South Wales. Took the win. Victoria put the pressure on earlier. Maybe they followed that recipe that I gave them. They put the pressure on early, but just possibly not quite strong enough through the back end.
Well, they looked good at the start.
They did.
Actually
they were very
changed
good.
quite well.
And they put Queensland under pressure. I think Queensland's going to be desperately hoping for a clean flag at change number one because they were a long way down the back straight. But to be fair, here, this bends are a little bit different. The back straight first change is a long way. And those relay boxes, Mitch, because I know you're an expert at relay changes, they're 30 metres now. So they used to be a 10-metre acceleration zone and 20 metres. They're now 30.
Yeah,
so 30 metres.
That's a lot of room.
And the results are coming to our screen. These are unofficial, of course, because we're waiting for clarity on there. But New South Wales 47.22, Queensland 47.81. WA flew home but couldn't quite get Victoria. Victoria in 50.24. The only disappointment in that race, Mitch, where's our South Australians and Tasmanians?
Yeah, what's going on there?
Because they've been great all day.
I know.
Oh, look at this. We're getting the clappy and the javelin.
Love it. Toddy.
Oh, Smith in the triple jump.
Look at that shoulder whip. Can't teach that.
Here we go. Smith, though, in the triple jump, under 16. I went and caught up with our man earlier that I said to jump to 70-centimetre PB. It was only a 30-centimetre PB.
Oh, don't let the truth get in the way of a good story.
The seed distance they'd given us was actually what he jumped at the New South Wales Juniors.
Champs.
He's had a few injury niggles since, but he's back and he's in good shape. He's at Trinity. I saw him there under the tutelage of Matt Wade.
Trinity boy.
No, not your Trinity. Trinity Sydney.
Trinity.
A really strong athletics program rather than your Trinity. Matt Wade there in charge now, who's a former Geelong boy who's now gone up and heads the Trinity program. Took over after the long dynasty of Andrew Murphy there, who did some amazing things. I mean, to think that both our man Rowan Browning, he's 10.02 the other week here for his Trinity, and who was the other Trinity star from the Commonwealth Games? He won the 1500.
Ollie Hoare.
Yeah, Ollie Hoare. Not two bad guys that came out of Trinity.
Pretty solid. They've had a very good history, Trinity.
That's not bad to have
New South Wales.
Two absolute stars.
Yeah.
Not unlike Trinity in Melbourne, of course.
Trinity going with 10 AGSV championships in a row.
Yeah,
Brett Blackburn, thank you very much.
Mitch Dyer, Matt Harcourt, those sort of guys. Start list is next, though. I'm excited for this one as well, Mitch.
There we go. Some more states in this one.
Matt, we've got 4 states.
Sorry.
It's 4 states plus 3 more.
Well, looks like South Australia, ACT, New South Wales, Queensland, Western Australia, Victoria. You're not that old, Nicholas. You can still read your peanut.
So South Australia in lane 2, the ACT in 3, New South Wales in 4, Queensland 5, WA 6, Victoria 7. I'm intrigued here again because you've got some athletes here who didn't run the individual 100, so the combinations here will be very interesting.
Yeah. Well, I went with Queensland in the last race. I'm going to mix it up. I'm going to mix up states. South Australia. Just a dartboard throw, that one.
I think New South Wales here will be the favourite.
Okay.
They had some great finalists. New South Wales, Queensland. It should be a battle in two again here.
Baton changes, though.
It comes down to baton changes. So first runners here for South Australia will be Mia Ehrlich. She'll pass to Marley Walters, to Mia Griffiths, to Liliana Hoffman. ACT will go with Caitlin Stoker, Lulu Marcello, Rebecca Howarth and Ava Pitt. New South Wales will go Angelica Batty, Ruth Ifjefka, Taylor Bryant, Sophie Dimitrov. Queensland will go Taya Clayton, Lara Krasafi, Lily Woods, Tiana Kiki. WA go Chelsea Natter, Emily Reid, Gracie Lee Briggs, Molly Bradshaw. Victoria, Tilly McBain, Lexi Brown, Annabella Denton and Jemima Hood. So we saw what New South Wales did with clean changes and fast runners. They were fast as well, but Queensland here wanting to get something back on their home territory, wanting to win that battle. As the Queensland sun disappears. Can remember we lose the daylight a little bit earlier here. The track now, apart from a small patch, very small patch at both about the, what would we call it, 1,550 metre mark. And about the 180 mark, the only points where there's a bit of sun on the track. Here we are. 6 teams. This is a genuine national championship under 14 girls. A little bit twitchy from Queensland in the middle, but South Australia on the inside, ACT, New South Wales, Queensland, WA, Victoria, and it's New South Wales flying. They've taken the stagger out of Queensland very quickly. Clean change down the back straight. Queensland now get motoring. They're trying to take some distance out of WA, and Victoria's out in front. But the big move here is from Western Australia. Come on, make some noise, West Australian fans in the crowd. They're trying to chase down here New South Wales. The battle for bronze is Queensland and Victoria. But New South Wales, can they go 2 in a row? They'll change in front here. Their last runner will be Sophie Dimitrov. We saw her in the 14s final earlier. WA are flying. Queensland are looking for silver. But it's going to be all New South Wales. And it's fast. 48-15. WA hang on for second. Queensland third. Victoria, South Australia, ACT. Deserved celebration for the WA team there as they pick up a silver medal. But all New South Wales. Sophie Dimitrov there anchors the team. She didn't need to count. She didn't need to point to the clock. She just ran fast, and I'll tell you all about it. 48-14. Would have been very close to those boys' teams there, Mitch.
Very, very close to the boys' teams there. So great racing from New South Wales. They start off 2 from 2. The men and women in blue. Well, light blue.
Great running. We're back on the triple jump and the javelin. We've got it all happening here. We've got Queenslanders on the runway in both. Now, Mitch, I reckon if you weren't a commentator, I reckon your best job would be maybe driving the remote control car that collects the javelins.
I actually offered 2 weeks ago to do it, and they said, sorry, we've got a 10-year-old boy doing it, and it's his dream. I said, I don't remember being 10.
That's great.
I'm 27.
That's great. What a job.
Oh, he missed school for it. Did you see that?
No,
he wagged 2 days of school to drive the Gold Coast cart around and pick up discuses.
It's pretty cool. I also liked what Tom Thorpe did at World Cross. He drove a real dune buggy around.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, not actually great a lot of the time because he was picking up fatigued athletes, but.
Yeah. To have like a Janetsky ride, I think.
A man of the people. Tom Thorpe does everything for everyone.
Tom Thorpe, this would be an interesting segment because Tom Thorpe last week as well rode a bike around the athletics track whilst the walks were on.
Yeah. I also saw him before with a hammer and a bucket. It looked like he was going to fix a long jump board. Like, is there anything he can't do?
Yeah, he's jack of all trades, master of none, Tommy. But it's better than being the master of one.
I was disappointed. I've just left stall, as I mentioned earlier, on Monday. I normally used to see him up there running, normally maybe in the white or the yellow or the blue one. Never the red. He's not quite the back marker.
He's never the back scratcher.
He's one of the men.
2-time state open champion, Tom. 5,000.
There's our results. They're going to come to the screen now. New South Wales take the victory. Western Australia and Queensland. So Victoria pushed off the dais there. The WA get a medal. And to confirm that boys result earlier, Queensland batting all clear, Mitch.
All
so
clear.
They get the silver. So Queensland a silver and a bronze. New South Wales two gold
golds
so far. So on the medal tally, they are a long way in front
Oh, they're killing
of
it.
the relay medal tally.
WA, Victoria, bronze. Oh, no, silver and bronze.
Silver and bronze. So a bit of work to do. Let's hopefully we can get home. Let's get home one of the others now in this one.
Well, looks like Tasmania has a team.
7
Potentially.
teams. We've got 7 teams.
I'm
This is
looking
what
at
we want.
looking at a Tasmanian. Hey, before we get to that, we'll take a quick break. We'll give people the opportunity to not listen to us for a little bit. We'll be right back, though. Don't go anywhere because more relay action is coming up.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
Welcome back as our men's 4x1 teams just wander down behind the blocks. Event number 88. I thought I had the women walking out before us, but it looks like the
The men's
are going to be out there. Might have been just a call room reschedule.
I'm a bit confused. There's
There's
3 South Australian teams.
This is not the real ace. We're watching the Decathlon 400s.
I was about to say, I'm going, wait on a minute.
So, again,
no, check the printer.
we just need to get our paperwork in front of
hold
us.
on.
It's not.
Under 17. Decathlon 400. Hope you've got that.
Can't
Nicholas.
wait to see this one. So, and Mitch, here, if you'd like, Mitch, do you want to read these ones out to us? Because these here are your Heptathlon start sheets
From earlier.
So here we are.
You know what? I did pretty well.
Event 85 on your screen. Thanks for that. Robbie doing a wonderful job. Robbie's doing a better job in Melbourne than we are in Queensland.
Yeah.
So Bailey Dean Latana's here in New South Wales. We in the inside. Oh, Javelin Philippe, we've got to stop talking about you, mate. Zayden Chemist in South Australia in 4, Christian Whitwell in 5, and Xavier Hennessy in 6. So there's 2 heats.
Are you going to give me a sheet?
I'm going to give you a sheet, and you're going to call these, Mitchell.
Thank you, Nicholas.
We're going to try and find you some updated Decathlon points too, which would be really helpful.
Thanks, Nick. What a man Nick Wall is. Team manager of mine once. What a team manager he was. So do have to stop speaking about Philippou, I feel like. I can't stop, though. Javelin Philippou, brother of Matthias. I'm not exactly sure how you say it correctly. You know what? Matthias is the brother of Javelin at the moment because Javelin is killing it in the men's under-17 decathlon event. The final event of the day for these young men. Event number 5. And let's see. From the inside to the outside, Latanis, Philippou, Gamish, Whitwell, Hennessy. New South Wales, South Australia times 3, New South Wales.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have any updated results after the high jump, but we do know that Matthias was the highest there at 193.
So we're off here now. It's Latanas, Philippou, Chemist, Whitwell and Hennessy from the inside to the outside of the track. Hennessy going to be the best one to start, as wide as you could possibly be. Philippou not too far away either. In the middle of the track, though, is Chemist. So Chemist now just starting to lead through the trio of South Australia. Philippou on the inside shoulder there, moving nicely as Latanas. So it's New South Wales versus South Australia here. Heat number 1 of 2 of the men's under 17 400 metre event. Final event of day number 1 in the decathlon. Here comes New South Wales 1-2 punch. It's Latanas and Hennessy, the bookends of this 400 metres. It's going to be Latanas on the inside now. He gets into the home straight first. Hennessy a little bit wider. Philippou from South Australia. His head's on the wobble. Takes a look left and right in the third position. Gets up on the shoulder of Hennessy. But it's Latanas from New South Wales. He'll get there first. Watch the clock and read the points. 53.15. I think Philippou might have got there for second. We'll wait and get the official timing on that. Hennessy did well. Chemist and Whitwell not too far away either from South Australia. But it was all Bailey Dean. Latanas took it out there. Look at this. He just gapped them away. Philippou did well to get up in second there. Latanas gets the nod. Philippou did well. Hennessy. Then it went Whitwell and Chemist.
676 points there for Latanas.
That's quick. Hey, that's quick, Nick. Well done.
He'll be solid. It's a solid day 1 for him.
No, that's good. That's a good way to cap off your day. I also think, and obviously I've never done a decathlon, but is the confidence of winning events also pretty important, I assume, for the flow of it all? Here it is.
It's
Bailey Dean Latanas. 676, you're right.
It's a mini competition within itself.
Proud of you, Nick. 636 for Philippou. Did well to get up there. 634 for Hennessy. Whitwell and Chemist. Now, I know what you're thinking, these little points and people dipping at the line, how much can they actually mean?
Massive.
Well, I'll tell you what, we saw in the under-18 women, 10 points separates first from fifth. So think about that across that many events. As we turn our attention to heat number 2 of the men's under 17 decathlon. Avery Thomas, Jackson Stewart, Asher Andrews, Joshua Osborne, Cameron Shermer. I've just said them before the start list comes out. I'm just that excited. See it again. Avery Thomas of Tasmania, Western Australia's Jackson Stewart, Victoria's Asher Andrews, Queensland's Joshua Osborne, and Western Australia's Cameron Shermer. They will round it out here in heat number 2 of 2, event number 5 in the men's under 17 decathlon event.
Joshua Osborne's had a really good day here, Mitch, so the Queenslander.
He's been big.
So his shot put and his high jump I caught up with, and they were really impressive. So I think he'll be hoping here for some big points.
Explosive athlete then. If
he is day 1. Look, day 1 is that power day. Day 2 gets very technical. You got your hurdles in the morning. So for some of those throwers, the hurdles isn't always that easy. Your pole vault, your javelin and discus, so technical throws, and then you finish with just the test of strength, the 1500. So it's day 1 is your power. It's your power day. Jesse Osborne, look at him, he's got broad shoulders, strong boy. He's got the cap on.
Love the cap. Yeah.
I didn't see the cap on.
Following suit of Jared Clifford, I think he's brought back the cap. Yeah. Cliffy.
What about our man who's now moved to the headband, who also used to be a cap wearer, another Queensland 15, 3,000, 5,000 running? Can you name one?
Yeah, Callum
Davies. Loved the cap when he was a junior.
Yep.
Loved it.
Look at him now, two-time national champion.
Unbelievable. What a national championships he had.
Oh, man, I thought that Callum would be right around the mark. I didn't think he'd do the double, which hadn't been done in 60 years, keep in mind as well.
It was, it wasn't our best 15-metre field, but who cares? You can only beat who was there, and he did it well.
337, still flying.
Did it fantastically. So, but here, though, we're talking about the decathlon. We're talking about caps because we're talking about the big boy from Queensland.
The explosive athlete, Joshua Osborne.
And let's hope he now can perform for us. He's got the calf sleeve on.
Yep. I don't mind it. Also, the basketball shorts borderline as well.
The Tasmanian on the inside here.
Yeah, best uniform at the Nationals, that Tasmanian grey. I absolutely love it.
No, put me in black any day. It's slimming for me, so the West Australian colours for me, thanks.
It's not a miracle worker, though. Let's keep that in mind. So, Thomas, Stewart, Andrews, Osborne, Shermer. Read that way from inside out. In the starter's hands. So Thomas had the best reaction time, the Tasmanian on the inside. Talked about Osborne, the explosive athlete. Let's see how quickly he can get into the running here in the first 100 metres of this 400-metre event. It's Shermer on the outside from Western Australia, not letting the stagger pick up on him, but now Thomas on the inside. It's going to drag a few with him. And that, I mentioned, is Stewart right on his shoulder. And the Victorian and Andrews now just going to start to get moving. So event number 5 here and day number 1 of the decathlon, and they're still pushing for points. It'll be the Tasmanian, though, just hit the ignition switch and said, see you later on the inside of the track. So the Tasmanian and Thomas, he's going to go for the bulk points that he can get. Avery Thomas starts to move away now. Right on his outside shoulder is Stewart. Pushing through here is Asher Andrews of Victoria. Here comes Thomas. The lactic monster gobbles him up. He's going to try and get there as quickly as he can. Avery Thomas greets it. 52.96.
Slightly quicker than that first heat, Mitch. So he'll collect 680 odd points for that one.
It's a good amount of points to round out day number 1. We mentioned this is their 5th event of the day. And as Nick mentioned earlier,
684 points for him.
Okay.
So really good points there for the Tasmanian. Look, he put it on the line. It really hurt that last 100.
Well, that 200 metres to go. Just flicked the switch and said, all right, boys.
Look at the grimace. The grimace. The funny thing about it, he's hurting. Most of the other athletes are going home. He's got 5 more events tomorrow. These decathletes, they're strong.
Back it back up with the hurdles as well, of all things. Got to be mentally sharp for that one too. So Avery Thomas takes it out. He will be the final winner of an event in day number 1. 5 events done. 5 more staring down the barrel tomorrow. So ice baths, recovery, legs up. Whatever you need to do, these decathletes will be figuring it out. As up next, it's the men's under 18 decathlon 400. Oh, it's just a brutal event, is it not? And he's still, look at that, look at the DOMs on him. He's done, Avery. He doesn't know if he's back home in Tasmania or running on the sunny state at the moment. Avery Thomas.
What do you reckon he's going to get into him tonight? What's the first thing he's going to eat?
Well, what would you eat
it's a tough
after
one.
something like this?
You think about it, Mitch. Think about when you would have celebrated after a first day of nationals. You would have had a big feed. He's going to come back and do 5 more events.
Oh, yeah.
I think including a 1,500.
Look at that.
So there we go. Thomas, 52.94, 684 points.
So it'd be interesting to see what the points are at the end of the day. And
Andrews finished really strong. Osborne's had a consistent day. He doesn't drop. See, that's the thing there.
So he's
Osborne only drops 34 points. So, and Shermer, look, Shermer's been up and down today with his events, but he'll be proud of it, the West Australian.
So we'll probably get some results a little bit later on once they're all accumulated, and we'll have a really good idea of that under 17 event. But I don't know. What do you need? I wasn't great at sports science. You can very simple. It's just see line, get to line as fast as you can.
You need some protein, obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
But you know, it's how much you're willing to have. Because I'm starving sitting up here today calling. So imagine what he's like.
Oh, he'll be absolutely parched.
Mitch, I'm going to let you have the last decathlon.
Thanks,
400 of the day.
I know why, because he wants. Are there any remaining relays?
There's 2 to come.
There we go. It's a good trade up here in the box. Men's under 18 decathlon. You know what? I'm going to read them out as they get underway because I limited myself from doing that a little bit earlier. But you look at that 2 to 9s all stocked out. And I don't know whether you can see it on the track. It's not quite on the screen, but you see it at some point. You can see the big patch from lane 2 to number 3. Well, I can tell you after that women's 3,000 metre under 16 event, didn't just leave the soles on the track. Somebody might have left their guts out there as well. Had to get washed down. So I feel a bit bad for it's Angus Clues in lane number 2. Hopefully didn't leave a smell.
Oh, Mitchell
gets down into
totally
the box for Clues. So we'll read them out as they make their way through. But there's only one heat in the men's under 18 decathlon. They can all fit there in the line. 2 to 9 stocked out in the starters' hands. Final event. Day number 1. Men's under 18 decathlon. So 2 through 9 filled out. It goes Clues, Jarman, Purdy, Pittman, Everts, Rudder, Kuznel and Wojcik on the outside there. The Tasmanian going to be the one to try and really gap them out there. So we saw what Thomas did in the under-17 event. They might try and do a Tasmanian 1-1 punch there. On the inside of him from Queensland is going to be Kuhnzell, just trying to keep the stagger away from him as long as he possibly can. Pittman of New South Wales looking really comfortable, and so too is Rudder. So it's Pittman in the middle of the track, but out wide and a mile ahead there is going to be Alex Wojcik. So Wojcik now, he's going to get into this home straight. Jeez, he's hungry for points, the Tasmanian. Will we see the same thing? The lactic monster, he keeps him at bay here, the Tasmanian. He's 30 metres in front here in the men's under 18 decathlon. The final event of the day, sub 50. We see it. 49.58. How do you do? Angus Clues there from New South Wales. The Tasmanian loves it. Well, the last Tasmanian to win a heat couldn't walk himself off the track. But Alan Wojcik, not only can he walk himself off the track, he's celebrated 49.57.
835 points. Don't mind very much there. Well done, Alex. Great way to finish day one. Takes a long victory there. 49.57. Great way to finish the 5 events on day one of the Under-18 Boys Decathlon.
Taking a win, always important. Apologies if I've said that last name wrong as well there, Alex. I'm sure we'll get it right on day number 2. But great racing nonetheless. That's your Under-18 Decathlon final event of day number 1.
Mitch, you nearly missed him there with 150
No,
to go.
I saw him, but I wanted to say what was going on in the middle of the track. But, mate, he didn't even slingshot his way from 200 up the back straight.
And
Stagger didn't get near him.
Because he was in that Tasmanian grey, he blended into a little bit into the grandstand seating.
Yeah. It was hard to see him amongst all the colourful seats.
It was good. It was very impressive. It was very impressive. Now we've got the girls coming out for the relays. I told you earlier the girls were before the guys. The result's going to come to our screen for that the first decathlon heat and the only decathlon heat of the Under-18 boys.
Here we go. Let's have a gaze here.
Oh, Alex Wojcik.
Look at
Angus
that.
Clues. So he's just put 140 points, 150 points on the field.
I was going to say, let's just say in context, Alexander Jarman was sitting 200 in front. He's lost 300 points. Hypothetically, I'm not saying he was.
He's really put a gap on the man.
That is a massive. I wonder if that's his PB.
Yeah,
he looked pretty happy to get under that 50 marker.
He was definitely chasing sub 50. And
yeah.
The one thing about decathletes, Mitch, a lot of them will have their PB, but they might have their decathlon PB. So their PB might be a fresh 400 run. But
yeah, true.
That might be his best ever at the end of a day one of competition. And it's been hot today.
Oh, ultra impressive.
It's been a really hot day out there today. And they spend a lot of time out in the heat between field events. I think that's the thing that people don't actually gauge and judge. Mitch, I just saw there you got some parents there giving you some support in the crowd. They were asking for autographs.
Oh, I think that was for both of us.
Oh, no, I think that was great, Mitch. I think well done. They really enjoyed your work. I think the highlight of the day is when the parents come up and actually tell you to correctly pronounce their kids' names because they're proud of it, and you get it right, and then they come back and thank you later because you know what? We don't get them all right.
No, I think I might have just butchered Alex's for 400 metres, but we try our very best. We really do. Here we go.
Decathlon points. Under 17, Joshua Osborne, I said he had a good day, Mitch. I called it.
Mr. Consistent.
And where's our Tasmanian? So Avery Thomas has moved up very well. They're up into 6th.
But so he's only 115 points out of a medal.
And goes to show. So Javan Philippou won the high jump. He's sitting in 4th. So you can see the events that these guys shared. Asher Andrews had a consistent day. He flew home for 2nd or 3rd in that 400 feet. Don't think he's won an event today, Asher.
No,
he's just been really consistent.
Or Jackson Stewart.
So it's not just about winning events. It's about being consistent. And I think tomorrow is going to be a hot day too because the top 3 only separated by 320 points.
And we saw there, you can gap 300 points on somebody in one event, potentially. So let's have a look and see how much that did for our Tasmanian in the under-18s. Here's the points.
Oh,
so there you go. Oh, look at.
He just put 150 points on them, and that's meant his lead, instead of his lead being about 150, it's only 300. It's 260 points.
So that's huge. Angus.
Clues is good. Purdy, Kunzel, Rudder.
But those 3, they're away from the field. Yeah. It's about 300 points from 3rd to 4th.
Do you know what I'm intrigued in tomorrow? Who's going to win the battle of 17s and 18s? Because it's a tough one, that one. That's close.
Well, so they're 18s, both of them in that Youth Commonwealth Games potential. Don't know what the qualifying points are.
There's no multis this year, I believe.
No.
So historically, they used to actually have an octathlon.
Yeah.
Don't know if you remember a bit of a name you might remember. Dan Bailey actually represented Australia in that one.
Yeah, Dan Bailey.
That's a long time ago. But no multis.
Friend of the show.
No multis this year. So it'll be a. Those guys are just going for national medals.
Yeah.
So,
do you think almost not having that as an extra, not pressure, but something to think about, just allows you to free yourself up a little bit?
I've spoken to a couple of I've actually spoken to a few under 17 athletes here this weekend who were debating competing in the under 18s
just for that.
And they've realised how tough that 17 because you can win your event, you could potentially win by a long way, but you might be a 100-metre run, and you'll compare with a hammer thrower.
Yeah.
So you just don't know where you stand on the scale.
Yeah.
So I think that possibly going up an age group to maybe sacrifice winning your national medal in your age group, or not sacrificing winning it, but just doing your job. I mean, junior athletics is certainly about just constantly.
I think it's important to stay in your age group.
Yeah, I think it is. There are times the teams are right. Certainly 20s is that time.
Yeah, that's
I think World under 20s. I mean, there's a reason why there is no World under 18s anymore than Australia don't support. But here we are now, 4x1 under 16 final
list. Obviously outside the Northern Territory.
Pretty exciting here. We've got Claudia Todd, Sienna Towndrow, Chloe Kong, and Anna Boschio, the ACT in 2. Charlie Sullivan, Grace Crow, Ariella Sprague, and Maddie Ma, Victoria in 3. Ava Ross, Tammin Lamprey, Matilda Harrison, and Maya Tabor, New South Wales in 4. They are going to be your favourites. Queensland, you've got Thubal Philp, who was fantastic earlier today. Charlie Vincent, Lucy Dyson, and Amaya Mearns. I say New South Wales are the favourites. They're going to be thereabouts too. The Tasmanians in 6, that's Isla Workman, Jemima Geppen, Palepa Luuma, and Tenny Terblanche. South Australia's got Lily Colville, Nevaeh Williams, Ava Barton, and Maya Robinson. And in lane 8, West Australia's got Kate Philpott, Jessica Hannay, Misha Tomlin, and Sophie Williams. Geez, on paper here, it's one of those times, Mitch, where you add the 4 times together of New South Wales and Queensland. There's not going to be much in it at all. Amaya Mearns, I reckon, want to make amends for missing a medal earlier in the individual 100. She runs last. Phillip was fantastic for Queensland in that individual 100. Maya Tabor, though, she's the one that won over the top. She's running the last leg here. So Tabor versus Mearns, they were the gold and the 4th place getter. What's going to happen here, though, if Mearns gets the baton in front of Tabor? Can Tabor repeat the dose from earlier today?
Well, you've got to be able to back it up. That's the hard part. I have a feeling once you're a champion, you're a competitor. So I reckon put them next to each other. It's going to be a hard one to chase down.
Lamprey's in there, the second leg, who won the 200-metre hurdles, I'm pretty sure. I reckon you called that one for us.
Yes.
And Ariella Sprague, one of the favourites for that 100 metres earlier, just missed out in the medals also. She sits here on the 3rd leg for Victoria.
It's going to be close.
So there's going to be, I reckon you're going to watch lots of different surges on different legs here as these.
So just need clean handover.
7 teams tackle the under 16 as we get close to the end of day 1. Just on an hour to go. So Victoria a little bit slow to stand up there. There's been that second time around. So just a little bit slow to get in the set position. Second time of asking. Are you going to film one? Do the whole race? So from the inside, you've got the ACT, Victoria, New South Wales, Queensland, Tasmania, South Australia and Victoria, and WA out wide. But it is the Queenslanders. It is Phil now passed over down the back straight to Vincent. So Vincent flying. New South Wales trying to make up some ground. And it's the Victorians chasing in 3rd. But Queensland, the home team, will change just in front of New South Wales. But here comes Victoria. Sprague of Victoria. She's going to put them in it for the last leg. This is going to be a ding-dong battle. Tabor, the under-14, the under-16 champion of New South Wales. Mearns, she was 4th in that final. Mearns, Tabor. Mearns is not going to let this happen again. She got run over by Tabor this morning, but it's Queensland, 46-25. New South Wales, Victoria, Western Australia, Tasmania, South Australia, and the ACT. Amaya Mearns didn't let the repeat this morning where Maya Tabor flew home. So Queensland take gold in the 4x1 under 16 women.
Impressive.
Unofficially a Queensland record, I've been told. I've been shut down. It's gone to the live stream. Unofficially a Queensland record there at 46-24.
Well, it was absolutely flying. Near flawless performance there as far as relays go. So wait to get confirmation. We might not.
We don't think we'll get that one here. I mean, we need Matt Lynch.
Lynchy. He's roaming around somewhere.
She was good, Amaya Mearns there. That's what I expected her to be honest in the individual 100 earlier today, and that's not, look, I'm not putting her down there at all. She ran bloody well there. She's super talented athlete. Her heat this morning was magnificent. Just didn't quite execute the final as well today, but that right there, she showed the class she's got. And you know what? Relay runs are bloody important, really important when you've got 3 teammates to do the right thing, boy. There's every reason there why Tabor could have been able to catch her runner down, because she had less than that on her today, halfway through the individual 100 and beat her. But right there, state pride.
On the line?
Mearns, yeah, did it really well. Not my best call. Called a couple of wrong ones on the way through, but that's all right.
Oh, relays are so hard to spot. They're moving so quickly. Baton goes off. It's a hard one. I thought you did really well.
Sprague, I thought, was really good in that third leg for Victoria. She put them in it with her chance there. I thought there was 50 metres where they were a chance. What have we got left? We've got the men's to go. Oh. This one here, this might finally be a Victorian medal. A Victorian gold.
To actually take out a gold medal.
This is the one that they're chasing. This is the they're most likely the under 16.
All right.
You've got Hayter, you've got Branca Tisano. So you've got some talent here. South Australia, though, in this one. I like South Australia here too. So unofficially 46.24 is a Queensland state record, I've been told. New South Wales 46.75, they're flying. Victoria 47.56. WA did fly home late for 47.70. Tasmania, South Australia and the ACT. As we see our athletes get set up now for under 16 boys. Yeah, just waiting for the official Queensland record or not. I don't have the Queensland results.
So 46.24 officially their time. Just waiting on whether or not that's under the record.
Yeah, and especially on the home track. Someone will know. I have a parent tell me very strongly that it is, and I hope she's correct. But we'll wait for official confirmation.
Blind following parents rarely backfires. Like, if anyone's going to know, it's usually the parent of an athlete.
It's very true. So in this one here, Mitch, I want you to lay it on the line for me.
Okay.
What do you got here?
Victoria wins.
I'm going to call it too. I think they're going to take the stagger out of half the field on the first leg. South Australia are going to fly down the back straight, and they're going to make up a lot of ground.
Well,
Queensland, I'll tell you what though, Queensland, you got Cassiano, who's just come from the triple jump across.
Not the worst thing having Zolkader as your leading leg for Victoria, is it?
Yeah. WA is going to test me out here just with some names. That's good.
Gives you a test.
ACT.
I think no matter what, it's going to be a cracking race. And I know we've harped on about it, but, geez, changes are just so important.
Imperative. So start list now coming to our screens. So Victoria in 2, South Australia in 3, Queensland in 4, New South Wales in 5, Western Australia 6, and the ACT in 7. A few names here: Zolkader, Victoria in 2, Kalichi Ekwamadu, South Australia be the second leg there for South Australia down the back straight. Xavier Perry is going to anchor this and get it from Max Marshall. So Walla Albino is also on the second leg, and Oliver Facer on the first leg, Mitch. So if Victoria's going to win a medal, they're going to really have to do something special. Yeah. You wouldn't be aware of Xavier Perry, though, from New South Wales in the last leg here. Dad, Xavier Perry, was I reckon a 46 flat man a long time ago. World junior athlete, very talented athlete, Steve Perry. Coaches now Xavier here in New South Wales. He'll bring him home, and on a flying start, very, very good over 100. So,
one to watch.
If Cooper Branca Tisano might have been the bronze medalist in the 100, but he's not going to have it all his own way on the last leg. And we've already found out the Queensland teams are super competitive here at Cusack. So, just getting our field announced into the stadium here. .41.77 here is the Australian national record. He's from New South Wales. A team that from 1988, Stevenson, Green, Camps and Bencher. Geez, some good names in that one. Geez, Paul Green, wasn't he a superstar junior, and went on to be a Commonwealth Games finalist over 400 as well. Pretty good name. So look for Hayter to have a really explosive start here for Victoria on the inside. Loves the first leg. Oliver Facer of New South Wales. He was terrific in that 100 final also. So from the inside, Victoria, South Australia, Queensland, New South Wales, WA and the ACT. Facer, unsurprisingly, very quick for New South Wales in the middle. Hayter also fast for Victoria. So it's going to be a battle at the moment in three. New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria. South Australia flying down the back straight with Equimondu. But now it's New South Wales. Slick change in front. New South Wales. Victoria's now taking the stagger out of South Australia. Queensland trying to get into reach, but no one's going to catch Perry from there. Xavier Perry, New South Wales, 15 metres. Queensland's flying home. So is also Cooper Brancatisano for Victoria. But Perry, New South Wales, 42-2-1. Victoria might steal the silver on the line. Queensland, ACT, WA. But New South Wales closed in on that 41.77 national record that is from a long, long time ago, 30-odd years ago. But New South Wales too strong there. The battle for a photo is going to be very close. Cooper Brancatisano won the bronze earlier in the 100 metres individual. Can he steal a silver in the relay? He flew home. Callahan was running very well. Oh, it's going to be a photo finish. I think it might be Victoria just on the inside. We'll have to wait, though. It's going to be very close for that one. But New South Wales, Victoria or Queensland as we throw to a break, and that was the under-16 4x1 men.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
So results on the screen there, that New South Wales win 42-21, and Victoria did get it in the photo finish on the line. It was a great dip, 46.60. Geez, 0.4 of a second. It looked even closer than that. South Australia, unfortunately, couldn't get the baton around. So New South Wales streeting the others at the moment. So, under 13, 400's now preparing. I've just found myself heat number 1 here. So, what are we? 550. Oh, what a beautiful night here in Queensland. They're on the screen now. So, Eloise Nealon, Chloe Prestick, Shakira Lual, Victoria, Layla Wernett, Queensland, Mia Wood, New South Wales. So only 2 heats. So it'll be the top 3 in each heat. The next 2 fastest times will progress to the final. Anything down around that 61, 62 second mark should be enough to progress to the final. It'll be interesting to see how quick these girls run. It's been a long day. Some of these ran, you called this one earlier, Mitch, today, that maybe the under 13 girls 100. I think we had a couple of these girls running that one earlier. So it'll be interesting to see how they back up. It's been a long day for them here in Cusack at their first ever Nationals. I liked Tom O'Shaughnessy's call earlier. It's a trivia question. Who's going to be your first ever under 13 national medalist? Bit of conjecture about where we should have that age group, but so far it's been a success. So heat number 1 of 2 in the under 13 women's 400 metres. Top 3 and the next 2 fastest will progress to the finals. And it's the ACT athlete there in Chloe Prestick going very quickly out. She's going to try and chase down Mia Wood from New South Wales in the outside lanes. In between them, you've got the 2 Queenslanders, Nealon and also Wernett. And the Victorian in the middle of all those is Lual. So top 3 automatically progress. So tactics will come into play here. Do you just get the job done, or do you go for the top 2 spots here and try to get a middle lane set up for the finals over the weekend? So out in front, it's still Mia Wood. No one in this field's gone sub-60. Mia Wood's been very close previously. So Mia Wood leads at the ACT, the fast starter there, and Chloe Prestick now making a good move. And inside her of Eloise Nealon. So the top 3 will progress through. They'll be comfortably through to the final. Now it's a case of what can the others do for times. Nealon tries to come up into second to get one of those inside lanes to the final. But I said sub-60 was on the cards. Mia Wood, thank you very much. 59.42. Chloe Prestick, very nice in seed in second. Nealon through next. The Victorian Shakira Lual will have to wait on times. Likewise will Layla Wernett. And that's the first heat of the first ever under 13 women's 400 metres at an Australian Junior Athletics Championships. So 59.42 or 59.40, it's been rounded down there for Mia Wood. Super impressive. I've 13, it's really tough to work out what sort of times. We don't have historical standards for these races, and I think anything sub-60 was going to be in the medals, and she's a strong athlete, Mia Wood, and she showed it there from the outside lane. Never let any of the others latch on. Prestick started really fast, but still wasn't enough to connect at any stage. Prestick's going to be very happy. That's her first time sub-61, so 60.90. Nealon likewise, PB there, 61.22. Lual and Wernett, we'll have to wait for that. So 64.08 the time for fourth, and that's the time the second heat they're going to be watching. So 64.08, that's the time that the fourth competitor in the second heat needs to beat. So
it's under 60. I'm back now. Thank you for doing such a good job, Nick. Under 60, super impressive. Heat number 2. What can we see?
So you got Madison McWilliams here of New South Wales on the inside. She's one of the quick ones here. Her teammate Taylor Puella in lane 6. They're probably the 2 here that'll be the fastest. So lanes 2 and 6. You've got Kyla Naria of WA in 3. Alicia Webb, New South Wales 4. And Sienna Purcell of Queensland in 5. So 64.08 is that time for fourth to try and beat. Just looking ahead here, what have we got? Just a few 400 metre prelims to finish off tonight.
It's the one lappers.
So this is event 89. Just need to check where event 90 is on our start sheets. That'll be the next one to follow. We've got about half an hour left on the stream here. Oh no, event 95 will be the next one up. It'll be under 14 women's. So, Mitch, I'll call these ones here, and then we'll go to you for the under-14 women's next.
Beautiful, Nicholas. Sounds like a fantastic idea.
That must mean we've still got some field event start trip going. Triple jump down there. Triple jump action still heating up. It's a late start for those young triple jumpers.
It certainly is. It'll be bedtime soon.
So from the inside, McWilliams of New South Wales, Narrier of WA, Webb of New South Wales, Purcell of Queensland, and Puella of New South Wales. So the 2 New South Wales athletes probably quickest away so far. That's the ones in lane 2 and lane 6. Lane 2, it is McWilliams, who's now taken the stagger out of the entire field except for her teammate there in Puella, and she's out in lane 6. As soon as I made that call, Webb of New South Wales now wants to join the party. And it's a line of 3 New South Wales athletes through 200 metres. Possibly Webb just going through in front in a tick over 30 seconds. So 59 was the time of Mia Wood in the first one. The 4th competitor here is going to be clock watching for 64.08 because that guarantees you a spot in tomorrow's final. So it is the New South Wales athlete McWilliams on the inside. Our youngest competitors over the weekend, grueling out in one of the toughest events, the 400. Puella has come back really nicely. So Taylor Puella there from New South Wales. She's going to come down and take heat number 2. She's going to be a dip under 60 seconds as well, will she? Just over 60.24. Second through him, McWilliams. The WA athlete, Narrier, terrific there. Webb, she's not going to have a problem. She'll progress through to the final, whilst Purcell will have to wait on times. But the winner of heat number 2 in 60.23, Taylor Puella of New South Wales.
So impressive racing from Puella.
Good running, Mitch. It was
just a touch over that 60 marker.
The order actually changed 3 times through the first 200. McWilliams took the stagger of everyone. Puella was thereabouts. Webb almost responded to my call when I said she was the 3rd New South Wales athlete.
Might have been listening.
But I think there are times when you don't hear your name called.
Yeah, and you go, wait a minute, where am I positioned?
She just picked up, but that's okay. It might have been her race pattern regardless. Might have absolutely nothing to do with this. But there are times I think athletes do respond to a call.
Listening to what you're saying too.
Yeah. So, anyway, but look, they were terrific. Be interested to see what the under 14 girls do. Because sub-60 land for these 3 heats is definitely on for all of them. So I'd expect them all to be going somewhere in the high 58s to 59 in the heats.
Let's have a look.
Sub-60 is definitely, every heat should be the winner.
Shelley of WA is a 58.9 runner by seed time here.
I'm just trying to find it. I've definitely seen a 58.5 runner in here. It'll be Pittis in the second heat.
Pittis, yeah. Out wide as well. Lane number 8.
Yeah. Well,
furthest out there. Oscar.
I like Ruby Kerr. She's a good mover as well. She's in the 3rd heat. So this here, you might actually have to go very close to 60 seconds to make this final. So 3 heats makes it tough, Mitch. Only top 2 go through.
Top 2 and then 2 fastest times will join them there. So work cut out for you. That I often find that 3rd automatic qualifier is almost sometimes a comfort spot. Because if you're not quite up there and you're sitting in between, you can sort of do enough to get there if you're right around that mark. But that top 2, you find them scratching and clawing their way to get that automatic spot late. So this will be really interesting. Obviously, as we mentioned, the in-form athlete, Mia Shelley, she's a 58.9 to her name. But there's 4 athletes around the 60, 61, 62 marker. And I know a second or 2 can be a lot over a 400. But at a Nationals, times don't mean a lot. It's all about ticker. So don't be surprised if somebody comes out here and does something outrageous to put themselves in a position to potentially hold on to that second automatic, or
especially at this age. At this age,
more risk.
These girls aren't worried about rankings.
Nah, more risk. And well, they're just, you know, the best thing about this age is that they just want to compete. They just want to get out there and make a national final and hopefully take home a national medal as well. People come from Western Australia, people come from South Australia, all over the joint, the nation's capital, everywhere, to stake their claim at a national gold. I think it means more sometimes to the juniors. So when we look at under 14, there's only one age group more junior than that, and we just saw them run. So it's going to be Layla O'Connor, Jemima Hood, Isabella Driscoll, Mia Shelley, Penipa Liliange, Amara Clemens, Mackenzie Preston Paul, and Sienna Novak. These are going to be your competitors here from inside to out. In heat number 1 of 3, top 2 automatic, next 2 fastest times join them from there, under 14, 400 metres. So we're away. O'Connor, Hood, Driscoll, Shelley, Lilliange, Clemens, Preston, Poole and Novak. These are all your competitors here in heat number 1 of 3. Only top 2 are automatic. The next 2 fastest times spread across all 3 heats will join them from there. So looking like the fastest to jump will be Mia Shelley of Western Australia, trying to pick up that outside stagger as quickly as she possibly can. Not too far away moving either is going to be Preston Poole of New South Wales. So only the top 2 are automatic. It's going to be Shelley of Western Australia to try and get there first. Preston Poole on the outside looking comfortable. Queensland's Clemens also sandwiched in between them. So at the moment now, leading it out still is going to be Mia Shelley. Wants to leave absolutely nothing to chance as the Western Australian. Wants to be that first one across the line. The widest of them all, Novak in second position at the moment. So it's Western Australia's Shelley. She'll do enough to be the first one to the line, and it will be Sienna Novak of New South Wales, the widest on the track, to take that second automatic spot. Shelley it is. 58.47. Novak there. Look at that. Split it. It was Hood and Preston Poole. So it's going to be the next 2 fastest times. So they're in that slot at the moment, but it very may well come down to who was the first of the 2. There's only a nose between them, but Mia Shelley and Sienna Novak, they'll be going through automatically to the women's under 14 400-metre final.
It was quick, Mitch.
58.5.
We said that very quick. So what that's done now is that's put the pressure on these next 2 heats to go fast.
I love it.
PBs are going to be run everywhere here. And you actually couldn't get better conditions.
No, it's no wind.
It's absolutely
wind is
spot
gone.
on. So today was tough. It was swirling.
So you're right. There's going to be PBs across the board. So in the next heat, 58.5. That exact time is the personal best or the seed time, maybe the state championship time of Adelaide Pittis. She's out in lane number 8, which makes this really interesting, I find, in 400.
The fastest
some
of the others
make a move. Yeah, exactly right. You watch that stagger move away from you over the first 200, and your natural instinct is to go, oh my God, I've got to get on the back of that.
So
58.5 officially.
60.09. So I actually thought she was going to maybe dip under Novak there. She didn't quite. And it was Preston Poole who just beat Hood.
So 61.68 is what we're looking for. 61.68, 61.73.
The slowest non-automatic.
Got the Victorian in Hood. So 61.68 and 61.73 are the 2 times in at the moment, which is what we were saying, Nick. That third, how crucial would that third time have been just then, though, if that was the automatic qualifier? You know what I mean? Start list for heat number 2. As we mentioned, Adelaide Pittis, the fastest of them. She'll go outside there from New South Wales. It's going to be Annabella Denton, Caitlin Probitz, Lauren Heaney, Matilda Langley, Isabel O'Connell, Tilly McBain, Adelaide Pittis and Naomi Karajak, who isn't on our list here in front of us. So Karajak jumps in there. Karjanak, I should say. Out in lane number 9.
Yeah, amended start sheet there, Mitch.
So straight first round start sheet in front of me here. Karjanak will go on the outside. The starter, none too happy with some of the blocks.
How amazing it, Mitch, to have a 10-lane circular track.
Oh.
It's not been in the world. No, it's not been in the world.
Only one in Australia, surely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, would have to be.
Definitely, 100%. Yeah. There's not many 9 lanes.
No, I was going to say.
Sydney's got 9. We're very lucky there.
Lakeside's 8.
Collingwood's only 6, Mitch.
And Q's grass. So 2 to 9 filled.
Look for a fast start out in lane 8.
Denton, Probitz, Heaney, Langley, O'Connell, McBain, Pittis and Kajanak. These are going to be all your competitors here in heat number 2. So top 2 are automatic. The next 2 fastest times join them from there. It's Adelaide Pittis, second from the outside, has the fastest time of 58.5 to her name. So she'll try and take away from this stagger as quickly as she possibly can. It's Tilly McBain of Victoria, who just wants to sit right on that inside shoulder for as long as she can. So benefit off the sit. 50, we'll call it 26-27 on the clock there through the first 200 metres. They make their way around here now. McBain just stalking Pittis there on the outside. A little bit wider is Kajanak. So she's just going to lead out the fastest in the field. So Kajanak now just leading it out the widest of them all. It's going to be Pittis on the inside, so these 2 look clear and home, but here comes Pittis. It's not enough to be second, you've got to be first. So here she comes now. Watch the clock. 56, 57, 58. 58, 1-1. Absolutely flying there from Adelaide Pittis. Kajnak takes that second spot. And it'll be interesting now to see the times. So it is going to be McBain there in third. And we'll wait and see. 61.68 is currently that time from the first heat. We'll wait for that to flash up. But Adelaide Pittis, 58.11. We're just getting faster. So there you go. We mentioned it. Faster than the seed time. Unsure PB. We're just waiting to see this third time at the moment. Because, as we mentioned, 61.68.
She timed it really well. We talked about it maybe going really fast. She actually was controlled through 200. It would be interesting to know whether she would run the same type of race with Adelaide 9 competitor.
Yeah,
we talked about it beforehand.
Well, first of all, I don't know how fast she's run either. She could be very fast too. And either she's just seen that Pittis is on her inside, but let's have a look here. So
60.22 and 60.33 now.
So they're in.
Are the times at the moment.
So they're under. So 63 is the slowest time you can run to get into this final.
60.30.
Yeah, and that belongs to Caitlin Probitz. Tilly McBain, 60.22. So close. 58.61. So either Naomi Krajnik, I'm apologising if I've said that name wrong. I have to read it very quickly before the start of the race. But she's either run a huge PB or she's around that marker and they just put the fastest two on the outside two lanes. So
no random draws in those heats, Mitch. So it could be anywhere.
There you go. It could be anywhere. So
in the
could
finals,
be a massive runner.
In the finals,
seeded finals,
the winner of each heat plus the next fastest qualifier will get a random draw of the middle four lanes.
I like it. So let's turn our attention to heat number 3. Fastest on the list here is Ruby Kerr. She's second from the outside. Second from the inside is Kernan. So Ruby Kernan, one of the fastest. Internal of her is going to be Isabella Pice, Bridget Rose, Claudia Wyatt, Chelsea Nicol, Yasmin Martinez, Ruby Kerr and Sophie Hickey. The two to watch I mentioned. Just about the bookends, but not quite. It's Ruby Kernahan. Kernahan and Ruby Kerr. So the two Rubies.
5 New South Wales athletes in here, Mitch. Their depth is amazing. It's under 14 age group.
Incredible, isn't it? Particularly over the one lap event.
Yeah, really impressive depth.
So, put in context here, 59.2 out to 59.6. And it goes out to 61.5 for lane number 1 and lane number 7, Martinez and Pice. So watch out for them. They're going to be battling potentially for that 60-30.
60-30 and 60.22. Depends on which place you finish here in third and fourth.
So if these seed times are their personal best, they'll have to PB to make the final. We'll call them out again as they start in the starters' hands now. Heat 3 of 3. PC Kernahan, Rose, Wyatt, Nicol, Martinez, Kerr and Hickey. That's how they stand here in heat number 3 of 3. Top 2 automatic. The next 2 fastest times will join them from there. So they make their way around here. The fastest to go is Ruby Kerr. She has the fastest seed time coming into it. The benefit of number 3 is you know how fast you need to run to make that final. 60.3, the current marker. On the inside of the track is Kernahan. So the 2 fastest in the field are going to be the 2 to greet it through the first 200. Kernahan and Kerr, Ruby and Ruby. They'll do battle around 150 metres to go. Watch in the middle of the track now, no. We're very interested in the times. They'll need a PB to make this final. So the fastest 2 in there, they'll come into it right now. It's going to be Kernahan and Kerr. Outside of Kernahan, though, is Rose of Queensland. And on the inside of Kerr was Martinez. So these are the 2. Rose now starting to go. It's going to be Kernahan. And there's a bit of work to do for Ruby Kerr. She gets past on the inside now. So it's Bridget Rose who takes it. 57.98.
Huge, Mitch. Huge personal best.
Wow.
What a run in the heats. You'd said it was a battle of the Rubies. You had Kernahan and Kerr. 57.98 unofficial there, though, for Kernahan. Gone very quick. In the third of 3, under 14, 400-metre heats.
Well, I know that grab of the head. That's the lactic headache that you get at the end of the race. Ruby Kernahan. Can't believe how fast she's gone there as she crossed the line. We're hoping Ruby Kerr okay. But on the inside of the track, just the movement there of Bridget Rose was so strong over the final 50 metres to take that second spot. So what we're interested in at the moment is what that third and fourth time is. Because if it's under 60.22, 60.30, they'll get into that final. So here we go. Heat number 3 about to flash up ahead of us. So just out of it there for Ruby Kerr and Sophie Hickey. 65.6, 66.6. Won't make it through. So third and fourth in heat number 2.
Bridget Rose
make their way through. That was that was the race of the
59.40. Ruby Kernahan, 57.98. Massive personal best. Did everything she needed to.
So
Ruby Kerr set the pace out wide.
Everyone but the 2 fastest times are under 60.
You are correct.
Put that and to be out of it. You're only 0.3
they're
over it.
second in the first heat. So five sub 60.
Yeah.
So the second auto in the first heat went 60.2.
Yep.
So the whole field's going to be inside 60.3
Wow.
with 3 girls running big personal bests to win their heat.
57.98, the fastest of them all.
57.98. So that's moving for under 14 girls.
Turn our attention now to the men's under 13 400 championship of Australia.
It is.
Only one heat here.
So one final, Mitch, not even a heat.
One final. Sorry, it's delirious.
So start list on the screen here, and it is correct. Event 96, our men's 400 metres under 13 final. In lane 1 from Western Australia will be Connor Davies. In lane 2 will be Khalil Ogle of New South Wales. Lane 3 will be Harrison McPherson of Queensland. Lane 4, Sebastian Duddle of New South Wales. 5, Riley Simpson of Queensland. 6, Oscar Woodhouse, Victoria. 7, Cooper Pillock of Queensland. 8, Travis Dean of WA. He is the man to catch here. The Dean family, terrific at West Australian athletes. And Riker Moore, New South Wales, in lane 9. Now, Mitch, outside of Travis Dean here, none of these boys have run quicker than the 13 girls almost. So this is going to be, this is the difference of when we go to this under 13 age group. Genetically at that age, the boys and girls are very similar. The distance events, in fact, you watch them run cross country, they're not far apart at all. So
hardly whatsoever.
Even the sprint events, the high turnover, the high cadence. But for me here, it's going to be a clock watching exercise in Travis Dean. I'm positive he is of that Dean family. There's a James is here as well this weekend. Terrific middle distance runner, 8:15 runner. Actually, one that's put his hand up, I believe, for the Youth Commonwealth team. So
there you go.
We'll watch that over the weekend. If I've called you wrong, Travis, you're not related, I apologise, but I'm pretty sure you are. So
Confident call there. I don't mind it. It's a safe assumption, you would think. But Travis Dean, I like that you've said the clock watching. 56.9 is his seed time.
It's super fast. So,
yeah.
And then you know what? I reckon our silver and bronze medalists here, assuming that Travis takes the win like we would expect, they're going to go sub 60 for the first time.
Yeah.
So, and that's a massive step for these young boys. So, Mitch, we've only got about 15 minutes left of the telecast. So 400-metre prelims to follow this. So it's our last final of day 1. So the long jump's just finishing up now. But our last track event, last final, day 1, Chemist Warehouse Australian Junior Athletics Championships.
Well, you're watching it through one of the parents' phones at the moment. On the track is the final under 13s.
What a day it's been.
Nick Wall, going to take you along for the journey.
Connor Davies, Khalil Ogle, Harrison McPherson, Sebastian Duddle, Riley Simpson, Oscar Woodhouse, Cooper Pillock, Travis Dean, the West Australians, taking the stagger quickly out of Riker Moore. So on the inside lanes there, it looks to be the New South Wales athlete now moving very well in Duddle. Sebastian Duddle, he's trying to track through Travis Dean. On the live stream commentary here, I've mentioned that Dean's one of the fastest qualifiers or fastest seed times, and he's the WA athlete, giving Duddle something to chase. Duddle might be just a nose in front now through 150. Dean turns on the afterburners. It's going to hit the straight. Duddle's going to be 3 metres in front. Here comes Dean. So Dean from WA, the arms pump. He looks down at the feet. The feet can't keep up with the arms. He's put 20 metres on him in the last 50. Travis Dean, you are our national champion. First time ever, under 13, 55.74. Duddle hangs on. It's going to be an unbelievable photo finish medal there between Riley Simpson and also Khalil Ogle. But Travis Dean, wasn't sure if you'd realised you just trotted through the first one, 250, but your last 120 was insane. Travis Dean, Western Australia, 55.73 unofficial. We're going to wait for the replay and see what happened there with those behind. It was a significant dive right on the finish line. Travis Dean, Mitchell, how impressive is that young lad from WA?
First 300 metres, you thought, oh, is he going to live up to the hype? The last 100 metres, it was like he was in the 100-metre final. I've never seen anything quite like it. Double cobra at the end there, double bicep pump from Dean. But, geez, 55.73, nothing to sneeze at. The under 60 for those other medals as well, you'd think. But, wow, the Western Australian, geez, he didn't live up to the hype. He is the hype, the young man.
As we said, first time these under 13 titles have ever been presented. So no one's going to take that away from you, Travis Dean. Our first ever under 13 men's 400 metre champion of Australia.
Well, let's see whether or not the dive was worth it. Queensland is still on the track.
Duddle. Simpson, 59.29, gets up for third from Ogle.
So
in New South Wales.
460.
Which is what it should be. That's what we thought it should be. But none of these boys had actually really done it before. So that's the thing. So there's under 13 age groups just flying. And when you remember, these kids last year are running primary school sports.
Yeah. Oh.
So plenty of them are still in grade 6.
He's up now. Young
So
Queenslander.
that's probably what's changed. So over time, this championship was, I suppose, almost classed as a secondary school championship. But now you've got some of these primary school kids. And that was super impressive.
Wow.
I'm going to make sure I catch him before the weekend's out. Make sure that if that is related to James Dean, because if he's not, I apologise. It just means there's two very good Dean families in WA that can run.
WA Athletics, it's always been strong. It continues to be. So,
thank you. Start list for the next one.
Men's under 14. This is heat 1 of 2. So we were talking about that third qualifying buffer. We've got it here. So top 3 automatic, next 2 fastest times. Join them from there. And I'll tell you what, from 57.3 ranging out to 62.2. But there's a fair few guys around that 53. Or you got 54.5, 57.4, 57.3, 58.8, 59.6. So have a go at that as we get our under 13 competitor off the track from Queensland. Just a diving effort for a bronze medal. It's Taj Ramtel, John Connolly, Harry Keats, Jonas. Jonas, I'm going to mess up your name. I'm sorry, mate. Vodzen. I'm going to say that. Alexander Bissell, Marlon Andrews, and William Saunders. I'm very sorry to Jonas's family if I've messed that one up. I wish there was a comment section where you could tell me whether or not I've got it. Godson, whatever it is, I'm going to do my best. Heat 1 of 2, top 3 automatic, next 2 fastest times. You're going to be joining them from there. And watch out for lane number 3, Harry Keats of New South Wales. He'll be third from the inside. Fastest man going into this. Top 3, next 2. Let's go. Ramtel, Connolly, Keats, Yodson, Bissell, Andrews, Saunders. That's how we read them. Top 3 automatic. Next 2 fastest times go from there. Harry Keats of New South Wales. He's picked up lane 8 in the first 120 metres. So Keats, he's not happy with being the top 3 automatic times. He wants to be the fastest one out here in the under 14 men. So it's the New South Wales 1, 2, 3 trio punch. It's going to be Keats leading it out there. Ramtel, he's on the inside. Saunders and Bissell. So these 3 wide out in front at the moment. It's all going to be Keats so leading it out. Outside of his shoulder was Bissell and Saunders. They're in second and third. But all at the front of the race, it's going to be Keats. He can't be caught from here. He can switch it off if he wants to. He might even do it. 50 metres to go now for Keats. Out the outside shoulder of him, it's going to be Bissell. Saunders in third. Under the pump now, though, from Andrews. Here he comes. Keats going to take it. 53.61. Hello. There we go now. Oh, it's going to be Andrews or Bissell. Andrews from Queensland gets that third automatic spot. So great running there from Marlon Andrews. William Saunders of New South Wales did a lot of that work. He'll now have to wait on times. But I'm not kidding when I say it was 53.59. Takes out heat number 1. Heat number 2 watches on. Have an idea of what they'll need to run. Harry Keats, stamp of authority. So let's have a look here. Harry Keats. I see his first 120 metres. Jeepers. Never seen anything like it. Harry Keats puts the arms out and says, yes. So watch this. Oh, both the Queenslanders got him. So Marlon Andrews and John Connolly. So unfortunately for William Saunders, he'll be out of contention. Depending, we'll get the official confirmation here. Once it pops up on the screen. Here we go. Thank you very much to the legends at SEN. Have a look at this. 53.59, 56.5, 58.76. Yeah. So Bissell. Yeah, Bissell. And Marlon Andrews. Correct. So that look like 2 Queenslanders to me. I thought Connolly had got there. He looked like he definitely did. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but if we watch the replay, I'm telling you, there was 2 Queenslanders. So we'll have to wait and see on that one. I'm not crazy. Nick Wall thinks I'm insane up here, but I'm telling you. But anyway, we'll move on. Maybe I am going crazy in day number 1. Heat number 2 of 2. Top 3 automatic. Next 2 fastest times. We'll join them from there. Pokazinski from Victoria out of lane number 2. Lachlan Wheeler, lane number 3. Darcy Parker, lane number 4. Reese Lark. Caleb Van Deventer, lane number 6. And Lachlan Rosado, lane at number 7 from Victoria. So these guys are all pretty close. It's Darcy Parker of Victoria, the fastest of them. He's in that 55 marker. So we just saw 53. What can we see here? Top 3 automatic. So this is the last event on the stream here this evening. So we will say goodbye after this. And we'll keep calling some of the races here. So apologies if you were here to watch the later 400s. They'll be just done here at the stadium. So last event of this evening for the stream. It's heat 2 of 2 of the men's under 14 at 400 metres in the hands of the starters. We'll call them out again once it gets going. Top 3 automatic next 2 fastest times. Join them from there here in Brisbane. Heat 2 of 2. Pokazinski, Wheeler, Parker, Lark, Van Devener and Rosado. That's how they read here. Top 3 automatic. Next 2 fastest times will be joining them from there. So it's going to be Reese Lark leaving nothing to chance. Wants to get out and chase Rosado, the Victorian. Inside of him now is going to be Darcy Parker, the fastest in the field. So Parker now just gets up on the inside of Lark. Rosado trying to make him chase. It's now going to be Parker who just starts to get into the motions now. He's a 55-second runner. He just gets up on the inside of Reese Lark. Says, come with me if you can. It's the top 3 that go through automatically. He's chasing down Lachlan Rosado on the outside. Rosado, the Victorian, still leading out Darcy Parker, and they're going to be a 1-2 punch at the moment. Inside of them is going to be Reese Lark. He was 3rd early, but now moving through, it's going to be Lockie Wheeler. So these 2 are undisputed out in front. Lachlan Rosado gets the best of it. Darcy Parker coming down to it. 55. How do you do? Great running there. Number 3, Lockie Wheeler. Going to have to wait on times now is the Queenslander, Van Deventer. But 55.01 rounded up. Great running there from Lachlan Rosado at 56.08 next to his name here. So could be a personal best for the young man. And he'll be in the final.
Victorian 1-2 punch, Mitch.
Which we absolutely love. So great racing there from the boys.
Why?
So
we're off.
We'll say
that box.
We'll say a goodbye to all of you in the stadium, or not the stadium, on the live stream. Nick Wall and I done here for the live show. What a day! Mitch, what a first day of the juniors.
Mitch,
absolutely sensational.
The results is coming on the screen now here.
Nick's taking his shoes off. He's that comfortable.
Lachlan Rosado 55.01, Parker 56.26, Wheeler 57.09, and Van Deventer has to wait. Mitch, day 1 highlights for me, under 13 age group, I was sceptical. But I think they did well. They proved that they belong here. They were terrific with the way they raced. And then the 3,000 metres. The 3,000 metres, some incredible performances. Some front-running performances were probably the highlights. Some hung on, some didn't. But the brave running. Victorians in the 3,000 metres, probably the New South Wales and the Queenslanders in the sprints today, and then a couple of amazing WA athletes, just terrific.
Oh, it was awesome. The 3,000 was one of my pet events, and I thought they did fantastic. The Tasmanian was a highlight for me, just getting over the top of Bart, obviously Victorian man, but he was so phenomenal. But we have to say goodbye to you here on day number 1. Nick Wall, thank you so much for joining me here. You're going to be here with us, both of us here, all across the 4 days. It's been sensational. The 100th running of the Australian Juniors, Chemist Warehouse, the end of their summer series, and don't go anywhere because the next 3 days are going to be absolutely
and the highlight coming up over the next few days, Mitch. We've got Nara Nang joining us, the superstar Queensland sprinter and jumper, but it's going to be absolutely action-packed. So make sure you don't miss any of the action here from the Chemist Warehouse Australian Junior Athletics Championships, Cusack in Queensland.
See you tomorrow.
it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.